Chapter 1. Izuku Midoriya said. He had been shot in the chest by a stray projectile in the USJ, and said projectile hit him in the heart, making him fall to the ground in an instant as his consciousness faded away, only to then open his eyes and then find himself in a weird, empty red space in which he wasn't alone. In front of him, a red-haired doppelganger of his was standing still. His pale skin and crimson hair weren't the most disturbing traits. He was crying blood without any sign of stopping, and a pool of blood was forming on the ground of whatever he was now. Izuku almost thought that said doppelganger was unresponsive to his presence, but then he saw how he looked at him, and then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Izuku put one of his hands in his chest and clutched it tightly, only to see that he was spilling blood everywhere. He started to panic, and then he heard a voice, the last voice that he wanted to hear. "Where the fuck I am now?" Izuku turned his attention to where that voice came, and he saw that he was not alone now. Katsuki Bakugo, Eijiro Kirishima, Shoto Todoroki, Eraserhead, Vlad King, and 13 were there, or something similar to them, as Izuku felt that what was in front of him now weren't those individuals in a way. Izuku saw then how the red doppelganger glared at those six, and then the pool of blood in its feet started to expand. Izuku saw movement inside of it, and moved his body out of instinct, just in time to see how a blade made of blood tried to impale him. Izuku heard Bakugo's voice and saw how multiple blades made of blood impaled everyone except Vladkin. Their bodies then turned into red crystals that turned dull as those blades were draining something out of them. "What is going on?" Vladkin said. Izuku saw that what those blades were draining from those statues wasn't blood, but the more that those blades drained those statues dry, the more he could somehow understand what was happening. "It's calling me my quirk," Izuku said, and then he moved willingly to the pool of blood. More blades appeared from the pool, but now those blades missed Izuku as he moved closer to the red doppelganger. Izuku stopped as he was inches away from the doppelganger, and then he looked at its eyes. There was a sadness in them, and then the doppelganger reached his face, turning its body into blood that was absorbed inside of him, and then everything made sense. Vlad King saw how that red space in which he found himself after losing consciousness when the injuries sustained while he fought those villains that got the better of him was now breaking down. He saw how Izuku was getting near him, but his eyes were red. Izuku then grabbed the hero by the shoulder, and then Vlad King felt how he was getting weaker before his consciousness faded away. Vlad King's apparition faded away while the other 5 were still trapped there. Izuku gently touched the statue of 13, freeing her from that prison to then vanish. But the other 4 statues were shattered with no care or fanfare. Izuku knew that this place was about to collapse and just closed his eyes, unsure if this quirk awakening of his in this dire situation would be enough to survive. But he had to try, not for a society that loathed him, but for his mom. The mental world of his quirk collapsed for good, and then Izuku's consciousness returned to the world of the living in time to see how All Might and that black-skinned creature were trading blows while the 2 villains who were the main leaders of the League of Villains were making their escape. Izuku felt how his body was surrounded by a small pool of blood. That blood was not only his, but also the blood of those who had been critically injured by the villains. The creature landed near him, and when it saw that Izuku was alive, he moved to finish him off, but then Izuku decided to activate his newly awakened quirk, and then from the hole of his chest that was still spewing blood, multiple blades of blood emerged and impaled the beast, stopping it in his tracks as Izuku's eyes glowed red. "What?" All Might said. He saw how the quirkless student that he once considered as a potential candidate to inherit OFA from him before he chose Mirio was not only alive despite the fact that Ida said that he had died by a stray bullet to the chest, but also it appeared that he manifested a quirk related to blood. Those blades that emerged from Izuku's body started to draw blood from the Nomu, and said blood was absorbed into Izuku's body, making that hole in his chest quickly close up. Izuku knew what was happening to him now. He was draining the Nomu from their quirk factors, as his quirk allowed his blood to absorb the quirk factor of a person, not their quirk, through their blood. Half cold, half hot, hardening, erasure, and explosion. The quirk factors of those quirks were starting to get assimilated into his blood quirk in a way, and Izuku was barely able to stop his quirk from fully destroying the apparitions of Bakugo and those others before they were fully absorbed. He returned some of the power that he took from 13 before kicking her out. But Bakugo and the others weren't that lucky because Izuku was as caring for their powers as the respect that they had shown to him. So he now was assimilating into his blood the quirk factor of super regeneration and shock absorption, making sure that the Nomu was unable to use those quirks for good. Once Izuku was sure that the Nomu was out of quirk factors in his body, he recalled those blades into his blood, and then he got up from the ground. "Stop looking and hit it now," Izuku shouted at the hero. All Might recovered from the shock and just punched the Nomu. And since now he was deprived of the full functionality of shock absorption, then that punch was way more effective. The Nomu was sent flying into the ceiling, but by that time, the two villains already abandoned the USJ as they considered that the impending deaths of the others and Izuku's supposed death were good enough for them to call it a day and left the Nomu there to fight a distraught All Might. A shame that Izuku was able to manifest a quirk out of nowhere that allowed him to survive and disable their All Might killer for good. The League of Villains had successfully escaped after they caused that much damage, and even if Izuku was able to survive his own death, there was nothing that could allow the others who were now fighting for their lives to survive. Izuku then got on his knees and felt that his body was in pain despite the fact that the injuries disappeared. Blood started to pour out from his fingertips, and even if that sensation was slowly fading away, Izuku felt that he was being almost torn apart from the inside. All the quirk factors that he had absorbed was overwhelming his body, and only the fact that he stole the quirk factor of a self-healing quirk was what allowed him to not die from that pain that was tearing him from the inside. Izuku closed his eyes, and then he was back into that red, empty space. But now he saw multiple red statues made of crystal that represented the quirk factors that weren't his that were in his body now. He touched the one that represented that creature and the small one that represented Vlad King, and then he had an idea. The teachers from UA and Nizu were already on the main plaza as the students were saved, and the other villains that were left behind were now captured. They saw how that quirkless kid who was supposed to be dead was not only alive, but if what All Might said was true, he had a quirk awakening that allowed him to use his blood as a weapon to disable the Nomu. They saw how Izuku knelt on the ground and how blood was pouring out of his fingertips. His skin was getting paler, and he was having some trouble controlling his breath. One of the teachers was about to see if he was doing fine, but then he got up on his own, and then they saw how that blood that was pouring out from his fingers was now flying in the air before it reached one of the critically injured individuals. That blood was entering their bodies through their injuries, and then they saw something almost miraculous. Their injuries were closing really quickly on their own, and those 6 started to wake up from their unconsciousness. Vlad King and 13 were those that recovered the fastest, but the other 4 were taking some more time to get up. Midnight and Present Mike were getting impatient, but considering that Izuku had barely awakened his quirk in less than an hour, then the fact that he could heal people was impressive. Izuku at some point started to cut that flow of blood that was healing the other 4, and then fainted at the same time that Eraserhead and the others were starting to wake up. The USJ incident ended on a far higher note than everyone expected, with Izuku's quirk awakening turning the tragic finale that it appeared that the day would have into a humiliating defeat that put into question the effectiveness of UA as a hero school. Nizu preferred the outcome with no casualties, but Izuku's quirk awakening now made the situation far more complicated than he wanted to admit. Eraserhead had already made his move and presented the paperwork to expel Izuku from the hero course in order to allow his personal apprentice to enter his class. But now that Izuku not only saved the day, but also awakened a quirk that is versatile enough to be used to either fight or save lives, then Nizu had to intervene to prevent the loss of such potential. The mere fact that Izuku could use his quirk to heal people made Izuku's continued presence on the hero course a priority to him over Eraserhead's desires. The police and some ambulances came, and Nizu saw how they took the unconscious Izuku out of there. And now it was out to Nizu and the others to discuss the aftermath of this day. It was clear to Nizu that Izuku was going to be one of the topics of that discussion, a topic whose resolution was not fully in their hands, as in the end, the only person that could decide Izuku's fate in UA was Izuku himself. As the next day of class came, Izuku was now walking to the principal's office, his mind made up after he was able to use the day after the USJ incident to think long and hard about what he wanted to do with his life. And frankly, he was done with his dream of being a hero. From a dismissive homeroom teacher who was looking to expel him at the end of the week and had the sheer gall to say it to his face, so the man could have his personal student in the hero course at Izuku's future expense, to classmates who looked at him with scorn and a faculty that was condescending in their interactions with him. Izuku was done with the dream of being a hero if that is what the kind of people that were allowed to be heroes or had a say on who could be a hero or not. The awakening of his quirk and the potential that it had could have made Izuku a popular hero, although his quirk is related to blood. But the realization of the hypocrisy that society would show to him after the years of discrimination did made him realize that heroism wasn't like he believed that it was, and now that he was able to see the truth, then he decided that he wanted no part in a society or a business that twisted and corrupted what heroism meant. So, when he entered the principal office and saw that Nizu wanted to talk with him about what happened the previous day and what would happen with him, then Izuku knew what to do. He took a seat on a chair and then listened to Nizu talk about a lot of things. The first one was a half-hearted apology for what happened on the USJ that Izuku more or less accepted, as not even he was that jaded enough to delude himself with the idea of the whole thing being a logical ruse cooked by the deluded mind of Eraserhead. The second one was to say to him that Eraserhead already did what Izuku knew that the man had threatened to do during the whole week, and he was expelled from the hero course, with his expulsion being formalized by the end of that day if things had gone like they were meant to be. But since the whole USJ caused a commotion big enough to force the faculty to abandon the school to save their lives, then said expulsion was on hold for a moment. Izuku heard how the same creature that wasn't as willing to listen to him and address his concerns about how his whole class and his homeroom teacher discriminated against him in the past week, now was playing the role of a concerned and caring principal, proving Izuku's point about how quirks could change the opinion of people really quickly. The fact that he was able to heal those who were injured by the villains with his quirk made Izuku realize that it was that small detail that made Nizu so caring about him now. Healing quirks were rare, and those that were potent enough to heal the injuries that Nizu said that those 6 had incurred, fatal wounds in Eraserhead case, were even rarer. Izuku could see that the rat was now using his quirk to realize that letting Izuku go was a waste now that Izuku's quirk had shown that was really useful. I see. My quirk is that good that you are willing now to pull a 180 in your attitude with me to get me to stay. I would be lying if I said that I didn't see that one coming, Izuku said, interrupting Nizu when he was trying to talk about his quirk and how they were willing to get him help to master it. Midoriya, Nizu said, picking up the despondency in his voice. He looked at his eyes, and aside from the fact that they were red now, he saw that they were duller now. The light that those green eyes that now were red had before was more subdued now, and Nizu didn't like that one bit. Save your breath. I made up my mind already before entering this room. I just listened to you out of courtesy and to see if there were better alternatives to my final decision, and for the time being, I will change my original plan, Izuku said. That statement unnerved Nizu. And what is that final decision of yours? Nizu asked while holding his breath. I will abandon the hero course, allowing Eraserhead and all those naysayers that were that eager to make my stay on that course difficult the win that they wanted, and unless you take that black mark out of my record, then I will abandon UA and go to America with my dad. I always had that choice since I was a kid, but it was my obsession with being a hero and entering in UA that stopped me from taking it. Now that I realize that UA isn't worth it, then I am open to the idea of abandoning Japan, taking my useful quirk with me to another place in which I could find people that would appreciate my talents, Izuku said. His words caused Nizu to go almost into full panic mode, as that was not only the worst-case scenario for him, but the fact that Izuku had a card to play against the threat of the black mark made Nizu realize that he wasn't in control of the situation as he wanted to be. And what would you do if that black mark is taken out? Nizu asked, as much as his mind was telling him that he should try to call his bluff. The serious tone in Izuku's voice and the fact that Nizu was that desperate to keep that quirk around made Nizu fold after he heard Izuku's words. Well, that is simple. I will go to the general course instead, but I won't try to be a hero anymore. You people showed me how low heroics had fallen, and I want no part in it anymore. If heroism allows incompetent tyrants like Eraserhead to declare themselves gatekeepers of heroism and to decide who is worthy of being a hero when they fail to understand what a hero is, if heroism allows sadistic monsters like Bakugo to believe that they are heroes in the making even if they behave like villains, then I don't want to hear a thing about heroes anymore. Izuku said. This was his choice and how he decided in the end about how his tenure in UA would be. Years of discrimination and abuse by his peers now broken up into his soul, and all that suppressed rage and sorrow were in part coloring his decisions. Izuku looked at the principal, and then he saw how Nizu was looking at him with a resigned look on his face before showing that he was going to give him what he wanted. For far too long, Izuku had lived his life with the dream of being a hero being out of reach. The incident with the sludge villain in a way showed him that he needed to put some real effort if he wanted to be a hero, and he trained his body rigorously by trying his best to clean the Dagoba beach on his own, taking all that trash away with his own hands in order to gain muscle mass and to improve his physical performance in general. And that only gave him access to a class of people that looked at him like he didn't deserve to be there. A homeroom teacher that hated the fact that a quirkless kid succeeded in entering the hero course by his own efforts when he failed to do so as a kid, and a faculty that barely respected him because some of them were friends of Eraserhead and wanted to support the man to get that purple-haired parasite of his into the hero class, even if that kid's performance during the entrance exam was pathetic. Now it was time for Izuku to make others experience his pain. He would stay in UA on the general course, being there, but out of reach for those who wanted now for him to be a hero. He would be so close yet so far for those people like his dreams of being a hero were for him before his quirk manifested. Would there be a chance for Izuku to change his mind? Probably, but for the time being, he was not going to capitulate out of the disgust that he felt for the people that surrounded him. He knew himself well enough to realize that he was too much of a bleeding heart to keep it up for a long time. But Izuku had to stop being kind to those who didn't deserve it and had to respect himself some more. When Nizu was done formalizing the transfer to the general course and made sure that Eraserhead expulsion and that infamous black mark were out of the way, Izuku walked out of the office. He heard how Nizu was calling Eraserhead and Present Mike to talk with them about the change in the student roster of classes 1A and 1C, and then walked away to pick up his things on the 1A classroom before moving to the general course classroom. A move that Izuku knew that would be seen unfavorably by his new classmates. But Izuku's bar to consider someone worthwhile was high at the moment, and Izuku had no real hope in finding meaningful bonds in UA no matter the classroom that he was. He could be wrong, but that remains to be seen. Chapter 2. Izuku's new class was not that different from Class 1A. His new classmates were as discriminating of him as those of Class 1A were. Still, the reason was different. Those of Class 1A discriminated against him because he was quirkless and didn't deserve to be there in their opinion. In contrast, those of Class 1C considered him a failure and a disgrace because he quitted the hero course to the point that they tried to bully him. But by that point, Izuku was done with being nice to people that weren't worth it. Izuku decided to make an example of what would happen to those who wanted to bring him harm by taking a page of Bakugo's way of acting in Aldera and punched in the nose to that one blonde student of Class 1B who wanted to mock the quitter, who was unable to take the heat of the USJ event like the other students of both heroic classes, while he was so busy trying to deride him, and the blow had enough force to break his nose and knock him on his ass on the floor, making Monoma bleed on his fist. And Izuku's quirk absorbed some of that blood and obtained some of his quirk factor in the process. There will be no mercy next time. Scumbags like him only learn through pain and violence. And since expecting the faculty of any school to deal with bullies is a waste of time, then I will do what needs to be done myself. So leave me alone. Izuku bluntly told the group of students from both hero classes that were there for whatever reason. Izuku didn't care enough to try to figure out why those ex-classmates of his who were that eager to see him out of their class now were just hounding him at the entrance of his new class. He just wanted them to leave him alone, and after that showing of violence, the small group of students of both classes that somehow had Bakugo alongside them walked away. Izuku looked at Bakugo at the eyes for a couple of seconds before Bakugo decided to walk away. Izuku then decided to return to his class and decided to not concern himself with what happened. He knew what he did to Monoma was unheroic, But since society had forgotten what heroism was supposed to be, then he wasn't bothered that much about what he did. After all, Bakugo had gotten away with trying to attack him the first day of class. Bakugo also tried to kill him in the second day of class, and was only Izuku's quick reflexes and instincts that allowed him to outran that explosion that Bakugo released that was strong enough to almost obliterate the room that both were fighting. It was clear to Izuku that there were some double standards that the heroic-obsessed society liked to apply, and Izuku was going to use said standards to his benefit now. Being kind and heroic wasn't something that society encouraged, while being a piece of shit as a person was tolerated as long as you had a flashy quirk, and Izuku learned that lesson a long time ago after being discriminated by others for years because he was quirkless, but he deluded himself for years because the way society indoctrinated people had him too deluded, making him think that Bakugo was a hero in the making despite all those insults, all those suicide baitings that he threw at him, and all those times that Bakugo hit him with his quirk to the point that he had some burn scars in his back and chest of some of the most nastier point-blank explosions that he endured. But now Izuku refused to lie to himself anymore. That meant to accept that Bakugo was a villain in the making that never earned to be in UA. That All Might wasn't as much of a hero as Izuku had believed to be. His faith on the man fully shattered after the events of the USJ. And then he realized that UA wasn't the best hero school in the world if they allowed that people like Erase Red could get away with their vile and repulsive actions as a teacher. That was what Izuku told the principal Nizu when he wanted to talk about what he did to Monoma, and Izuku simply told him that he was doing what this society considered that was heroic. He was just taking what he had learned in his childhood to heart now, and that if he had an issue with it, then he should look at Bakugo's past actions first before judging him for what he decided to do now. Because the biggest difference was that Izuku wasn't targeting people in order to hurt them, while Bakugo targeted him because he wanted him to suffer. Izuku enjoyed some peace and quiet after that incident, as people of his year decided to stay away from him. And that was what Izuku wanted in a way, because if there were no people trying to get near him, then Izuku won't feel the desire to connect with others. He wanted some time for himself, and would take advantage of the fact that the sports festival was coming soon enough to disconnect a little from the hero world to focus on himself. A week has passed since that incident, and Izuku returned to the Dagoba beach in order to continue his near-futile efforts to clean it after he felt that he recovered enough from the scare of the USJ. Between the near-death experience, Izuku's abrupt quirk awakening, and the complications to his health that brought to him, Izuku was at least glad that the constant sense of internal fatigue was now over. His quirk was related to blood and the quirk factor that every person with a quirk had. When he was dying, and then the blood of Bakugo and the others made contact with his, Izuku in a way got in contact with their quirk factors, and his quirk awakened and was in autopilot mode, trying to consume their quirk factors to empower itself to survive. Izuku had time to review what happened on the USJ in more detail, and knew that he had only scraped the surface of what his quirk could do now. The first thing that he learned was that he was able to fully manipulate the quirk factor of an individual that was in contact with his blood, as long as his blood was also in contact with their blood, an innate weakness that now was solved thanks to the fact that his quirk assimilated Vlad King's quirk, and that allowed his quirk to weaponize his blood to allow his quirk activation requirement to happen. The second thing was that his body had a limit on how many quirk factors of others' quirks he could carry before suffering from internal damage. Izuku was able to painlessly adapt a small fragment of Vlad King's quirk factors on his blood thanks to the perfect compatibility that their quirks had for some reason, a thing that the other 7 lacked. In fact, it was only because the quirk factor of super regeneration was in his blood in those moments in an elevated quantity that allowed to not die of that internal damage that he suffered in those moments before he decided to return all those quirk factors that he unwillingly took back to their owners, while sneaking up some of the quirk factor of super regeneration in the process to heal their injuries. That is how Izuku healed their injuries. But the moment that any quirk factor that was in his blood that didn't belong to the person entered their bodies, said quirk factor deteriorated really fast. So that meant that he wasn't taking or giving quirks trough blood transfusions, as the only thing taught his blood affected was the quirk factor. Izuku's quirk just affected the genetic traits that compose a quirk, leaving the physical traits alone. That meant that now Izuku's quirk had assimilated the quirk factor of multiple individuals in his blood, and that his blood now was a dangerous weapon and a medical wonder at the same time. But his decision to quit heroics meant that for the time being, he wasn't going to actively develop his new quirk, aside from what he did to Monoma that allowed him to adapt his copy quirk into his blood. Izuku was now trying his best to move all that trash away in order to clean the beach, to order his thoughts, and to make some sense of what happened to him. But since he was doing this on his own, then he barely managed to clean up to a 35% of the beach, before the sea brought more trash into the beach and more people continued to throw trash there, making all that long year effort to clean the beach be pointless. He was partially tempted to test his quirk to see if his blood could be used in conjunction with the assimilated quirk factors of black hole to create a black hole to obliterate the trash, but there were a couple of problems with that choice. Izuku was constantly hounded when he was outside of UA by two particular nuisances that were annoying him, and Izuku knew better than to give those scumbags an excuse to address him if he decided to use his quirk in public without a license. They were Eraserhead and All Might. Two individuals that Izuku already made the point to tell them that he wanted nothing to do with then, and that he refused to talk to them at all regardless of the situation. Eraserhead's hypocrisy about how Izuku was now wasting his talent in the general course out of spite, when one of the first things that the man said to him aside from the whole threat of expulsion was that he didn't belong in UA or the hero course as he wasn't worthy of it, just showed Izuku how much a quirk influenced society, and that just reinforced his decision of being out of the hero course was a right choice. The man had a story of being so quick to expel whole classrooms of people on the first day of class without any real reason. But instead of focusing that trigger-happy expel tendencies that he had on the clearly obvious students of Class 1A that were problems in the making, Eraserhead just targeted him because he wanted to keep those students around because of their quirks, and because he believed that Shinso Hitoshi deserved to be in the hero course despite his pitiful performance in the entrance exam. Izuku was in the same area as that brat, and he saw that he complained a lot about the fact that his quirk was useless against robots, and that he wasn't allowed to use his scarf to fight the robots. Shinso refused to fight his robot, and instead, he used his quirk to sabotage the other participants even if that was against the rules. But since that parasite was Eraserhead's apprentice, then that rule didn't apply to him for some reason. The second pest was All Might. The man refused to understand that Izuku wanted nothing to do with him and that he refused to even listen to his half-hearted apologies. Izuku knew that the man wanted Izuku to see if his quirk could heal him, but as Izuku told him in Recovery Girl when she asked to show how his quirk could heal people, "Just because my quirk can heal, that doesn't mean that I am obligated to follow the Hippocratic Oath." After all, Recovery Girl's refusal to heal people who get injured more than usual in the hero course is known to the public. So if she can refuse to heal people with her quirk, then so can I. Maybe All Might was genuine that time when he said that he wanted to apologize, but Izuku wasn't obligated to accept his apologies. The whole blaming Bakugo's outburst in his first class on heroics on him was the last straw for Izuku to fully stop considering the man a hero, and now that Izuku had a quirk to be a hero in the eyes of those bastards, then he won't be one. A society that believed that people like Bakugo deserved to be heroes and not inmates in jail was not a society that Izuku wanted to be a hero. A part of Izuku, in a way, still wanted to be a hero despite all that happened. But he was that embittered and spiteful to just drown that part of his. Maybe some people were worth saving, but Izuku sadly was unable to see them in this sea of hypocrisy and unworthiness that was society. No, forget about it. I'm not going to participate in the UA Sports Festival, and that is final, Izuku said. The week before the sports festival was now starting and Izuku Midoriya was now talking with his new homeroom teacher, Present Mike. The man wanted him to participate in the sports festival, trying to paint it as a fun event so Izuku could break the ice with his classmates. But the man rolled a 1 in subtlety, and Izuku knew that well that they were planning something to force Izuku to enter in the hero course if Eraserhead and All Might insistence to convince him that he was wasting time in the general course was to be considered. I see, but still, this could be a chance to. Present Mike tried to say, but Izuku cut him off. No, I don't care about it. I prefer to be left alone over being surrounded by people that weren't worth a damn. I already spent years trying to be friendly to others only to be abused and insulted in return for my efforts. So I am not going to bother myself with people who showed since the first moment that I entered the class that they weren't worth it in the first place. So please, leave me be. Izuku said, and then walked away from that conversation. Izuku in a way enjoyed his newfound solitude after that stunt of his at the entrance of Class 1C when a group of students from both heroic classes decided to pester him. Izuku was walking to the cafeteria, as that talk with Present Mike wasted some of his time that he could have used to go to eat lunch, so he was walking there, and suddenly he clashed with a girl. The girl said. Both Izuku and the girl fell to the ground, but Izuku was the one that fell to the ground, while the girl fell on top of him. Sorry, the girl said, quickly getting up after realizing how the position in which they were was a little risque. Is okay, you just tripped and fell on me. You didn't do it on purpose. Izuku said. He got up on his own even if the girl offered her hand to help him to get up. Maybe, but I should pay more attention. I had finished changing clothes after training and wanted to eat something before the end of the lunch hour. The girl said, yeah, the sports festival is coming and the people of the hero course are forced to participate. I was talking about something with my homeroom teacher, and it took more time than I wanted. So it looks like that we are both on the same boat about wanting to eat now before classes resume. Izuku said. It looks like it. Want to accompany me to eat something? The girl said. Izuku knew that he should know better than to talk with someone of the hero course, even if they acted nicer. That girl looked almost exactly like that ungrateful brunette who refused to show him any kind of sympathy or even a simple thank you for helping her during the entrance exam when that piece of debris almost immobilized her. But this one was actually nice to him, even apologizing for something that Izuku really didn't believe that it needed an apology, but he appreciated the kind gesture, and his bleeding heart was now making him capitulate a little. So he said yes without thinking about it, and he had a normal chat with that girl as they both ate in the cafeteria. Izuku saw that some of those teachers, his ex-classmates, and new classmates that were in the cafeteria saw that Izuku was capable of having a civil talk with someone and doing something else aside from not showing any emotion in class. Izuku knew they would ask themselves why Izuku was civil with that girl, but was so cold and distant with them. But that girl, whose name was Kinoko Komori, had been polite and civil with him in that short time that they interacted before he decided to accept her offer to eat together in the cafeteria, so Izuku would be polite and civil with those that show him that courtesy. A detail that sadly none of those individuals that now were looking at that interaction like it was a once-in-a-life event were able to figure out. That chat was inconsequential and Izuku had some genuine fun interacting with someone that didn't hate his guts just by existing. Izuku wasn't sure if that girl would have that same disposition if he was still quirkless, but Izuku decided not to think like that every time that he deal with someone that had a positive interaction with him. The day of the sports festival came, and Izuku decided to take a trip to Hosu to buy a book about quirk factors that Izuku wanted to read in order to understand them better. Sure, Izuku could use the internet to do that, but he had a lot of free time when he wasn't cleaning that beach, and doing some reading with a real book sounded like a good alternative to pass the time. The store that sold the book that Izuku wanted to buy that book said that the only copy that they had left was in one of their stores in Hosu, and since Izuku hadn't anything better to do that day, then he made the trip to Hosu to buy that book there. Izuku wished luck to Kinoko the previous day, and he decided to go on that trip for that book instead of staying home to see the constant news and streams about the sports festival that would be filling the TV stations today. Izuku refused to ruin his mom's desire to watch it by being there to sour the mood and decided to spend the day doing that. The trip on the train to Hosu wasn't that long, and Izuku wasn't going to take that long there. He wasn't in the mood to do some sightseeing as he wanted to reach the store, buy the book, and then go home. But God has a sense of humor, and in his desire to leave heroism behind by quitting the hero course to move on with his life, Izuku inadvertently went into the haunting grounds of certain serial killer in the same day that he was on the hunt for one particular hero to continue with his crusade against fake heroes. And if Izuku refused to get into trouble now that he abandoned the hero course, then it would be the trouble that would find him by the looks of it. Chapter 3. Chapter Text. The sports festival was now reaching the final stage, with the fight between Ida and Bakugo happening as the second match of the fighting tournament. The previous event at the sports festival hadn't been kind to Class 1A, as Izuku's parting words didn't help at all. I would say that I wish you all luck, but I will be lying. So instead I will say this. Go to hell, you fucking bastards. Those were Izuku's last words before he abandoned Class 1A for good. But it was what came before that parting statement that cut deep into the class's spirits. Izuku pretty much decided to air his past with Bakugo in front of the class, revealing the insults, the beatings, and the death threats that Bakugo had thrown at him during his time in Aldera, planting the seeds of mistrust in the class, making them see that if the individual that some of them believed that was heroic was a villain in the making, then why he was there. Only Kirishima refused to listen to reason, as that moment that both of them were fighting together in the USJ made him believe that he was not that bad of a person despite what Izuku said. But he was the only one who believed that, and that left Bakugo with only one person at his corner. To the point that they were a team on the cavalry race, and only made it to the last event because the other participants didn't steal Kirishima's headband. The second thing that Izuku did was to tank Shinso's reputation in Class 1A just by saying that the student who would take his place was someone who decided to complain about the unfairness of the situation during the entrance exam, as he wasn't allowed to use the capture scarf that Eraserhead taught him to use in the exam, and used his quirk to sabotage the other participants, so they couldn't make it to the hero course instead of fighting the robots with his hands like some other participant did. Izuku warned them that none of them were worthy in Eraserhead's eyes, and that if Eraserhead had to choose between Shinso and any of them, then they were out of luck, something that became a reality when the other students of Class 1A saw that during the whole month of training before the sports festival. Eraserhead prioritizes Shinso's training over anyone else. The man refused to be bothered in helping his students to train, and that turned into a barely contained hostility for the boy, as no one in Class 1A teamed up with him in the cavalry race. And with the students of the general course that were there knowing how unpleasant he was, and with Class 1B going about his quirk thanks to Izuku warning Kinoko about his power in one of their talks during lunch, then Shinso was disqualified because he was unable to team up with someone. Class 1A had no sense of camaraderie between each other aside from the small groups that they had created, and they focused on taking each other's points over doing what Class 1B did, which was teaming up to steal all the headbands of the other group. Only 6 students of Class 1A made it to the last event, painting a bad look on one of the classes that survived the USJ incident that happened in that joint class exercise. Bakugo was looking at Ito with anger in his eyes as he was cursing his bad luck after Izuku abandoned the hero course. A thing that Bakugo wanted to happen had somehow turned his world upside down. After that day in which it could be considered that he got what he wanted, he was forced to see how the same people who were starting to sing praises in a way about his quirk and potential at the beginning of the school year now were staying away from him aside from Kirishima. He saw in Izuku's now red eyes something that he never expected: hatred. Instead, hatred was directed at his person. What was in front of him was not that shitty Deku that believed that he was a hero despite all the damage that he did to him. It was someone different that wanted nothing to do with him, to the point that he called him Bakugo and not Kachan. The shock of hearing that Izuku referred to him as Bakugo and had no admiration in his voice, but only anger when talking to him, still shocked him to the core. Then more things came crashing down to him that were running his chances of being a hero. Nizu told him 1 week after Izuku moved to the general course that he shouldn't have been allowed to be in UA considering his past actions on Aldera, as Nizu took Izuku's words about learned behavior seriously and investigated both kids' past. The findings about how Bakugo had violated the law about illegal quirk usage in Aldera halls to hurt Izuku and other students without any repercussions for part of the faculty of Aldera showed to Nizu that Bakugo was no a big fish on a tiny pond that found himself lost in UA after dealing with people in equal terms, but a villain in the making that hadn't been disciplined enough and believed that hurting others was part of what being a hero was. The fact that Bakugo was one of those things that pushed Izuku out the hero course alongside other factors made Nizu to now intervene and decided that enough was enough. Bakugo was told point blank that he would be carefully watched, and if he stepped out of the line, then he would be sent to a villain correction facility. They also decided that he wouldn't give the opening speech as the one that obtained the first spot in the entrance exam, because his attitude was now reprehensible, because for one single and sad detail. That detail was that Izuku's now awakened quirk was not only flashy and heroic, but also could heal people, which made Izuku's value as a potential hero higher than Bakugo could ever be with his quirk, and that made Bakugo realize that he was now being on the other side of the quirk hierarchy that existed in society. That same hierarchy that protected him from the consequences of his actions was now punish him because he had hurt someone that was on a higher position than him. The mere fact that now Izuku was in a higher position than he could ever be, to the point that now it was the faculty of Yue that allowed Izuku to get away with what he did to Monoma, even if Bakugo ignored the fact that Izuku never lay his hands on anyone again after that incident, not like he did in the past, as he bullied Izuku all the time when both in Aldera and others with no one to tell him that he was wrong. That just made Bakugo to be mad and upset at the injustice that he was enduring now. A normal person would have at least started to take some self-reflection, but Bakugo had never in his life done something like that, as he had been always praised for his actions and never reprimanded for what he believed was heroic, even if hurting others without any motive was anything but heroic. So now, he was mad over the fact that people weren't kissing the ground that he walked on and were more critical of his temperament and anger outbursts. He just wished that something bad happened to Izuku for the fact that he was now unable to get away with the consequences of his actions, like for example being attacked on the streets by a villain or something. Izuku was now walking to that bookshop in order to buy that book. The book wasn't that important, but since a lot of comments from people who bought the book said that it helped them to understand better what quirk factors were, then Izuku decided to give it a chance. The fact that it was on sale and was cheap did also help Izuku to make his decision. He reached the bookstore and then bought the book after checking some other things to pass the time. He then also bought a small book about quirks related to blood and how they could influence people to just try to see if something inside that book could help him to figure out his quirk. He pulled his purchase into a bag and walked around the street to pass the time, not wanting to return home that soon. But the unmistakable sound of someone groaning in pain and blood dropping onto the floor made Izuku's bleeding heart see what was going on, and then he cursed the fact that he was still unable to mind his business when he believed that someone was in danger. Izuku just ran into that alleyway and saw that the infamous hero killer was about to pass judgment on a hero who was lying on the ground. A stab wound in one of his sides was visible. Izuku saw it and was asking to himself why the hero looked unable to move now. A civilian. Walk away, or you will pay the same price that those fakes deserved, Stain said as he let his killing intent flow freely, almost emitting a dreadful area that scared the immobilized hero. But Izuku didn't flinch at all. In fact, Izuku walked forward to meet Stain's deranged look and then spoke as he stared at the villain in the eyes. Less than a month ago, I stared at death square in the eyes, and I didn't flinch at all. Whatever you tried to do, it does not work with me, Izuku said, and then he glared at Stain. The hero killer was now frozen in place, unable to understand how a kid was unbothered by his killer instinct that paralyzed more weak-willed heroes when he unleashed it. That green hair. You are that kid who abandoned the hero course in UA. The hero said. He was struggling to move, but he was able to see Izuku's head, and the moment that he said the whole facing death almost a month ago, his mind thought about the USJ incident, and he made that connection. Oomph. So you are a quitter. At least you refuse to soil the meaning of heroism with your unworthiness, Stain said, trying to win that unprompted stare-down contest. But his words made Izuku close his eyes and sigh in exasperation. That is rich coming from a deranged psychopath that kills people for such flimsy excuse, and refuses to target the most obvious individuals that actually fail to understand the beginning of what it means to be heroes. Or are you going to tell me that a scumbag like Eraserhead is worthy to be a hero at all? Izuku said. He looked at the hero killer, unsure about what he should do, but he would stand his ground and fight if he had to. Illegal quirk usage be damned. How dare you? I am on a mission to cleanse the world of fake heroes so true heroes could rise, Stain said. Izuku was unamused by it. Then why are you killing heroes instead of turning your blade against those that had turned heroism into a prolific business? Killing heroes is not the solution as long as what sustains and dictates how heroism should be in this day and age are still around. Why aren't you killing the HPSC main board then, when they are the ones that get to decide about what is heroic or not? Izuku said. The hero was almost scandalized about what Izuku said, but even he agreed in a way about the fact that it was the HPSC the ones that had a lot to say about what is or isn't heroic in this day and age. But he had to keep it to himself, as his career as a hero would suffer if he talked bad about the HPSC. Killing them would be pointless, as they are just people with suits without any real understanding about what heroism is. Those who decide to accept what the HPSC imposes as heroism are to blame for not taking a stand against it for the sake of justice and heroism. Stain replied, angered at the fact that a quitter like Izuku had the gall to question his actions. But then Izuku took a deep breath in, then sighed. The way that Izuku sighed at the situation was the kind of way showed that Izuku was disappointed about what he had heard. Fuck it. I am going to beat you into the ground. There is so much wrong with what I just heard that I feel the need to beat you until the inch of your life, or I will suffer a severe aneurysm of sheer rage. And the last thing that I want in life is to emulate for even 1 second to that worthless piece of shit that made my life a living hell. Izuku said, and then he made up his mind. To hear that Stain wanted to kill the heroes for not fighting against the concept of heroism that the HPSC, when Stain considered the idea of attacking the HPSC pointless, was the thing that he needed to hear to know that Stain just wanted an excuse to kill people to satiate his demented bloodlust, because he refused to kill those that were responsible for creating a culture that promoted fake heroes, a thing that would have helped to put an end to them, but instead focusing on killing heroes. Because he believed that killing a lot of heroes would force the other heroes to improve. I will kill you then, as you are actively trying to stop my. Stain tried to say while he moved his hand to reach his katana, but the moment his hand tried to reach the handle, he realized that it was missing. You lack situational awareness when someone is saying things that you don't like. You get way too focused on that person to the point that you missed the fact that I used my quirk to disarm you. Izuku said. He had activated his quirk as he saw that Stain was too busy listening to him and not looking at his own hands. So he took a gamble and used his quirk to create small threads of blood that stealthily grabbed the villain's weapons that he could find, as Stain was so busy rebuking him to even pay attention to what was happening around him. He also directed one thread of blood that entered the hero's body trough his injury, and Izuku slipped a little quirk factor of super regeneration to heal him. This is not over yet, Stain said as he tried to pull a hidden knife that he had in one of his boots. But the hero, now that he felt that the pain that he suffered had disappeared somehow, got up fast enough and decked Stain in the head, incapacitating him. It took you some time to figure out that you were healed up, Izuku said. He did recognize that hero as Ingenium, the older brother of one of his ex-classmates. I don't know what to say, the hero said. The situation now was remembering him of a certain vigilante that he had met in the past, but from what he knew about Izuku from what his brother said, he had given up being a hero and wasn't a vigilante, yet despite his actions today, he wasn't in a similar situation as the crawler was yet. Then don't say anything. Forget that we meet today and take Stain away so justice would do its job. Take the glory of capturing that villain and just say that Stain got delusional in case someone gets to hear what he had to say, that he may have gone high from a strange gas or drug, and just let things go like this. What people doesn't know won't hurt them. Izuku said cynically before he used his quirk to manipulate the blood that he had used to fight and burned it by activating the fire side of Todoroki's quirk factors on his blood to erase the proof of his presence there. I see, but I must thank you for intervening and saving my life even if you broke the law to do it, Ingenium said. He saw how Izuku closed his eyes and just shook his head. I said that I was going to abandon the path of heroics as what I had seen in you soured me on in being a hero, but I guess that my body and heart refused to listen to my head, as when I heard you groaning in pain and your blood touching the ground, my body decided to move on its own, Izuku admitted as he then turned his sight to the side of the alleyway that he had come from. Izuku started to walk away, but then he heard that the hero was walking toward him. Maybe you think that you have given up on heroics, but the truth is that you are still holding on to it, Ingenium said. Izuku stopped in his tracks and decided to reply to the man. Maybe you are right, but I don't have much faith in heroism anymore. The USJ incident was a sad wake-up call about the truth of this world and how something that minuscule as a quirk is what decides what a person is. How one can go from a social pariah to a hero hopeful if the quirk that they have is heroic, while having a heroic quirk shields people from the consequences of their villainous actions, Izuku said. I can't imagine, but you still in the end came to save my life. So maybe your faith in heroics is damaged, but you still have the heart of a hero. Izuku heard the hero say that and was almost ready to scoff at that, but then he realized that he was right in a way. Regardless of whatever you think or not, I made my choice and I don't think that I am going to crawl back to try to be a hero. UA had shown me the quality of the people that they think are deserving to be heroes, and I found their standards lacking. Izuku said. Ingenium looked at Izuku with some sadness in his heart, and then he had an idea. Maybe there is an alternative for you if you are willing to change your mind. The hero said. What the? You could join a hero agency, and in this way, you could become a hero over time. You could earn that qualification little by little. The hero said. Is that thing even possible? Izuku asked, surprised by the fact that this was the first time that he heard something like that. As long as one relies on technicalities and some creativity, one can do it. You could be hired to work in an agency as an intern, not a sidekick. But that means that you could train your quirk without any issues there because you could ask me or a sidekick for permission to train. A hero in an agency could help their workers to further their education, even to the point that they could talk to a hero school to allow them to take an exam to graduate as a hero in a hero school without taking the hero course there. Ingenium said. Those words made Izuku consider that choice momentarily before he decided to talk. But what agency would hire a kid who is still in high school? Izuku said. If you want, I could hire you. In this way, you could still try to be a hero without dealing with UA faculty unless you want to take that exam there. The hero said. He saw that Izuku was considering that option, but then he shook his head. I'm still not convinced. Ingenium was not deterred, as the tone of Izuku's voice made it clear that he in a way wasn't discarding that idea. Take the time that you need to consider it. My doors are open for you should you wish to try it. The hero said, and then he gave Izuku a business card. Just call me when you are ready. I can see that there is still inside of you the desire to help people, and it would be a personal shame that someone who is actually cool is not a hero. The hero said. I am cool. Izuku was a little confused about what the hero had said. Yes, my image of what is a great and cool hero is the type of hero who helps others when they are in need of help. The kind of person who would move as fast as they could to save people in need quickly. You heard me groan in pain after being injured by Stain and came as fast as you could to stand against Stain to rescue me. So yes, I think that you are cool, the hero said. Whatever. Izuku was unable to reply to what he had heard and just walked away from that alleyway. He put the card in his bag alongside his books and decided to take the train back home, his mind reeling about what happened in that alleyway and the fact that for the first time, someone actually was grateful for what he did even if he wasn't that willing to do it and just acted out of instinct. Izuku wanted to deny the fact that he was a little moved by what the hero said to him. His desire to be a hero was still there, and in a way, the idea of just graduating as a hero in another school so his actions as a hero weren't tied up to UA was appealing to him. It appeared to Izuku that he would have to do some soul-searching when he returned home. Chapter 4. Chapter Text. Izuku was now reading one of the books that he had bought in Hosu, trying to process the information about what quirk factors were and how they could affect his quirk, but what Ingenium said to him was still on his mind. Izuku was curious enough to look at what Ingenium implied, and what he said was a thing, but for adults. Izuku saw that an exam to graduate early on the hero course to be a hero did exist, but the idea was that said exam was for adults who had no time to go to a hero school or vigilantes who were allowed to turn a new leaf so they could try to take one unique exam about the whole course, and then a physical test to show that not only you were fit for the job, but were able to perform. The number of people of his age that had passed that exam in Japan was near zero, with the only exception being one person who was a vigilante in a rehabilitation program, and he managed to convince the heroes who were keeping him under control to let him try so they could get him out of the way, and the kid not only succeeded, but was able to fulfill the terms of the rehabilitation program way before the 3 years that were meant for him to be there. Was it realistic for Izuku to not only do that exam, but also managed to pass it despite his lack of experience on the field as a hero? Not really. But Izuku had lived his whole life with his back against a wall and with everything against him. So if he managed to survive the whole mess of the USJ, then tackling that exam wasn't as much of a tall bar for him to pass in comparison. And as much as Izuku wanted to pull a wall between himself and the heroic world that was around him, his soul and heart were still heroic enough to even consider the alternative way that Ingenia mentioned. Some time had passed, and Izuku was still lost. Or it was better to say that he had been lost since the moment that his quirk manifested and the world around him changed in a way, as his decision to walk away from the hero course was born out spite and frustration from what he saw. But the more that he indulged that spite and looked at the world in a more cynical way, the more he questioned the world around him, the more disgusted he was with what he saw. But despite all that cynicism, Izuku was still a hero at heart. He could even say that it was in his blood in a way. So maybe the way for him to go was to conciliate those two points of view to find his way in life. He shouldn't walk away from what heroism was, but he had to accept that his childhood delusion of heroism was not a thing in society. Heroism was a business like an actor or a model with the amount of money that one could gain. 9 out of 10 heroes were heroes for the promises of fortune and fame. And while not all of those people that were attracted to those prospects weren't as vile as Bakugo, the fact that there was barely any kind of mechanism to screen out people like Bakugo, because it was preferable to have those people try to be heroes over having them to have a tantrum because they were told now was concerning. But as Izuku said to Stain, that was how the HPSC decided that heroism was supposed to be. But maybe the answer for Izuku was to take Ingenium's offer. Heroes were allowed to have 2 jobs, and while not a lot of heroes did that, because some of those secondary jobs that they took were still related to the hero business in a way, it was almost like they were taking more heroic responsibilities instead of a second job. Izuku could flip the script and be a hero second, and something else first, making his real job his source of stable income to prevent himself from going along with the heroic business way of doing things as a way to give the middle finger to the HPSC, since if he didn't rely on their money to live, then he had no reason to encourage the heroic culture that they imposed. The problem was that Izuku needed to choose a profession that not only allowed Izuku to pull double duty as a hero without forcing him to choose between one and the other, but also that Izuku didn't have anything he wanted to do aside from being a hero, thanks to being obsessed to be a hero since he was a kid. He had at least the luxury of time at the moment, so he could try to find a profession that he liked while also seeing if Izuku could keep both jobs at the same time. The ideal job would be one that Izuku could be his own boss in a way. That was the only way that Izuku could see himself managing a hero career alongside any other job, like a private clinic or something like that. The kind of job that could allow him to temporarily close down in case Izuku was needed to do something heroic without worrying about getting fired. He turned his eyes to the books that he bought, and then an idea came to his mind. Maybe he could take the path of a medical professional. He could practice as a private doctor with his quirk and could also become a quirk counselor. His quirk and the understanding that he gained of the quirk factors of a person quirk when he entered in contact with it allowed Izuku to learn how their quirk worked. When his quirk assimilated a quirk factor from another person, Izuku learned how that quirk worked before his quirk assimilated. For Izuku, the quirk factor of a person was like an instruction manual about how a quirk worked. And in his case, his blood became the part of his body that allowed those quirk factors to take effect. The money spent on those books about quirk factors and blood was well spent, as it gave Izuku some context to learn how his quirk worked. If one compared a quirk to a machine, the way to look at it was to consider the physical traits that compose a person's quirk, things like mutations that altered the appearance or added new appendages as the outside of the machine, while the genetic traits were the inside of it. Izuku's quirk made his blood act be the part of his body where the genetic traits assimilated by his quirk manifested by using his blood as the part of his body to replicate those quirk, like turning the blood that he expelled into fire or ice when he used the quirk factors of Todoroki that were now part of his quirk, or like how he could use his blood to heal people in an instant by just activating the quirk factor in his blood thanks to that quirk awakening during the USJ and the whole. Absorbing the quirk factors of 2 quirks that considered the whole body of a person the physical trait of a quirk, then Izuku could make any quirk factor that he had assimilated to be used as the original quirk was supposed to be used. but he still only had one quirk. It was just that his quirk could act as a repository for genetic quirk factors of other people. A repository that Izuku wasn't looking forward to expand because he knew now from experience that the whole theories about what would happen to a person if they had more than one quirk resulted in a lot of pain, as the human body wasn't meant to carry more than one quirk with his corresponding quirk factor. Izuku lucked out in the USJ when he drained that Nomu from all his genetic quirk factor, which included a really powerful self-healing quirk, and even that just made the experience more bearable. Izuku was never again going all out when draining someone from their quirk factor and would instead destroy it over completely assimilating it. One overpowering death experience was enough. Thinking about that made Izuku realize that if he decided to take that offer from Ingenium, then he would need to reveal the true extent of his quirk to the man, and he was sure in a way that the potential of his quirk was something that shady groups like the HPSC, as since he could in a way do what Eraserhead could do, but in a more permanent manner, then he was sure that the HPSC would want that under their thumb. And Izuku wanted his freedom. This is so difficult. Izuku ended saying that when he started to realize that there was no clear path for him in life, even when he thought that he had something figured out. Maybe that is why the hero told him to take his time. Maybe he should call his dad in order to ask for his opinion. The next day of class after the sports festival came, and the atmosphere in Class 1A was now hitting rock bottom. Eraserhead was taking them all to task for their performance during the sports festival, and how it was shameful that only a few of them managed to reach the final event. There was a comment about their lack of cooperative spirit that was directed at them because none of them decided to team up with Shinso. Still, everyone was now receiving one more confirmation of the validity of Izuku's warnings about Eraserhead's bias and how he only cared about Shinso's future. They had been left to their own devices during the past month that they dedicated to training for the sports festival, as Eraserhead was busy either sleeping or using those few moments that he was awake to coach Shinso some more in the usage of his famous capture weapon. The man refused to concern himself with any of them when they asked for some guidance to improve their training. That reprimand about their lack of cooperative spirit felt hollow, as they knew that he was saying that because their actions messed up Shinso's chance to show his skills in the sports festival. The winner of the sports festival was Todoroki in the end, but the fact that he only used half of his quirk didn't impress the crowd that much, and the fact that Endeavor in a way was being subtle about the fact that he was going to make any hero that sent in an offer for an internship to his son to have a bad time ended making that Todoroki only received one internship. The mere fact that Ingenium made waves the next day after the sports festival after being credited with the capture of Stain did sour the number 2 hero's mood, as he felt that someone had taken over what was supposed to be his. But that wasn't the only issue in Class 1A at the moment, as Katsuki Bakugo was fuming after he had been denied not only his chance to give an opening speech, but also to have his rightful victory stolen by someone who was half-assing it. His attitude during the fight with Ida and his sadistic streak didn't endear him to the public, and since Eraserhead was still upset about what happened to his apprentice, then nobody was there to try to convince the public about Bakugo being better than he appeared to be. Only Kirishima had some kind of faith in him, and even said faith was starting to crack as the constant name-calling and Ishido's efforts to make him see that what happened in the USJ was a one-off thing were starting to get into his thick skull. But he was still resisting, as he refused to give Izuku that satisfaction of letting those mean parting words of his to fully destroy his Bakubro's tenure in the class. But it was just a matter of time before even Kirishima gave up on Bakugo at last. Because not even him could deny that the one that was breaking up that faith on Bakugo that he had was Bakugo himself, and not those words of someone that stayed away from his life since that day. As for Class 1B, they did better despite not winning the sports festival, as a lot of them made it to the final event. Monoma was one of the few who failed to reach the final event, as only a few of his classmates followed his plan of underperforming during the first event, and that made him somewhat more unpopular than he was before, as the mess on the doors of Class 1C made their homeroom teacher reprimand those that followed him for trying to hound someone that decided that heroism was not for him anymore, and the threat of punishment for pulling something similar again made the students of Class 1B to not trust Monoma much, considering that his idea put them on a tight spot. The fact that those students of Class 1B that refused to follow his plan yet failed to reach the fighting tournament receive more internship offers than those that decided to give Monoma's plan a chance showed them that listening to Monoma was a mistake that hurt their future prospects, leaving Monoma's position as unofficial leader of the class under question, as those that followed suffered the consequences of his poorly thought actions. As for Izuku, he already made up his mind about what to do. He decided that he would give Ingenium's offer a chance and would try his best to pass that difficult exam in order to become a hero without Yue having to do anything with his future career. If they wanted for him to be back into the hero course so badly, so he could become a hero, then he would give them what they wanted, but not how they wanted. He would be a student of Yue and would become a hero in the end, but he would be a student of the general course while he became a hero elsewhere. The students of the general course didn't have to report to Yue anything about what they did after school hours since that scrutiny was reserved for the hero course. So if he decided to take a part-time job in a hero agency, then that was Izuku's business, and Yue had to accept it. Izuku knew that going to Team Idaten to work there had the chance to backfire, as he was sure as hell that Ingenium's younger brother could find him there if he decided to go there. But he could talk to the hero about that issue, and he could find a way to keep his secret anyway. He made his mind away after consulting his plan with his dad, and he reassured him about his choice, giving him some insurance in case his worst fears about the HPSC became true. But his dad warned him that he should keep it under wraps until he managed to become a hero, because at that point, the HPSC had limited options to deal with him after he obtained his license, and those options weren't worth the effort if what he said was true. His dad also told him that if he pursued higher education after UA General course, then he would finance it to help him to reach his dreams as an apology for not being there when he needed it. Izuku would admit that he would prefer for his dad to be there with him, but he understood that his job was important and that he still cared for them even if they were continents apart. The time to eat lunch came, and Izuku was now walking to the cafeteria to ask Kinoko about how the sports festival went for her. But then he heard the sound of blood dropping to the ground, and he turned his body to the direction of that sound. It was one of the male bathrooms. Izuku walked to the bathroom and entered there. He saw a blonde guy who was puking blood for some reason, and then he reached the guy before he fell to the ground. "What the fuck?" Izuku said. The white-haired guy was now shaking like a leaf and was really pale and sweaty. The boy lost consciousness, and Izuku was half a mind to take him to the infirmary, but he didn't trust Recovery Girl enough to do her job, and since he was going to study to enter the medical field, then he was going to do the healing himself with his quirk. Izuku gently dragged the boy into a bathroom stall, and then decided to use his quirk to slip some super regeneration quirk factor on the boy. But the moment that his blood entered his body, he sensed that the problem was a quirk factor-related issue. "How can this be?" Izuku asked. That white-haired guy had two quirks colluding with each other. If Izuku visualized the issue as a machine, what was happening was that two machines were somehow fusing, but the inner mechanisms inside of the fused machine were overbooking the inside of the machine, causing it to break from the inside, as there was not enough space for all that combined quirk factor in his body. Izuku understood that pain too well, as his own body almost tore itself apart in the USJ. That kind of pain was too much to endure, so he tried to see if he could do something about it. After all, if he was able to fix his own quirk in a high-stress situation, then fixing someone's quirk was child's play in comparison. "Well, time to get to work," Izuku said, confident in his chances to fix whatever ailment that the white-haired guy in front of him was suffering, blissfully unaware of the fact that he was now about to get in contact with part of a fate that could have been his if a certain hero failed to convince All Might to give that chance to the now deadly ill Mirio Togata. Chapter 5. Chapter Text. Mirio Togata was at the end of the rope. It had been 4 months since he had accepted to carry All Might's mantle as his successor with all that entails, but he was unable to keep up anymore. All Might's quirk, OFA, was killing him, and there was no cure for that quick cell degeneration that was making his body age really fast, to the point that if what the doctor said to him in that last appointment that Sir Nitai was insistent for him to go said was true, then despite not reaching his 20s, his body was as old as a man near his 90s, and sooner or later, he was going to die as his body was barely holding it together thanks to all those medications that Sir was constantly forcing him to take, so he could at least make his situation bearable. And even those medications were starting to not be as effective as before because he was starting to build some tolerance to them. So he went to the bathroom while everyone was too busy eating to try to calm himself down. But the sight of his near-dull eyes and those white strands of hair that he was starting to develop wasn't doing him any favors. The fear of dying so young because he was unable to find a solution to this problem made him get sick in his stomach, and then he puked blood before his consciousness faded away, a not-so-small part of him wishing that this would be the end of his torment. As his consciousness returned to him in a way, he saw that he was inside the inner world of OFA again, and then he was able to see the sorrowful faces of the previous wielders who were aware that this was the end of their road, and there was no way to avoid the inevitable. In the beginning, Mirio was confused when he heard those voices, but the more his body started to age, the easier it was for him to enter this world and be aware of it. The vestiges did told him the truth about OFA's origins, while also telling him that it was a death sentence for him to keep it, as having two quirks inside one person caused a massive strain on the body, which was the cause of his rapid aging. They also told him that he needed to return OFA to All Might because only a quirkless person was able to safely wield this power without the rapid again, as a body without a quirk could adapt to OFA without any issue. But they also said that there was a possibility that his quirk would damaged or lost in the transferring process. OFA worked by assimilating a quirk inside of it in order to empower itself, and all the past wielders passed on their quirks to others before dying, with Nana and All Might being the exception to that rule. So none knew what would happen to his quirk in case that he returned OFA to All Might while the process of assimilation was still ongoing. The idea of losing his own quirk scared Mirio to the point that he preferred to die with his quirk than to live the rest of his life as a quirkless person. But now that he was close to die, then he was not as eager to die as before. The vestiges were lamenting the fact that they were going to go out like that, as one small part of them believed that the UJS incident and the Nomu were something that had the marks of being an experiment of AFO all over it. So, as the life of Mirio Togata was about to end, and the existence of OFA with it, both Mirio and the vestiges did the only thing that they could in this situation and just braced themselves for the inevitable. But then a red hue started to illuminate the whole inner world. Then, Mirio found himself alone in another inner world. But this time, what was there was a boy with green hair and red eyes. Mirio tried to talk, but he was unable to even open his mouth. He saw how that boy got close to him and just stared at him with a contemplative gaze before red threads emerged from his fingertips and tethered into him. Despite the panic that Mirio felt, he felt a sense of relief, and even a surge of energy that came out of nowhere as something entered his body through those red threads. Mirio somehow felt like something was moving inside of it. It was almost like what made his whole existence was being molded like it was clay. But as more time passed feeling that sensation, a sense of lightness invaded his body, a lightness that evaded him since he accepted OFA into his body, like he was being taken apart and then put together back even better for some reason. At some point during the process, Mirio passed out, dulled by that sensation of wellness that washed over him, only to wake up back in the inner world of OFA, seeing how the vestiges were confused about how the process of assimilation of OFA into his body somehow was already finished, causing that the strain on Mirio's body to disappear, and how his body was also healing up from the internal damage suffered. Mirio woke up and saw himself sitting on the toilet inside a stall in the bathroom. He looked at his hands and saw that they weren't trembling anymore. He also felt that his muscles were feeling stronger than before. It was almost like all the damage that OFA caused to his body had disappeared. He even started to feel more alive than before. He got up from the toilet, whose lid was still down, and walked to the sink where he remembered that he had puked blood before passing out, and saw that there was no blood there. Mirio looked at his reflection, and aside from that white hair that was now a permanent feature on his body as the result of the rapid aging that OFA caused to his body, the rest of his body looked more fresh for some reason. The light in his eyes had returned and felt surprisingly less exhausted than he was supposed to be now considering his circumstances. The only thing in his mind that could explain this strange occurring was that said kid with green hair and red eyes had done something to him. But for all Mirio knew, That could have been an apparition in his mind that was happening as he died, or even something inside OFA that not even those vestiges knew about. Regardless, something or someone saved his life now, doing something that not even Recovery Girl or any specialists were able to do. And that was to save his life from the side effects of wielding OFA with one quirk already on his body. He would like to find the responsible for saving his life, but the only thing that he had on his mind was the apparition of that boy while he was dying. And even then, he only focused on the hair and the eyes as he was unable to focus on his face. Mirio had no choice but to keep that info to himself at the moment, and for now he would try to see if this new state of vitality that he was feeling now was something temporal or was here to stay for good. Is something wrong, Midoriya? Kanoko asked. She saw how Izuku came a little later than usual, and when he reached the table, he looked like something was weighing on his mind. Huh. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about what I should do now. I have an idea, but even then, there's still some doubt in my mind. Izuku said. He was still trying to understand what was wrong with that boy's quirk, because whatever was happening to him was not normal. A body that was dealing with two quirks at the same time was unheard of, and considering all the reading on the internet about the subject of quirk factors, and his own experiences made him think that the human body was not evolved enough to endure more than one quirk at the moment, unless that was what the power of particular quirk. Izuku got away with his quirk in a way despite only dealing with quirk factors, because super regeneration in those moments boosted his body's natural resistance to that pain and natural recovery to elevated levels, while his body dealt with that taxing process of assimilation. Whatever agony that boy had endured before Izuku got to him was beyond his understanding, and the best he could do was to splice up some of super regeneration to the mix while trying to get his hands on whatever entangled mess that was that kid's collection of quirk factors that he had, in a way, that remembered about what his quirk could do. And somehow Izuku felt a strange compatibility with that quirk. But that quirk was too invasive for his taste, and that made the process to help that boy more complicated when he had to keep that thing away from him while healing the damage on his body as best as he could. He learned the lesson about not biting more than he could chew in the USJ, and Izuku wasn't going to take that massive amount of quirk factor into himself to spare that boy from that pain. He just in the end settled with taking that amount of blank quirk factor in that boy quirk that he had for some reason and rewrote it with super regeneration. Izuku was surprised to see that his idea worked. But since quirks were bullshit sometimes, then Izuku could just put that into the long list of things that a quirk could do and then called it a day. You are definitely thinking about it a lot by the intense look on your face. Kanoko said that as she saw that Izuku was looking like he was thinking really hard about something. Sorry, I guess that trying to find your path in life away from heroics after living as a hero-obsessed individual who wanted to be a hero no matter how impossible it was, is a difficult task. Izuku said. He was still too caught up in what happened in the bathroom and how that other quirk that the kid had was compatible with his. I see. But do you have a close idea about what you want to do? Kanoko asked. Izuku decided to put that issue with that quirk on the back burner and focus on this conversation. Well, I decided that I would be a private doctor or something like that while also trying my hand with quirk counseling. Izuku said. Ah, that sounds nice. But that career is expensive. Kanoko said. I know, but it's not like I don't have the means or resources to tackle it. But enough about me. How the aftermath of the sports festival is treating you. Izuku said. Not bad, all things considered. I got some interesting internship offers, but I am still deciding about where I should go. Izuku heard her and understood her concerns. If I were you, I would try to choose the hero whose specialty lines up with what I had in mind as a hero, you know? Someone that could teach you things about the particular role of a hero that you want to do in the future. If, for example, you wanted to be a rescue hero, then going with someone that specializes in rescue efforts should be a priority, like the Pussycats, for example. Izuku said. That makes sense. Kanoko said. I would also try to do a small background check about what some of those heroes had been doing in the past months, because there are a couple of those that are just paying attention to other things like heroism, like Iwabami, as she is for the moment focusing more on her modeling career than on heroism, as she had barely done any job as a hero in 3 months. Izuku said. One of the things that Izuku did after quitting Class 1A was to take a cynical look at the heroes and was searching for more information about them aside from those hero stats and quirks, and he saw that some of them had been letting heroism take a secondary place in their lives when they focused on other endeavors. Izuku could complain about it, but then he remembered that he was going to do the same thing in a way, and even if those heroes did that, Izuku was not going to judge them that hard without knowing their situation. If he let his indignation about that issue win and then judge people by a set of standards that not even he was going to follow, then he wouldn't be better than staying. Their conversation continued for a while before both parted ways. Izuku was going to focus on the rest of the school day before returning home and then make a call to certain hero about his final choice. Izuku returned home after school and decided to go to his bedroom. There was one thing that he wanted to get done before calling the hero. He pulled up something from his drawer in his desk, a red notebook. That red notebook was reserved for Izuku's quirk and all the data about the quirk factors that he had assimilated in order to keep track of them and to try to imagine ways that they could be used. From explosion to shock absorption, Izuku had written in that notebook about what he had now at his disposal as he tried to make sense to it during his free time, and he was now skimming through the pages until he reached an empty page, the one that he was going to use to note about that experience with that boy and to put his mind in perspective. That quirk of his, it was almost familiar to him for some reason, like that quirk had a connection to him to a genetic level that acted like a beacon that Izuku had to actively push away. That level of connection with someone's quirk only happened when his own mother offered him to take some of her blood to assimilate it into his quirk. His mom's weak telekinetic quirk perfectly assimilated into his quirk through that small amount of quirk factors that he took from her, and despite his best efforts to keep that bizarre quirk from attaching to his quirk, some of its quirk factors ended up being assimilated in the process. Izuku was processing all that information in his mind, and now he realized that part of his obsession with quirks and quirk analysis came from his own quirk inner workings, so that in a way allowed him to understand what his quirk was able to decipher from all other quirk factors. Quirk bestowal? Izuku muttered as he was writing on those pages. That quirk gave Izuku's quirk that name after he was able to focus his mind on analyzing those newly assimilated quirk factors, and that name came to his mind. The whole bestowal could explain the fact that said boy had two quirks in his body, but Izuku felt that there was something more insidious about that particular process. He started to write some extra notes about how he considered this dangerous, and also almost fantasized if that meant that he could permanently give people quirk factors with one transfusion of his blood, and also if that was a good idea or not, because there was something inside of him telling him that this was the kind of thing that he should keep to himself, as if his musings were a reality. Then less savory people would want to get his hands at him. Having him use his quirk to transfer super regeneration in a permanent manner through blood transfusions to multiple people could create a group of near unstoppable heroes, or villains. And if the less savory routes about the HPSC were true and he took seriously his dad's warnings of staying low on their radar aware, then he wouldn't be safe at all in this society if said information was revealed. HMF. Izuku decided to not let those fears deter him, but he would have to be more cautious about this information while also making sure that his private notes about his own quirk were away from unworthy hands. So he was not going to digitalize those notes just in case and stick with pen and paper alongside other security measures. But he would have to look for those security measures later. He had to call that hero before it was late. Izuku could call it tomorrow anyway as he wasn't given a deadline, but he would rather get this thing over with as soon as possible. Chapter 6. Chapter Text. The week for the internship started for the students of the hero course, with those that weren't fortunate enough to gain an offer to inter with a hero being given a chance to do that internship with one of the few teachers that would work as a hero in that week. The students of Class 1A who failed to impress had already realized that Eraserhead was out of the question if they wanted an internship, as the man already had plans to use that week to train Shinso on the streets, and they knew that the man wasn't going to waste any time with them. So that left them with either Present Mic or Midnight to choose for an internship. On the other hand, a lot of students of Class 1B had the luxury of having multiple choices about where they should go to do their internship, with some of them taking Izuku's words about looking at what the hero did recently on the field that he said to Kinoko to heart, and that made Itsuka Kendo to reconsider the offer of Iwabami. The heroine was of a high ranking, but she had recently focused on her modeling career and wasn't actively trying to be a hero by the looks of it. As much as Izuku was a loner by choice in UA, he still made some waves among the Hero Course students of both classes, even if he was unattached to the Hero Course. With Class 1A falling into disarray in a way as there was no pillar that could keep the class afloat or someone that could act as the heart of the class to create a sense of unity that could allow the students to act as a united group that could rally around a leader or a figure that could lead the class despite lacking leadership skills by using other traits like charisma or by being a kind person to get everyone to listen to him. The individuals in the class who had, in a way, the traits needed to lead the class, unfortunately, were those two students whose reputation in the class was the most damaged. Bakugo's image was permanently damaged in class, not only by Izuku's reveal of their shared past which revealed that Bakugo was a bully, but by Bakugo's own actions as well, while Kirishima's credibility was damaged as his obsession to try to clean Bakugo's image, even though Bakugo was the one that destroyed his own image, did make the others to not trust someone that was too blind to accept the reality of the situation. And even if Kirishima now cut ties with Bakugo for good, the damage was already done, and almost everyone that wasn't a Shido was willing to listen to him. His influence in Class 1B was not as big, but the fact that some of the students of Class 1B were paying attention to his words when his conversation with Kinoko ended reaching the topic of heroism means that some of them were in a way interested in what he had to say. Izuku criticized Monoma's plan to underperform in the first event of the sports festival, citing that the heroes were going to judge their overall performance in the whole event. Holding back in the first event could be considered unheroic for some of the most high-profile heroes, who would consider that attitude not fit for what it meant to be a hero. And considering that Monoma and those who followed his ploy ended up having barely any offers, even if some of them reached the final event, meant that what Izuku said was an accurate prediction of what would happen. That alongside the mess of what happened in the past month when Monona dragged some of them to the entrance of Class 1C to take a closer look to him, and how that ended with Vlad King reprimanding those that were there to bother Izuku, did damage Monoma's image as a leader of Class 1B, as all his ploys had backfired on the class, and those that followed just suffered the consequences of his poorly thought actions. Class 1B was in need of someone who could lead, but it was not Izuku's intention at all to return to the hero course. And now, after his decision to take Ingenium's advice, then the best that Class 1B could get was to try to listen to what he said when Kinoko asked about something and take his words under advisement. As for Izuku, he was now taking a train to Hosu to meet Ingenium to talk about how his part-time work in his agency after school was going to be. He shared with the hero some information about his decision to become a hero, but focus on a career in the medical field as a doctor with his own private clinic, who would use his hero license to use his quirk to heal people if the situation required, while also dabbing in being a quirk counselor. Izuku was surprised to see that the hero actually commended Izuku for choosing a career as a doctor and quirk counselor to be his first job over dedicating himself to be a hero full-time. It appears that having a job that helped people in ways that a hero couldn't do was a pro in Ingenium's book. Izuku also commented about the fact that he didn't want to deal with his younger brother after what happened in that first week on the hero course, and he told him that he wanted to not be in the same room as him, as he was not going to ask him to not let his brother to inter with him if he wanted. Ingenium assured him that he would do his best to keep both separated, and then, after a small talk about what he would do aside from training there from time to time, Izuku started his first day working in the Ideten agency as a part-timer, doing the kind of jobs that teenagers like him were meant to do, and in the allowed 28 hours of work by week that the law established. But with the added benefit that if a hero of the Ideten allowed him to use his quirk in extenuating circumstances, then no one could actually do anything to him in a legal sense as a hero. Giving someone permission to use his quirk bypassed the law about quirk usage on the streets. His first real job experience was to help some sidekicks of Ingenium to prepare a venue in Hazu for a charity event that was going to be celebrated today at night. His first 4 hours were meant to be used by him to help those heroes by carrying heavy musical equipment and setting it up, but Izuku's physical fitness alongside the combination of super regeneration and Izuku still training his body by cleaning the trash on Dagoba Beach made Izuku's strength to be more than enough to easily carry up to 400 kilograms without issue. What saved some time as some heroes decided to let Izuku do the heavy lifting to him while they set up the whole thing. Izuku could have complained about it, but he preferred to get it over with, and since by doing that, the venue was set up in 1 hour, then Izuku was told that he could return to the agency to report that the job was done, allowing Izuku to have those remaining hours to train in their training facilities with the permission of Ingenium that oversaw his training. Ingenium was a little surprised about the fact that Izuku was able to be that strong despite his quirk not being one that enhanced his strength, and that made Izuku tell him about how he tried to clean Dagobah Beach off all those piles of trash on his own. But with his limited resources, he barely managed to take up to a 35% of all that trash away as it piled up faster than he could even take it away. He told him that it was a good way to build upper body strength and endurance as he managed to even lift a broken fridge full of trash that weighed around 200 kilograms on his own without help. I see, Ingenium said. To see that Izuku, even before reaching the hero course, had decided to do that kind of community service spoke levels about his desire to be a hero, and then to add that he did all of that without a quirk spoke about his determination to enter the hero course. To carry all those things to their appropriate places on my own with no help was a harrowing experience. But I learned after that incident with that sludge villain that one needed to put some real effort if you wanted to be a hero. You can't expect that by just wishing to be a hero you could enter the hero course. I was a scrawny guy with no muscles who believed that learning about quirks would help me to be a hero, but heroism is more complex than that. You need to be strong and smart to be a good hero, not like those three who stood there looking pretty waiting for someone more capable to appear to get the job done. All Might's fortunate appearance saved the day because if not, Bakugo would have choked to death in front of all those civilians. Izuku admitted. The experience of that day alongside All Might's chat on that rooftop helped Izuku in a way to understand that praying and wishing to be a hero was a foolish delusion and that he needed to be more capable not only in a mental capacity, but physically as well to be a hero, even if he was quirkless. Because those three heroes should be ashamed of their lack of competence and initiative when a kid with a backpack did more than them even if his efforts that day were pointless. Their training session ended and Ingenium paid him for his workday 10,000, and even if Izuku told him that he didn't need it considering how it went. The hero told him that one should be paid for their work, and even if this was done to give Izuku a way to be a hero, the fact was that Izuku did work for his agency, and that he was going to get paid for his help. Izuku appreciated the gesture and then walked back to the station to take him home, unsure about what to do with that money, but happy in a way about how the day went. While Izuku was having an enlightening experience as a part-time worker at the Ideten agency, taking those small tasks as learning experiences for the future before he trained there, the world of heroics and villainy was still on the move. In one hero agency in Japan, Mirio Togata was now starting to recover the muscle mass and vigor that the accelerating aging had taken away, to the amazement and worry of All Might and Sir Night-Eye. Both heroes were thankful for that miracle that had saved Mirio from an early grave, but the fact that they were unable to find who was responsible for it was a cause for concern, as they weren't sure if that was a temporal reprieve or a permanent thing. Even some specialists told them that his body was as healthy as a boy at his age should be. A green-haired boy with red eyes, Sir Night-Eye said, still thinking about what Mirio said to him about that vision that he had while he was passed out in the bathroom. The hero had used his quirk during those times when OFA was causing severe damage to Mirio's body, and the only thing he saw was darkness, something that was unheard of as his quirk gave him a vision of what would happen in the future, and those visions always turned into reality. Sir Night-Eye believed that his guilt and depression after the realization that he had condemned Mirio to an early death with no escape, and how his actions went against what he saw made him unwilling to see his future at a subconscious level. But now that he saw that Mirio was making a full recovery, his quirk still made him see only darkness if he tried to look too far into the future. It was almost like all that happened in a way shattered his faith in the accuracy of his quirk. But as Sir Night-Eye was having a moment of self-reflection about how fate wasn't as set in stone as he believed, All Might was thinking about what Mirio told him about said apparition of that boy really meant. All Might was almost sure that Izuku somehow managed to save Mirio's life with the usage of his quirk, a quirk that Izuku refused to explain fully aside from the fact that he could weaponize his blood in multiple ways. It appeared to the hero that despite his now bitter and hostile stance with those who crossed him in the past, Izuku's natural kindness still shone brightly to the point of saving someone's life, even if that meant going against the law about public quirk usage and the consequences, and if he considered the information that he got from helping his friend, Detective Naomesa, to interrogate Stain about some of his killings as the man refused to talk with anyone unless it was All Might. During that talk, Stain gave a description of someone that he called a deserter of heroism who stood in the way, unflinching and unmoving even if his killing instinct, when unleashed, paralyzed lesser people, and how that boy refuted his views and kept him engaged in a conversation as he stalled for time to allow Ingenium to recover so the hero could defeat him. The fact that Stain talked about a green-haired boy with red eyes and freckles on his face was what the hero needed to hear to know that while the students of the hero course were participating in the sports festival, Izuku Midoriya was doing some actual heroism on the streets despite the fact that it appeared at first glance that he fully gave up on heroes and the world around them. All Might and Naomesa were the only ones who knew that detail, and even if Naomesa told All Might that he could arrange a meeting with Ingenium to talk about what truly happened that day, All Might believed that it was better if he stayed away from Izuku's life and actions after what happened between them. He already did enough damage as it is to the faith of someone who was far more heroic than a lot of heroes with his well-meaning but poorly thought actions and decision to get Izuku to quit the hero course. All Might wasn't wrong from his point of view of trying to keep someone who wasn't fit for heroics from an away, and it was only Izuku's quirk awakening that saved his life from a situation that would have normally ended in a tragedy. But All Might had to admit that the attack of the LOV was something unexpected and Izuku was a victim of a stray projectile to the heart. The aftermath had caused All Might to reconsider what was fit for heroism, and after Nizu revealed Bakugo's past to them in order to justify his decision to not only be more severe with him, but also deny him the privilege to give the opening speech of the sports festival, All Might sadly realized that a quirk weighted too much in the decision to decide who was heroic material and who wasn't. Izuku was a kind and helpful person who lacked a quirk, but even then he entered the hero course through his own merit and efforts. But the lack of quirk made him unfit in his eyes, even if Izuku had that heroic spirit that was sorely lacking in Class 1A. But Bakugo was not only a delinquent, but someone who believed that heroism was hurting those who stand in his way regardless of the situation, without any restraint as he showed with his fight with Ida. What had stopped Bakugo from being reprimanded for his unheroic behavior was that his quirk was flashy, and that made it heroic on the eyes of the people. A clear contrast with Izuku in actions and understanding of what it means to be a hero. Izuku had almost everything that made a hero a good hero, but his lack of quirk was what disqualified him despite said heroic spirit, while Bakugo failed to understand or behave like a hero should. But his quirk gave him the pass to be a hero to the eyes of this quirk-obsessed society. All Might sadly realized that despite trying to be a hero because of his heroic principles, he ended up embracing in a way the views of society about quirks, and how some quirks made a person a hero in the making despite their attitude could say otherwise. For that reason, he decided that he would stay away from Izuku's life from now on, as he felt that his actual situation and how that kid gave up on heroics was a failure on his part, and the last thing he needed was to try to push him more than he had in the past month until he realized that he was doing it all wrong. The traitorous idea that surged in his mind about how he should have chosen Izuku to give him OFA now felt hollow, as the revelations that Mirio gave to them after his condition started to quickly deteriorate made him realize that the first quirkless person that he tried to convince to not be a hero was in fact the perfect candidate all along. All Might and Sir Nightai were now left to their own musings as they oversaw Mirio's recovery, that aside from the permanent white hair that would be with him for the rest of his life, he was showing a lot of progress now. While all that happened there, one arsonist was now walking the alleyways of Tokyo, his mind made up about what he should do now. The events of the sports festival alongside Shoto Todoroki's victory and Stain's subsequent arrest just made that arsonist believe that the time to get his revenge was now. Chapter 7. Chapter Text. While the internship week was a learning experience for some of the students of the hero course in UA, for some of them, said internship week was anything but a learning experience. Momo Yaoyorozu did her internship with Iwabami, and to see that whole week was dedicated to looking pretty over doing any kind of meaningful hero job while knowing that she was offered that internship just because she was pretty was a massive blow to her ego and confidence in herself. Those two things already took a hit during the month before the sports festival. She was a student on the hero course who was recommended student like Todoroki was, but she was unable to make any real progress due to the lack of guidance from a teacher who could allow her to see her flaws and help her to correct them. Eraserhead only did that role for Shinso, and considering that Shinso's physical aptitude was lacking in comparison to others unless he used that capture scarf, then she didn't know if that was a blessing in disguise. She only did one patrol on the streets with the heroine, and that in the end became an impromptu fan gathering of Iwabami when a group of people stopped them while they were at the middle of their patrol, and Iwabami decided to take the time for that patrol to instead bask in the adoration of those fans. Needless to say, Momo was sad to see that her week was not what she expected, and it was only her sex appeal, not her quirk or her skills that earned her something more substantial, but she at least had a choice to make when choosing an internship, a thing that sadly eluded almost all her classmates. She was now thinking about Todoroki and how he was in a similar situation as the others despite being the winner of the sports festival, as no other hero aside from Endeavor offered an internship to him thanks to that subtle thereat, that Endeavor said, that deterred all the heroes for even try to make an offer, and to make the situation worse. Bakugo was also doing his internship there as the #2 hero of Japan decided to send an offer to him as well for some reason. At this point, Bakugo was now alone in class as Kirishima at last decided to give up on that lost cause, and now Bakugo was truly on his own, and for some reason, that solitude frustrated Bakugo, even if he was always saying that he was better without any of them at his side. But Bakugo, instead of trying to build up some bridges, he doubled down in being an unpleasant person, and she was concerned for Todoroki's well-being. There was something in her head telling her that Todoroki was not comfortable at all with his situation. And if one considers that he refused to use his fire even if the hero had trained him since he was a kid, then something was really wrong with that family. Momo just hoped that the week of the internships would be over soon, but as one arsonist was preparing himself to go down in a blaze of glory, as even he knew that what he wanted to do would definitely get him killed. A certain villain that was keeping tabs on that arsonist had an idea. AFO was a little disappointed at the fact that Tamura and his little league of villains barely made any progress at all since the USJ, and that incident ended on a positive note for the heroes, as someone with a powerful healing quirk was able to fix the damage that the league caused to those students and teachers. So he had no choice but to try to intervene a little and try to create a situation that would allow the league to gain some reputation. That made him decide to talk with that brat who destroyed one of his orphanages in order to offer a collaboration of sorts. AFO needed some kind of grand spectacle to boost the reputation of the league, and since Stain was out of reach, then AFO decided to might as well indulge the desire of that brat's revenge against his family in order to give Shigaraki's league a little hand. But AFO had one thing clear. Figs were going to be his way, or the brat would suffer now the consequences of what he did in the past. The end of the week of the internship was now at hand, and Endeavor was sorely disappointed at his son's progress. His refusal to use his fire now was starting to grate on his nerves, and that combined with the arrogance and ego of Bakugo, then the #2 hero was running out of patience. The hero expected that by having the brat that gave Shoto the hardest fight of his life in his agency to force both to spar together to train, then Shoto would eventually use his fire. But not only Shoto refused to use his fire and doubled down in his usage of his ice, but Bakugo's overly aggressive fighting style combined with his disregard for his surroundings had left his training area destroyed. The hero had realized a little too late that whatever potential Bakugo had was marred by his personality and delusions of grandeur, because not even he was that full of himself to believe that he had what it takes to surpass All Might despite all that he did to surpass the #1 hero. Endeavor in a way destroyed his own family in his quest to surpass All Might, and as much as he tried to silence that traitorous voice in his head, every time that he saw that Shoto refused to use his fire, that voice echoed in his mind to remember him that it was his fault that everything was like that. You too. Get ready. We are going to patrol the streets. There has been an increased amount of fires being started in the streets of Tokyo, and we are going to get to the bottom of this. Endeavor said. He had a bad feeling about this. Those fires were started in buildings near the agency, and it was only thanks to the firefighters that there weren't casualties. But the fact that there were 4 or 5 fires every day was almost like someone was taunting him. He just hoped that this was all in his head. Back to Izuku's life, he was now on the last day of the week. He was about to finish his last hour of the 28 hours of work of the week, but then an emergency request from the heroes in Tokyo, as a massive fire had appeared in the area near Endeavor's agency. Some strange black-skinned creatures were fighting the heroes who were there trying to escort the firefighters and the heroes with quirks that could help in the fire extermination efforts. There were no casualties yet, but it was clear that time was of the essence. Ingenium decided to gather a team and move to Tokyo as quickly as possible, but as he was gathering his team, he saw that Izuku was still there. Sorry for butting in, but did you said strange black-skinned creatures? Izuku said. He was about to walk away, but that mention of black creatures made him think about the UJS and that creature that was the Nomo. Yes, they had said that those creatures' skin was black and their brains were showing as. Ingenium tried to say, but Izuku interrupted him. The League of Villains has to be involved in this, as one black-skinned creature whose brain was unprotected was the triumph card of the League on the USJ. Izuku said. That made Ingenium realize that this was far more dangerous than it appeared. So, I will go with you people. The healing capabilities of my quirk would be needed there if an army of those Nomus in the area. Izuku continued. He knew that what he was doing was downright heroic and the chances for someone from UA to see him there were too high. But the threat that the LOV presented was too high for Izuku to ignore, and he was not going to drag his feet around and play hard to get when a serious threat was around. He read a lot of literature about situations like this, and the fact that those situations ended poorly because the protagonist was acting like a prima donna and refused to help irked him to no end. So even if this was against his plans, if sacrificing his personal comfort in a situation that wasn't life or death means that a real situation that was a life or death one was solved with little issue, then Izuku considered that sacrifice an acceptable one. Something just tells me that you already made up your mind. So very well, you can come with us, but you are going to be there because it's an emergency situation and I prefer to be safe than sorry, so you will have my permission to use your quirk in a way that you consider fit to help. Ingenium said. He didn't know if this means that Izuku's heroic spirit was back at full force, or if Izuku was pragmatic enough to be willing to lend a hand in a situation that would definitely appreciate his quirk's healing capabilities. But it was for the best to just allow him to accompany them. And the hero trusted Izuku enough to know that he wouldn't do something too reckless. Well, you know that I will be a hero second, a doctor first, so might as well learn how to act in situations in which I have to put heroism first over anything else. Izuku said. In a way, he was being honest, but the truth was that his bleeding heart was now at it again, a thing that Izuku needed to keep under control. But that would be a problem for his future self. Not the one that was now deciding to go head first into a problem even if he had no discernible reason to do it. As Endeavor was fighting against those creatures, burning them to cinders with his flames, his sidekicks were pulling double duty as fighters and rescue heroes who were trying their best to move the civilians that were trapped in the area out of there. Shoto was now in a situation where the usage of his ice actually was the correct choice. But the intensity of those blue flames made his attempts to pull those flames out far more difficult than he wanted to admit. Shoto's ice was at least able to create an opening in that ring of fire that trapped them into that hellfire and allowed the civilians to get out of there safely, but he was unable to move too far off the ice because the intensity of those flames was too high for his ice to stay there for some time, and only when some heroes with their water quirks were able to douse those flames out. Only then Shoto was able to return to the action, even if it would have been a better idea to help those heroes, to pull out the other flames. But he was not going to stay behind when the others were fighting against those creatures, and even less when Bakugo was still out there after he had refused to listen to Endeavor order to escort the civilians away only to fight those Nomus. The League of Villains was related to this incident, and he wanted to settle the score with them. The humiliation that he suffered in the USJ when the Nomu disregarded his ice and almost killed him was a blow to his pride, and something that he refused to let that incident that humiliated his mother's eyes to stand. Shoto ran to where the sounds of fighting were clearer, and then he saw how his father was fighting against a man that was more scars than a person, and Shoto could sense that something was off about that individual. That man's face and body language were showing anger and rage, but his eyes were dull. It was almost like he was under control of something. He was being reminded about how Shinso's quirk worked and how the eyes of someone affected by it got duller. But the moment that the man looked at him, his eyes started to get brighter and then focused his attack on him. Shoto's ice was barely able to shield him from those blue flames, and the temperature was rising to the point that not even the cool that his ice emitted was able to mitigate the dangerous heat. Endeavor tried to stop that man, but then some gnomes that were similar to the All Might killer that was in the USJ appeared, but these ones were able to nullify the danger that his flames presented. Even some of them had water-based quirks that were dousing his flames, so Shoto was alone with that arsonist who was now doubled down with his efforts to burn him alive, while his ice somehow was not having that much of an effect on him. In fact, his ice somehow was making him more effective for some reason, as the ice cooled him off, and that made him more able to spam those blue flames of his. Shoto, use your fire. That man's body can't withstand his own fire, Endeavor shouted. The hero paid attention to the man during their fight, and saw that the blue flames he emitted damaged his own body, making him remember the quirk of his deceased son and how his flames damaged his body. Shoto heard that, but he refused to listen to him, and still continued to try to use his ice to trap the villain. But it appeared that whatever weakness that said villain had to his own fire was compensated by being resistant to Shoto's ice, because no matter how much ice he tried to use to stop that villain, the villain was unbothered by it. After repeating the same song and dance for minutes, Shoto was starting to tire. The heat around him may have prevented from him getting frostbite, but he was pushing his quirk to his limit, and the ice that he used to attack the villain just cooled his body down from the damage that he did to himself when using those blue flames, not fully healing him, but that allowed the villain to go for far longer than it was supposed to be. Shoto was trying to catch his breath, but then the sound of an explosion caught his attention, and then he saw how Bakugo flew into the battle from one alleyway, and then blasted the villain in the face with one of his explosions, pushing him into the flames. "What the fuck do you think that you are doing, Icy Hot?" Bakugo screamed at Todoroki, clearly upset at the fact that someone who won against him was unable to deal with that small fry. "Bakugo," Todoroki said, barely acknowledging his presence. He looked to where his dad was, and he saw that even if some of his sidekicks joined the fray, Endeavor was still against the ropes, as the lack of diversification on the hero's part made it so someone with the quirk to nullify fire would be a collective problem for Endeavor and his sidekicks, as Endeavor only employed people with fire or fire-related quirks. "Stop being fucking useless and do something useful already," Bakugo shouted in his usual way. Todoroki was about to reply, but he then saw how the villain re-emerged from the flames. His body was badly burned, and he was now on fire. There were no words, only a scream of pure rage as the villain released a massive amount of flames in his direction. And even if Todoroki was able to react on time and created an ice wall to stop those flames, the intensity of those flames was strong enough to melt it at an alarming rate. Todoroki was panicking and tried his best to keep up, but his ice melted and his wall fell. But then he saw that the villain lost his conscience and then fell to the ground, making a thud. Then Ingenium and some heroes that came in order to respond to that call for help appeared, and the heroes moved to give support to Endeavor and his sidekicks. "You two should walk to where the police and the medical services are right now. The heroes will take care of this," Ingenium said. Bakugo wanted to complain and go to fight, but even he was too exhausted as the heat made him sweat more than he was used, and he was starting to get fatigue from the constant quirk usage. Both ended up walking away to where the police and some ambulances were located, only to pass out from exhaustion when their minds and bodies realized that they were more or less safe now. Izuku was there in those moments and watched how those two fell to the ground out of exhaustion, but he was a little busy right now. He was helping as best he could with his quirk, but only healing those who had been injured to the point that it was clear that they weren't going to survive the trip to the hospital in an ambulance while leaving the medical services and the only hero with a healing quirk that was there to take over those that weren't that injured. Izuku gazed at the streets that were now doused from the water and ice of the heroes that helped the firefighters to pull those nasty flames out, and Izuku thought to himself that this may be a real victory in a way for the LOV. Because in comparison to what they did to the USJ, the damage that they caused here today was in plain sight, and there was no Quirk awakening or Deus Ex Machina that could take away that victory from the villains. The attack on an area in which a hero agency was located, and the showing of a lot of those nomis would definitely cause some public unrest now. Izuku hoped for the best, but he knew that things were going to suck for a while. Chapter 8. Chapter Text. When Izuku thought that things were going to suck for a while, Izuku wasn't taking into account the aftermath of the Tokyo incident. The resolution of that mess ended with a massive amount of property damage, that not all of it was caused by the fire, but by Bakugo's reckless charge into the fight, which caused a lot of property destruction, and some of the civilians that were injured in the incident were victims of some pieces of debris that were fired up at an impressive speed thanks to Bakugo's explosions that he aimed at those nomis with the clear intention of killing them, without paying any attention to anything else that was those creatures. Bakugo's actions during that incident opened a massive can of worms that blew on Endeavor and Yue's faces, as not only the fact that Endeavor was the hero in charge of Bakugo meant that part of the responsibility for all that damage and property was now on his hands as he was on charge of him. But his behavior reflected poorly on Yue as the public expected better from a hero student from that prestigious hero school, and his stint during the sports festival was still fresh on the public mind. People who were trying to defend his actions of fighting the nomis during the incident as a heroic thing had to deal with the arguments that Bakugo not only ignored Endeavor and went to fight the nomis on his own, but also that he ended up injuring civilians and destroying a lot of property while he fought against the nomis, showing that he was too brash and self-centered to be a hero at the moment as he focused only in his own glory to even realize that he was hurting others with his explosions. Because it doesn't matter how good you are at defeating villains if civilians got injured in one way or another by you Quirk, either by a careless mistake or a clear disregard for your surroundings. A lot of people were asking what the hell Yue was teaching in the hero course for Bakugo to not be able to understand that simple concept, and that put the focus on Yue, in particular to Eraserhead, and how he considered that freestyle education that Yue boasted so much as what made them the best hero school in the world. Nizu was now forced to see that his constant allowances to Eraserhead to do what he did with all the classes that he was the homeroom teacher were now starting to backfire. Nizu was somewhat skeptical about how that expulsion scare that Eraserhead did every year could shape up those kids, and he in a way ended up considering that when those students in the first year became self-sufficient despite the cruelty of those methods, that said scare was effective enough to let it happen. But Nizu ignored the fact that those black marks that Eraserhead was that eager to saddle those kids did in fact damage those kids' future prospects, not only in heroics, but outside of it. To have that black mark in their records, and to be Yue the ones that put those marks was a massive mark of shame that dissuaded both heroes or other possible employers from hiring them, as the fact that the best and most prestigious hero school in the world was the one that put that thing was something that instantaneously made those people think the worst about the even if those kids ended graduation from Yue. It appeared that Nizu's belief about graduating from Yue despite that black mark to be considered a sign of growth and maturity was far away from reality. Maybe that was the explanation for why none of the kids that graduated from Yue that had Eraserhead as their homeroom teacher and suffered from his expulsion scare talked with them or accepted to come to Yue to collaborate with them when dealing with the hero students of Yue when the time for internships or hero work studies came. So now the principal had a new thing to add to the list of issues that had started to appear since the incident with the LOV and the USJ. Izuku's departure from the hero course was the first thing that started a chain of events that undermined Yue's reputation. But not even Nizu could deny the fact that all that was happening now was something that could have easily been avoided if Nizu had been more diligent in his work and his sadistic tendencies didn't blind him to the fact that what Eraserhead did was not only cruel, but went against what it meant to be a teacher, as his expulsion scare only taught the kids that they couldn't rely on them or others to get things going. And now he was in his office, trying to ask Izuku for an answer about why he was in Tokyo and why he was helping the heroes there during the incident. I was there under the request of Ingenium. I recently started to work in his agency as a part-time worker, and it was an exceptional situation, so I decided to accompany the hero and help the medical services and the heroes with healing quirks in the area with his permission to use my quirk in the situation. Izuku said, "What? Did you say that you have a part-time job in a hero agency?" Nizu asked, surprised to hear about this. Yes, Izuku replied, and looked at how Nizu was now thinking about what that meant and other questions that Izuku barely cared to think about. Why I wasn't informed about this? Nizu said, upset about the fact that Izuku had hidden something like this from him. Well, thanks to UA Freestyle Education, one of the things that I should have told you, the whole part-time work, was something that I could keep to myself, because only the students of the hero course are obligated to disclose that kind of information, and I am in the general course, so I didn't have any reason, obligation, or motivation to disclose that information, as is not of your business what I do after school hours as long as I don't commit any crime. Izuku coldly said as he stared at the principal for a couple of seconds before he told Nizu that if he hadn't anything else to do there, then he would return to class. Nizu was forced to let Izuku go as what Izuku said was true because in order for Nizu to not be too overworked with responsibilities as a principal, he decided to just bend the rules a little, and that meant that only the students of the hero course would be looked over while the other students' extracurricular activities would be ignored. His mind wondered if that decision of Izuku to work as a part-time worker at a hero agency was part of a ploy of his, or if it was just Izuku trying to prepare himself for a future that had nothing to do with heroism. So, how your internship went? Izuku asked Kinoko. Both were in the cafeteria, eating for the first time after the week in which both were in different places, with Izuku staying in UA and traveling to Hosu to do his part-time job, while Kinoko was doing her internship elsewhere. Not bad. I did as you suggested and found out which of those heroes made me an offer that suited my interests as a hero, and had a good time after I chose to spend a week with the Pussycats. They had a whole mountain to train, Kinoko said, remembering the good times that she had there. I can tell. Something tells me that you had the perfect excuse to do some mushroom watching during your free time. Izuku said, happy to hear that she had a happy and productive week, all things considered. I just can't help it. Kinoko smiled a little. Is not a bad thing. I meant, your quirk is related to mushrooms, so having a particular liking for something that is part of your quirk is normal. Quirks do influence a person in more ways than just giving a superpower. They also influence a person's mind in ways that one could imagine. Izuku said. That makes sense. Yeah, quirks can influence people's minds in order to facilitate their usage. For example, a person with a blood-related quirk could be unbothered by gore and viscera in any way, so they could use their quirks without any emotional or mental hang-ups, or even how people with. Izuku started to speak, breaking into a 20-minute speech about quirks and how they not only influence a person's mind and body, but also can influence their habits, making a special mention of those quirks that rely in a way on the consumption of certain things like alcohol or blood could turn those individuals into crazy nutcases if they are denied the consumption of those things for really long periods of time. Whoa, Kinoko said. She wasn't really getting that much about what Izuku was saying, but considering how she was seeing how the principal was silently listening to that speech while looking awed meant that it had to be something impressive. Oh, sorry, I slipped back into that habit that I tried to drop, Izuku admitted. This was the first time after the whole USJ that Izuku got into his muttering storm when he got overly excited about something, and for the first time, nobody told him to shut up to get him to stop. Oh no, it's okay. I may barely understand a lot of what you just said when you started to get so technical, but it's clear that you know a lot about quirks, Kinoko said. Well, quirk analysis is a hobby of mine that I have been doing since I was 5 or 6. Whoa, I can't even remember the exact age, but I can tell you that I filled 4 or 5 notebooks with crayons when I just wrote random ramblings about the quirks of some heroes that I saw on TV alongside crappy drawings of those heroes. Those were good times, Izuku said with a small chuckle. That's impressive, Kinoko said. You are the first person aside from my own mom and dad to say that. The rest of the people weren't interested to hear me or just belittled me for being annoying. People weren't interested to hear about theories of the inner workings of their quirks. and they weren't as interested to hear a quirkless brat to talk about something that, in their words, had no right to talk about something that was out of his reach as an unevolved freak. Izuku said. He saw how Kinoko looked horrified, and then Izuku realized that he said too much and ruined the mood. Sorry, my childhood wasn't a happy one. Aside from my own parents, everyone else treated me like I wasn't allowed to exist, like my existence was an insult to nature, and were quite willing to make their point across with words. Izuku continued and then decided to keep quiet for the rest of the meal. He apologized to her for ruining the mood and make the meal awkward and had the urge to go to Dagoba Beach to do some cleaning to put his mind in order, but he remembered his compromise with Ingenium and then decided to ask Ingenium for a favor. As Izuku walked to the Ideten agency, one particular hero was now in the morgue in Tokyo, feeling the weight of the world crushing him when he received a call from the police, who told him that the deceased villain who was burned to a crisp was identified as the son that he believed that had died all those years ago. Dabi, the serial killer who was an arsonist, was in fact Tuya Todoroki, his first son, that son of his who had a fire quirk that was even stronger than his, but was born with his mom's resistance to ice, a result of both his and his wife's quirks not properly mixing up in his kids like it happened with Shoto. To see how not only was he somehow still alive after he disappeared, but to see how he destroyed himself with his quirk, to the point that he died from the backlash of his own flames, was a bitter pill to swallow. The hero was looking at the charred body of his son, who was in a way the prototype of what Shoto was supposed to be. But after Shoto was born, and some time passed while he trained Tuya, he realized that Tuya's quirk was too unwielded and refused to continue training him. Still, he failed to understand what was going through Tuya's mind in those moments. Then he disappeared one day, only for him to return as a villain who had killed innocent people and had died in front of him out of the sustained injuries that his own fire caused to him, among other things. Endeavor failed as a parent, but his whole family in a way had been a means to an end in his quest to surpass All Might and not his focus, and now his failures had came back to haunt him. If this information came to light, then his career as a hero would be over, because the realization of how much of a bad parent he was to Tuya to the point that he ended up becoming a serial killer would reflect poorly on him. It was clear that the HPSC was going to cover this incident and censor that information from the public, as he was too much of a popular figure to be banned from heroics, and with the situation with the LOV, then the kind of firepower that he had at his disposal was still necessary. But that also meant that the HPSC would have leverage against him, and he felt that he had lost it all, as in his quest to surpass, All Might had taken him to a dark path that would made sure to remind him that he wasn't a hero anymore because of his own merits and actions, but because it was the HPSC that would have a say on his heroism if the fact that the Madam President of the HPSC and Hawk's presence in the room with him was taken in consideration, and that was a massive blow to his pride in a way. And in a certain place in Kamino, a relic from the past was happy. The incident in Tokyo was attributed to the LOV, and that gave the League some credibility to the villains that are around Japan, which would allow Tamura to be able to recruit some of them to spread evil and to further his own agenda. Tamura's body and mind were still too green for him to take over, and the doctor was still working on a quirk that could bypass the issues that AFO had with his own quirk. AFO's quirk did allow him to steal and hold multiple quirks, but his body still had limits, and he was at the point where he couldn't keep up stealing quirks as his body was suffering the backlash of holding more than one quirk in his body. The fact that he was still critically injured from his fight with All Might all those years ago, and only was able to function because he had multiple regenerative quirks active all the time that barely keep him alive, didn't help him either. He had heard about Izuku's healing quirk and was partially interested in the possibility of using that to heal himself, but he had already given up on his body and was waiting for Tamura to mature enough for him to take over his body and mind, so he decided to forego to try to get his hands on that quirk. AFO was banking on Tamura's grown as a villain in body and mind, and was willing to wait for that to happen. Also, there was the fact that Izuku's dad, not only an important person in the WHA, but he also is on friendly terms with the #1 heroine in America, and AFO was not willing to gamble at the moment with kidnapping Izuku to steal his quirk, even if his dad barely made any active presence, because he wasn't capable to fight Star and Stripes in his injured condition and was not willing to test his luck there, The last thing he needs was for Hisashi Midoriya to compensate for not being there by asking Star and Stripes to help in the rescue of his son. But as he was thinking about Izuku, he was now thinking about that day in Dr. Garaki's place when he diagnosed Izuku as a quirkless person when he, in fact, had a quirk. AFO was there and touched that kid in the head intending to see if Izuku had a quirk to steal, but he was unable to sense a quirk there even if there was one. That made him think about his dear young brother and how he had a quirk as well, but it was so weak that AFO was unable to sense it. This was the second time in his long life that he had missed a quirk because it was too weak for AFO to sense it, and he was now getting nostalgic about the times that his foolish dear brother was alive. AFO went scorched earth on that rebel group that released his brother after Yuichi died in that accident, and he had to wait 20 years to find the last person involved in that group, a simple nurse who became Yuichi's caretaker who helped him in those first months after being released, as he was too weak to even stand on his own feet. AFO later learned that she had a son that she gave for adoption, and he was the lucky one who escaped his wrath as he already killed that nurse 5 years before he learned that info, and he cooled off a little by that point and decided to let them undisturbed. That nurse had a blood quirk that could heal people, and AFO decided to stop himself from remembering the past as he had to focus on his task, which was prepping Tamura as his next body and recovering OFA. But that small detail about Izuku and Yuichi's weak quirks that eluded OFA made him think about the past for some reason, as in this world of quirks that could bend the laws of physics with ease. Only 2 times he was unable to sense a quirk on a person, and a small part of him was making him think that maybe there was more than meets the eye with Izuku. Chapter 9. Chapter Text. On the same beach in which Izuku took his first steps to become a hero by taking it upon himself to clear that beach of all that trash, 2 groups of people were in different parts of it, both with similar intent but for different reasons. On the outskirts of the beach, Izuku Midoriya was a longest the hero ingenium. Izuku showed the hero the place that he wanted to clean on his own but was unable to do it because no matter how much strength and speed he had, he was just one teenager without the resources to speed up the process. This place had seen better days. The hero said. Yeah, rampant pollution had turned what once was a beautiful public spot into a junkyard. Some of that trash came from the sea as well. I tried my best to clean this place, but one kid on his own barely managed to clean up to a 35% of this place. And I'm sure that since I started going to UA and stopped having a lot of time to dedicate it to cleaning this place, something just tells me that now I am back to square one. Izuku said. I see. Between studying for the future and the part-time job with your agency, I'm unable to spare as much time for this place as I want. Izuku admitted. Are you trying to be prepared for that exam that I told you? Ingenium asked, being curious. Yeah, it sounds crazy, but since my life had been in the hardcore difficulty since I was a kid, I decided to take one mimetic phrase of the pre-Quirk era as my way of life when dealing with impossible odds. Izuku said. Oh, and what is that phrase? Fuck it, we ball. Izuku said in English. And what does that mean? The hero said, understanding enough of the language to know that part of it was foul words. It means that no matter how hard things are and how depressing things could look, I must go all in and push forward no matter what, because if there is really a chance for things to get better, I need to go all out without any doubt or hesitation and just do it. At least, that is how I decided to interpret it. Izuku admitted. Aside from the name, I can get behind with that interpretation. It's heroic in a way, the hero said with a small chuckle. Yeah, as much as heroism in this day and age are dictated by the whims of the HPSC and other parties, I prefer to be a hero on my own terms. That is what helped me to find a middle ground between my frustrations with heroic society and the way how things are with my desire to help people that is too strong in a way to let my darkest emotions to win. I decided to be a hero on my own terms while still playing ball in a way with the hero-obsessed society. Izuku said. Well, you definitely put some thought into it. Ingenium said, thinking if this was the result of his talk with Izuku on that day in which they met in that alleyway. Not really. Maybe my desire to be a hero was not as weak as I believed it to be after I got embittered and just accepted the solution that would allow me to still be spiteful in a way with society while still walking toward heroism. Because to tell the truth, if we never met in that alleyway, and I resolved that emotional quandary without your words, I may have chosen to be a vigilante. But what you said in a way deterred me despite realizing that I had that choice. Izuku said. That reassuring. Ingenium said, realizing in a way that his words that day had dissuaded Izuku from becoming a vigilante in the future. I mean, my issue is with UA and the faculty and my heroic classmates treated me, not with heroism. When you told me about that choice of just doing one exam to graduate as a hero without doing the hero course, I realized that I was willing to take other paths to become a hero in a legal way over choosing to take the law on my own hands. Besides, me doing illegal things would ruin my dad's life in America in a way, and I am not that selfish to ruin someone's life just because I want to do things my way. Izuku said. That comment caused Ingenium to get curious enough to ask what his dad did that made Izuku think that doing something illegal would ruin his dad's life. My dad is the Japanese representative of the WHA, and that job is almost like the equivalent of an ambassador. Whatever illegal thing I could do would have a negative effect on his life. And even if he had been a voice through the phone since he started to work there when I was 5, he always sent money and presents to us, and I could even call him to ask for counsel. Hell, he was the one who in a way helped me to make this choice and told me that he would support me the best way he could despite his distance. Izuku said. Whoa, that sounds. Ingenium tried to say, surprised and almost skeptical about what Izuku had said, but Izuku finished that sentence for him. Like that pre-Quirk era meme that starts with my uncle works at Nintendo. Izuku said, and the hero nodded at him. To be fair, I thought the same thing, but it's true. I am sure that since you have access to the Hero Network, you could find that information easier than me. But if you don't believe me, just search in the WHA for the name Hisashi Midoriya to confirm it. Izuku said, and the hero decided to pull his smartphone and access the Hero Network. He did look about Hisashi Midoriya, and all his search ended with him finding that he in fact had ties with the WHA, and his information was confidential enough that only he could see through the Hero Network that Hisashi Midoriya was the Japanese representative of the WHA, because he had the clearance to see that information as he was a hero. I see. But now returning to the topic of the beach. What do you have in mind? Ingenium said. You see. On another side of the beach, in the middle of that junkyard, an emaciated All Might, Sir Naitai, and a more muscular and healthier Mirio Togata were there. All Might had considered now after seeing how Izuku became strong enough to pass the entrance exam of UA after trying his best to clean this place, that maybe Mirio could train his muscles there to return to his previous physical form now that they were sure that Mirio was now fully healed up and OFA's power wasn't detrimental to him anymore. Both heroes exercised caution and waited until they were 100% sure that Mirio was healed up for them to try to push Mirio a little harder. The internship week that, if things went as planned, would have been used to have Mirio spar with Gran Torino was instead dedicated to having him in UA Infirmary to keep track of that miraculous recovery, and once they saw that Mirio was fine for real, then they decided to rehabilitate his body even if, for some reason, it showed signs of quicker regeneration from the pain caused by physical fatigue, what allowed his muscles to grow stronger at a faster rate. Please, be honest with me. Was that kid that helped in the Tokyo incident with his quirk the one that somehow healed Mirio? Sir Naitai said to All Might, because for as much as his involvement in that incident was covered in the news with his identity hidden, and with him being only mentioned as a worker of the Idatan agency with a quirk that helped in the aftermath, and was given permission to use his quirk by the hero that he worked under, the heroes and the HPSC knew about his involvement, and at the moment, the HPSC wasn't having Izuku under their sight, and UA ended learning about Izuku's presence there because Bakugo's and Todoroki's presence on the Tokyo incident forced them to pay more attention to those reports, and Izuku's name was there as one civilian with explicit permission to help with his quirk. Yes, that green-haired boy with red eyes that Mirio said that he saw in that vision after he passed out in the bathroom had to be him, but how he managed to save Mirio is beyond my knowledge. Midoriya is the only person who actually knows how his quirk works, because he is really tight-lipped about it. All Might said. From what I know, he had a quirk awakening almost 3 months ago, but something tells me that he already figured out how his quirk works. because someone who can spew accurate information about the inner workings of quirks and how they could influence people has to be able to guess how their quirk works just by using all that information that he has and apply it to himself. Sir Nightai said. He was near the cafeteria that day that Izuku broke into that rant, and considering that he was getting flashbacks of times that he collaborated with professionals on the quirk analysis field to uncover the quirks of dangerous villains, and how those professionals were giving plausible theories about those villains' quirks by just watching recordings about them. Then the hero was more or less sure that Izuku had to be smart enough to figure out his quirk with all that knowledge that Ha showed to. How about quirks? Hell, for all the hero know, maybe that knowledge about quirks could be part of his quirk. When I meet him for the first time, he had a badly burned notebook that contained info about the quirks of heroes that recently appeared on TV. I took a quick look at it, and what was readable was quite impressive for a child without a proper education in quirk analysis. I never expected that talent of his to make Nizu to be genuinely upset at the fact that it was out of his reach now. All Might said, Nizu is a creature that craves knowledge in a way and prides himself on having nurtured some of the smartest people in Japan at the moment. So to see someone that Nizu could have considered as a potential personal student of his to be poised against him because of his own actions could be a bitter pill to swallow. Sir Nightai said, being aware of how the principal Nizu had that habit of personally tutoring those individuals that he considered academically gifted or had a clear potential that Nizu refused to let it go to waste, and it was known how moody he could get if someone like that refused to be his personal student. Nobody, me included, was able to see if Midoriya had something to offer because he was quirkless as far as people were concerned. That intelligence and talent for quirk analysis were overshadowed by the fact that he lacked a quirk, and now that he had a quirk awakening and people pay attention to what he had, then some of those naysayers are mad because someone with such potential to be a hero doesn't want to be one. And then when I look at Bakugo, I feel that he is the inverse of what Midoriya is. That boy's quirk was flashy and people considered him a hero in the making, but he was anything but that. His quirk overshadowed his lack of qualifications to be a hero, but that detail only became apparent when we all drove Midoriya away from the hero course, and he outed Bakugo as a school bully. All Might said with some bitterness in his voice, remembering the incident on the first hero class that he imparted and how truly biased he was against Izuku. Maybe he was a diamond in the rough, someone that was waiting for someone to recognize and tap into that potential that existed, but no one was able to see that potential or willing to even see if he had something worth the time. Sir Nightai said. He was aware that in a way, All Might wanted to choose Izuku to be his successor before he managed to dissuade him from giving OFA to Izuku and to have him give that chance to Mirio instead, and considering how he knows now about the side effects of OFA and how it appears that Izuku's quirk managed to counteract said side effects even if he himself hadn't in his body, then maybe it was Izuku the one that should have inherited OFA, and it was his own insistence on having things to go his way that almost condemned Mirio to an early grave. That sobering realization did make a number on the hero, and it was Izuku's unexpected intervention in a time in which he was unable to see any future that made the hero realize that his own obsession with predestinated fate wasn't a good thing, and that things could change for better or worse with the actions of one person in the right or wrong moment, no matter how infallible his vision was. It appears that someone is also cleaning up the beach in his own free time, Midoriya. A voice that was coming closer reached both heroes' ears, and that made All Might panic a little. I can see that. But I wonder if said person has some backing behind them to help them with the disposal of trash. Izuku's voice now was reaching them as well. Both heroes were looking at each other, and All Might decided to hide away just in case. All Might knows that Izuku was aware of his injured self thanks to that disastrous first meeting that they had, but no other hero aside from those in UA knew about that secret, and he preferred to keep things like that out of public knowledge. So he then watched from a hidden position how Izuku and the hero Ingenium ended face to face with Sir Nightai and Mirio. Mirio said. He had stopped picking trash when he saw how All Might decided to hide away, and then he saw how Izuku appeared. He was the living image of that apparition in that near-death experience hallucination that he had. Do I know you? Izuku said. He did recognize that boy from that incident in the bathroom because of his face and those eyes of his. His body now looked more muscular and lively than before, so Izuku was able to see that what he did for him helped. But Izuku was going to play coy and won't act like he knew who he was, because the only thing that he knew was that he was in danger and that he saved his life. So he had no name to put on that face of his. Sorry, it's just that I saw someone eerily similar to you that saved my life. Mirio admitted. He was sure that this boy in front of him was the one that saved him, but it appears that the boy wasn't going to admit that. I see. Izuku said. He just studied those two that were in front of him, and he suspected that All Might was here because the only Japanese man that he had taken as a sidekick in his whole career was here. That didn't mean much, but Izuku would treat every person that worked with All Might in the past as an associate of the hero and would be suspicious of them. Maybe is not our business, but what are you two doing here? As far as I know, Ingenium operates in Hosu and Mustafu is far away from your base of operations, Sir Nightai said. I'm accompanying Midoriya here because he wanted my help to see about how he could clean up this place faster. He had been trying to clean his place on his own for 1 year, and there is so much that one person can do alone without any resources or help. Ingenium said. I see. So what do you have in mind? Sir Nightai asked, trying to establish a conversation with Izuku. To have some help with the logistics of having people to come here to take the trash that would be put in one area to make it easier to collect, because carrying fridges full of scraps of metal to a legal scrapyard so they could deal with it may be the best way to bulk up muscle mass and physical resistance, but it's not effective enough for someone that wants to actually clean this place out. Izuku said. His comment made enough sense to the three heroes. That is actually quite thoughtful, but why do you ask for help to a hero outside of Mustafu with that? Sir Nightai asked. Because I don't trust any hero in Mustafu to either be competent to help me or willing to listen to me. I have been disappointed by them more times than I want to remember. Izuku bluntly said. That was a dagger straight to the heart of All Might, who was one of those heroes that had disappointed Izuku in the past. That's... Mirio tried to say something, but Izuku shook his head. My past is not relevant now. What is relevant is that it appears that you are trying to clean this place as well by the looks of it. Izuku said. Yeah, I have been through a rough patch in the past months because of a debilitating illness, and I wanted to train my body back to peak performance. Mirio said. I see. So that means that you would clean this place if it leave it to you? Izuku said. Those words surprised Ingenium as he knew that Izuku wanted to clean this place, but he decided to watch what Izuku was doing and keep his surprise to himself. Yeah, but why are you asking that? Mirio asked. Because unfortunately, I have so much to do and so little time with my part-time job in the Iditan agency and my studies to be able to spare the necessary time to clean this place, so I would appreciate it if someone could hold that particular duty for 2 or 3 months, give or take. Izuku said as he looked at Mirio in the eyes. 2 or 3 months. What is so important that you can say with that amount of certainty that you would be that busy for that period of time? Sir Nightai asked. Sorry, but I won't reveal what I will do, but I would say that is not only something completely legal, but also that allows me to fulfill my dreams in a roundabout way. Izuku said with a small smirk before he looked at the hero, and then he looked at Ingenium before both decided to part ways, leaving a confused Mirio and Sir Nightai behind. But All Might felt a small hope after hearing that statement, because if Izuku had said that he was going to do something legal that would allow him to fulfill his dream in a roundabout way, that meant to All Might that Izuku didn't fully give up on heroics. He then rejoined Mirio and Sir Nightai and said that for the time being, they would focus on Mirio's recovery and would leave Izuku to his devices, as he had an idea about Izuku's plan and would only wait to see if his hunch was correct. Chapter 10. Chapter Text. There was one lingering question on Sir Nightai's mind after that unexpected meeting on the beach with the boy that once caught All Might's attention. Said question was simple. Who was Izuku Midoriya? Said question made the hero decide to spend some time each day in order to get to reach that answer. The first thing that he did was to do some background check on the boy, but it was clear that his tenure in his past schools before UA was marred by the discrimination that he faced as a quirkless person, and said discrimination caused his reports as a student there weren't unbiased or accurate. Aldera had a poor reputation because of their decision of putting students with flashy quirks on a pedestal while whitewashing their reports to make them more heroic than they were while sabotaging those reports of students that weren't of any use to them. A tactic that, even if it worked more times than expected when those students entered other hero schools, in the end, those same students sorted themselves out of the hero course, as their attitude and lack of understanding of what was to be a true hero made a lot of those students to end either quitting because they weren't able or willing to keep up in an environment that didn't cater to their every whim, or they were expelled as their actions and their way to behave were reprehensible enough to make those schools just to cut to the chase and get those kids out of the hero course. So for that, he ended up going to Nizu to see what he gathered about Izuku's past when he investigated Izuku's accusations of Bakugo being a bully and how the way that he decided to deal with Monoma in the hallway was something that he saw how others did with impunity in Aldera, and that gave him more or less what he needed to know about his background and the particular details that he wanted to learn. Izuku had been discriminated against since he was a kid for his lack of quirk, and that in a way gave a kid the kind of backstory that more than once a villain in the past had used to justify his crimes. But while those people's suffering were middling at best, with only 5 or 6 villains with genuine issues against a society that discriminated against them for undeserved reasons out of 100. Izuku as a child, and even at this point as a teenager, refused to give in and just pushed forward to be a hero, to the point of bulking up from a scrawny kid that All Might saw that day, into someone who managed to pass the practical part of the entrance exam of UA out of sheer physical might, as he had no quirk at his name to use and relied on his body to succeed in a task that a lot of kids with powerful quirks failed. The comparison that Izuku's backstory had with some dangerous villains was still on Sir Nitai's mind, and to read how that whole month after the USJ incident, and a quirk awakening made Izuku have a personality shift that made him more hostile and caustic to people gave him some cause for concern. But then the week of the internships came, and Izuku had decided to take a part-time job on a hero agency. That part confused the hero a little, as he was unable to see any link between Izuku and Ingenium at the time that could have explained that choice on Izuku's part. But maybe the answer to why Izuku took that choice lay on Ingenium. All being said, Izuku's background and way of behaving before he started to work with Ingenium as a part-time worker made him think of the background of either a villain in the making at worst, or a vigilante at best if one considered how things went in real life. But Izuku instead was sticking to heroism in a way, as if what Nizu said about his involvement on the Tokyo incident was true. Then it was Izuku the one that offered his help to heal the injured to Ingenium, and as much as Izuku appeared to be intelligent, Sir Nitai didn't believe that Izuku was just trying to build a positive rep on the hero community just to turn into a villain ladder as a way to spite hero society. That offer of his to help people during the incident was too genuine for what he had heard from Nizu, and someone that willing to help people wasn't the kind to pull massive long con to turn into villain ladder out of spite. Izuku's true character or his intentions weren't beyond his understanding at the moment, and maybe the only way to get a better insight into the boy would be to talk to him, even if he knew that Izuku acted wary of him in a way as he rightfully suspected of his partnership with All Might, and that made Izuku more reluctant to talk to him, if what the way that he behaved on the beach was taken into consideration, or to talk to Ingenium. And considering the situation, then he decided to speak with the hero, as he believed that it was the best choice for him to get what he wanted. So he decided to just pick up his phone and then ask Ingenium to set up a meeting to discuss some concerns that he had after that impromptu meeting on the beach the other day. In a couple of months, the exam to graduate as a hero without doing the hero course will happen, and I want to ask if you think that you are ready for it, Midoriya. Izuku was now on a train to Hosu, remembering Ingenium's words about the exam, and he was thinking if he was really prepared to tackle it. He was keeping tabs on his school schedule and how the exams before summer were going to take the 5 previous days before the exam. But considering that he passed the infamous entrance exam of UA for the hero course, then he felt some confidence in his chances. He worked as a part-time worker at the Ideten agency, and even if it was just an excuse for him to be in a position to take that exam at Ingenium's recommendation, Izuku had fun and learned a lot from that experience. Those menial tasks that he performed were an informative experience for the future, and he sparred with a lot of Ingenium's sidekicks. And they were a lot of sidekicks working for the hero, which made Izuku more or less prepared to tackle a variety of opponents thanks to the hero's philosophy of gather the people with quirks with a single strong point. And deploy the right people in the right places meant that the Team Idaten was like a jack of all trades in the hero business, as they had at minimum a couple of heroes that were capable to perform in certain duties that weren't just heroes that just fought villains, but patrollers, navigators, and all of the other support staff working for them behind the scenes had a place in the Team Idaten to the point that even some sidekicks that were suited for heroic activities on the water had a place there and were respected there. Izuku was surprised by that decision. As for what he saw on TV, a lot of agencies tended to stick to one motif based on the main hero's quirk and focus, like Endeavor being a hero that focuses on taking villains down and only hired people with fire-related quirks as his sidekicks. But he could see that Ingenium's philosophy had his pros. Being able to respond to almost any kind of incident while having an idea about what to do was something that Izuku could get behind, as he felt a massive amount of contempt for heroes who acted like headless chickens unsure about what to do when they were out of their element. That hatred came from that incident the past year, in which he saw how 3 heroes decided to stay there, and looked at how Bakugo was being choked to death, and their only answer was to wait for a hero with a more suited quirk to appear to save the day. Izuku in those times was a weak kid with no muscle mass or a quirk on his name, but he at least did something with only his backpack and some luck to try to save the day. And even if in the end All Might saved the day and he was reprimanded for getting in the way, at least Izuku was able to take solace in the fact that he tried to do something about the situation instead of giving up at the first sign of trouble. So maybe that was why Izuku agreed with that particular philosophy. The amicable workplace and atmosphere was a plus. That made him confident in his chances, and in the case that he failed, then he would just have to try again at another date. The consequences of failing to pass that exam aside from losing the money that one had to pay to take that exam, which Izuku decided to pay out of his pocket by using all that money that he earned legitimately by working as a part-time worker in Team Idaten, even if Ingenium was willing to pay it for him, was that he'd just have to wait at least 6 months to take the next exam, even if those exams were done every 3 months. So, Izuku could either ace that exam on the first try or fail the first time, study and train even harder for those 6 months that he would have to wait, and then try again with even more experience on his belt. Izuku did not have to stress himself that much as he had time to prepare, and getting worked up was the best way to sabotage himself for no reason. He just hoped that no hero that had any relation with Yue were in that exam, and considering that said exam would be celebrated at Shiketsu High School, then the chances for that to happen were slim at best. He just had to keep calm and focus on what was in front of him, but there was now something that was getting him a little nervous for some reason. He felt like someone was spying on him, and as much as Izuku knew that getting paranoid wasn't the way to go, he knew that it wasn't paranoia when you were right, but he would just keep his wits about him and walk to the agency while paying attention to his surroundings. Sir Nightai was a man who believed in being punctual to a meeting, even more if the one who called that meeting was him. But the moment he saw that Izuku was getting off the same train that he used to reach Hosu and was walking out of the station, then he decided to just keep some distance in order to observe him from a distance. It was not like he was actively stalking the boy, as they were both going to the same place, and this situation was a coincidence that he was going to take advantage. He was still thinking about the fact that he shared the same family name with the Japanese representative of the WHA, and he was curious enough to know if that meant that Izuku was related to an important figure in the hero world. But then he saw how Izuku entered an alleyway after he had heard the sound of something metallic falling to the ground with a thud. Sir Nightai had no choice but to follow him while keeping some distance, and then he saw how Izuku was looking at a blonde girl that was on the ground. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked the girl. He saw how the girl's eyes were yellow, and she looked a little dazzled when she looked at his face for a couple of seconds. "Saito," she said, as he looked at a green-haired doppelganger with red eyes are of the boy who was her first crush. She remembered those moments as his blood went down her throat and remembered the pure glee and ecstasy that she felt as she allowed herself to follow her quirk's impulses and drank his blood. "That's not my name, so I guess that I look like one of your acquaintances," Izuku said. There was something off about this girl, but she looked like she needed help, and he was going to help her anyway. "Yeah, you do," the girl said. Izuku offered a hand for her to grab it, so she could get up, and she took it. Lucky me, I guess, Izuku said. He felt that the girl was hiding something in her uniform by the way she moved. But as much as he wanted to do a search up on her for weapons, he was still a civilian and really wanted to keep the amount of illegal things that he could do to a minimum. So the best that he could do was to let things take their course and just wait for her to try something, and then to be as measured as possible while defending himself from any possible attack. Since Izuku was trying to be a hero, then he was going to follow the laws even if they never really protected him. And considering how the law about self-defense is, the last thing he needs is to give any ammo to UA or the HPSC if he got in any kind of legal trouble. You look cute, but you know how you could look even cuter? The girl said. Her mind was being set up now and she found a new target to satiate her thirst for blood. I am afraid to ask, but what can make me cuter? Izuku asked. At this point, he was aware that this girl was going to attack her as the look in her eyes reminded her too much about how Bakugo got that high and mighty as he heard him with his explosions, and years of seeing that sight on Bakugo's eyes made him recognize what was going to go down on him if someone looked at him with that deranged glare. If you were covered with blood, the girl said, and pulled a knife in order to stab him. Izuku was able to dodge it thanks to his instincts kicking in, which made his body move in time to avoid a stab wound to the neck. Izuku may possess the quirk factor of super regeneration that would allow him to tank that stab wound, but Izuku was not going to deliberately let himself be stabbed in the neck or something like that. Even less when the possibility of her stabbing his neck with her knife could cut one artery in his neck and probably kill him even if he could survive it thanks to super regeneration and blood control. So he managed to catch the wrist of the hand that held her knife and gently press it with enough force to make her drop it. Ah! The girl yelped in surprise and a little bit of pain. This was the first time that someone managed to catch her in the act and was able to disarm her. A small part of her in a way expected for this to go as it went with Saito, but it appeared that this green-haired Saito was more capable than it appeared at first glance. I see, so that is how it is, Izuku said in a cryptic way. The moment that he made contact with the girl's wrist with his naked fingers, he decided to use copy to temporarily replicate that girl's quirk factor, and that allowed him to get a read on her power and the cause of the problem in this situation. That girl was driven into a frenzy as she had been denied the consumption of those things for a really long time, to the point that her mind was too broken because her quirk's needs hadn't been satiated in a long time. And by the time she broke and decided to give in to her impulses, her quirk's needs became an intrinsic part of her to the point that she was more. That girl was driven into a frenzy as she had been denied the consumption of those things for a really long time, to the point that her mind was too broken because her quirk's needs hadn't been satiated in a long time. And by the time she broke and decided to give in to her impulses, her quirk's needs became an intrinsic part of her to the point that she was more a living quirk than a person in a way. Izuku was about to try to talk to her, but then a small, stamp-shaped item came out of nowhere and hit the girl in the head, incapacitating her on the spot, and only was still up and not on the ground because Izuku caught her before she could fall to the ground. Are you okay? Sir Nightai said. He had been watching over that scene and decided to step in now. He looked at Izuku's face and he saw genuine anger for a couple of seconds before Izuku took a deep breath and then decided to address him. Yes, I am, Izuku said, angered at the fact that the hero attacked and incapacitated her before Izuku could have tried something. But he reined in his anger as the hero did what he believed was right, and as long as the girl was fine, then Izuku could try what he had in mind later. You sure? The hero said, not fully convinced about what Izuku said, but considering that Izuku was being civil to him despite the situation, then he was not going to complain much. Chapter 11. Chapter text. I guess that when you said to me that alleyways and you don't mix well, you were being more right than you wanted to be, Ingenium said. He was now in the headquarters of the police in Hosu. Sir Nightai, Izuku and him were alone in an office to discuss something in private at Izuku's request. Yeah, but the reason about why I wanted to talk in private is because at this point, I think it is time that I come clean about one detail that I have been keeping to myself since my quirk manifested in the USJ. Izuku said. He looked at Sir Nightai and saw on the man's face that he was surprised, maybe because the hero wanted to know about him and didn't expect things to go this way. I see. But what is that you wish to say about your quirk that is important enough to request for this talk to be private? Ingenium said, surprised about this detail. He remembered how Izuku somehow made the stains of blood that were created by his own blood burst into flames on that day in which both met for the first time, and he had in a way forgotten that detail as Izuku had been using his blood to heal others since he started working with him. My quirk is not a healing quirk that manifests through my blood, but a quirk that manipulates in a way the quirk factors of individuals whose blood enters in contact with my own. Izuku said. What? Sir Nightai said. He was not expecting that answer at all. Yeah, my quirk allows me to modify the genetic traits of a quirk in multiple ways, like draining them from a person's body to make their quirks useless, or rewrite them in a way so their quirks become compatible with their bodies, kind of what I did for that boy that was in the beach if that is what you want to know. Izuku said as he looked at Sir Nightai. That confirmed what All Might said about Izuku being the one that healed Mirio, but from what he was saying, it appeared that Izuku's way of healing people was unconventional. I see, but how is that possible? Ingenium asked. Quirks can be like that. Some can allow people to perform feats that are beyond human understanding, but mine is one of the few that focus in the important half of what makes a quirk powerful. I can't alter any physical trait or mutation that is caused by a quirk, so I am not turning people into mutants by messing with the genetic traits of their quirks or turning people with quirks that make their bodies change into a human again. But I can mess with those genetic traits to influence how their quirks work in a way. But if you are asking about how I can heal people with a quirk that is not a healing one, then I will ask you a question. What do you know about the Nomu that attacked the USJ with the League of Villains? Izuku asked. He saw that while Ingenium barely knew a thing, Sir Nightai appeared to be more informed as he decided to talk about what he knew. That creature has two quirks in his body if what those villains said was true, but after some medical testing was done on it, it was found that his quirks were broken. Its quirk factors were damaged beyond repair, and it had a really low amount of. Sir Nightai started to say, but when he was recounting the part about the Nomu's damaged quirk factor, and then he compared the information that Izuku gave about his quirk, then everything started to make sense, and then he got quiet for a couple of seconds before he addressed Izuku again. Your quirk manifestation did that to the Nomu, Sir Nightai said. More like a quirk awakening, as my quirk was so weak that I was unable to sense it until I was at death's door, but what you said is true. The reason that All Might was able to quickly defeat the Nomu after I attacked it with my blood was because I drained the Nomu of almost all its quirk factors, but the process wasn't as perfect as I expected because I was kind of dying at that time, and it was only the adrenaline rush combined with my quirk powering up that allowed me to survive. Vlad King's quirk factors entering my body through his blood helped me to survive as blood control allowed me to cheat death a little by hanging on a little longer thanks to that quirk's ability to allow its user to control their own blood and to endure the low level of blood in a body better than a normal person. That explained my survival to that deadly wound in my heart, and how I was able to weaponize my blood when I attacked the Nomu and wrecked its quirks from the inside. Izuku said. It appeared that what he said made Sir Nightai uncomfortable for some reason, but he wanted to know about him, so he shouldn't complain about it. That? Impressive in a way, but what does that mean? Can you steal quirks or something? Ingenium said. Sir Nightai was holding his breath after he heard that question, as he knew about AFO and the tough of someone having the power to steal quirks like the man that injured All Might made him a little nervous, but then he saw Izuku shook his head to say no before he decided to reply. No, I can't steal quirks. I can take away or return the genetic traits of a quirk. Imagine an old clock with a complex mechanism as a quirk. The outside of the clock is the physical traits of a quirk, like mutations or body parts needed for a quirk to work, while the complex inner mechanisms on the inside are the genetic ones. My quirk messes with those inner mechanisms, allowing me to sabotage a person's quirks for good, or I can just modify those inner mechanisms a little to make it work better or worse depending on my understanding of that quirk, like for example, reducing the strain that a quirk causes on a person's body. And let me tell you this, Sir Nightai, that boy was dying because his body was just unable to withstand that massive amount of genetic quirk factor in his body, that strain in his body that was caused because his body tried to contain all that power made him get old on the inside that fast, because the human body, sadly, is unable to cope with that much power. I was able to fix that problem thanks to the way his quirk was working, but whatever that quirk problem was, it was caused because someone was trying to shove far more pieces of machinery into a clock that was already at full capacity. The explanation may be a little weird, but that explanation helps me to understand quirks better, so you will have to deal with it. Izuku said. That explanation was a little weird, but in a way helped the heroes to understand what Izuku was saying, and Sir Nightai relaxed somewhat after hearing that Izuku was unable to steal quirks. The whole idea of a blood-themed AFO around still put him on edge, but he's still unable to understand how Izuku managed to heal people if he only was able to alter the quirk factor of a person. But how can you heal a person with your quirk? Ingenium asked. I slip up a tiny fraction of the stored genetic quirk factor that I have of super regeneration on the person that I want to heal, and when that person is healed up, then I take it back. I was able in the past to leave that quirk factor there, as that minuscule quirk factor, because if the body is unable to recognize a genetic quirk factor as part of it, then it was destroyed by the original quirk. But when I healed up that boy, things started to change. Izuku said. That made Sir Nightai think that Izuku's quirk making contact with OFA had in a way influenced his quirk in the process. While I managed to fix whatever mess that was happening to that boy, a part of his quirk locked on into my presence and tried to jump into my body. That pull of that quirk was too strong, and even if I tried to pull any distance, in the end, I assimilated in a way a part of it, even if I didn't want it. Izuku said. Sir Nightai was unable to understand that. Maybe because the comparison between AFO and Izuku was in his mind, even if he was able to understand that they weren't the same person and had no relation to each other. But to see someone that shared some traits with AFO in a way was telling that he didn't want to assimilate OFA was difficult to believe. But that quirk had something that I am still trying to figure out how that could be possible. Izuku said, unaware of Sir Nightai's inner monologue and thoughts. And what is that? Ingenium said. Sir Nightai at this point decided that might as well let the hero ask questions because he did ask what he wanted to ask Izuku, and he believed that Izuku would be more willing to answer if Ingenium was the one who talked to him. That quirk genetic factor was related to me for some reason, and before you ask, I can do that. I tried that with my mom letting me interact with a drop of her blood, and I instantaneously assimilated the quirk factor of her in that drop of blood with no issue despite the fact that her quirk has nothing to do with blood, and my dad sent to me from America a vial with some of his blood a couple of weeks ago, and I assimilated his quirk factor in his blood out of instinct without any input from me. That makes me think that as long as my blood is in contact with someone with that I share DNA, my quirk would assimilate a fragment of their quirk factors for myself regardless of what I want. Izuku said, and then Sir Nightai was now wary again. He was now starting to suspect that Izuku had to be a descendant of AFO or something like, and the kid had the misfortune of inheriting a mutation of AFO. The part of being a blood variation of said dreadful quirk confused him, but unless he came clean about OFA and revealed that info, then he would have to investigate that on his own. Sir Nightai wasn't thinking that Izuku was a villain at this point, even if those things in his background and the suspects about him put him on edge. He needed to at least ask some questions himself to at least gauge Izuku's character better. But why didn't you wanted that? I mean, if your quirk allows you to assimilate quirk factors of others, then why did you pass up the chance to become stronger? Sir Nightai asked, unsure about how Izuku would take that question. Because two things really. The first one is that the USJ incident and the whole being on the verge of death for more than one reason. It was not enough to be shot in the heart and then feel that agonizing pain as your life fades away. But then add up having your own body tearing up from the inside, because you hit the limit of what you can hold of quirk factors in your body, even if some of that excess of quirk factor was the one of a self-healing quirk, did convince me to never bit more than I can chew in that regard. And aside of that blonde nuisance of 1B that ended bleeding on my fist a day after my quirk awakened and I was still trying to get a hold on how it works, I am proud of myself for not touching the quirk factor of any person that I healed up in the past. Only the quirk factor of my parents, and the one from that boy were the ones that I assimilated in my quirk. The second one is simpler. It's just that my quirk's baser instincts aren't focused on that. They are focused on the understanding of quirks whose genetic quirk factor enters in contact with my blood. The whole assimilation and manipulation of quirk factors are the result of my quirk having an awakening in a life-or-death situation and evolving to survive. Izuku admitted. Sir Nightai could try to refute that point, but he heard that kid's 20 minutes dissertation about quirks and how they influence a person's mind. And considering that Izuku was using mundane and simpler words to explain advanced theories about quirk psychology and got almost everything that was written in those published theories that were considered as true by the community that studies quirks right, despite the fact that a kid like him shouldn't be that knowledgeable on the inner workings of a quirk, even if he had quirk analysis as a hobby, then maybe that claim about his quirk's natural instincts being focused on the understanding of quirks and quirk factors holds a lot of water. I see, Sir Nightai said. That was the only thing that he could say at the moment. That is impressive, but what change did that boy's quirk cause on yours? Ingenium said, trying to rail back the conversation after that explanation. He was trying to also absorb that information, but this looked way beyond his understanding. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked. What that quirk did to me was to give me the ability to permanently bestow any kind of quirk factor that I assimilated in a way. That means that if I leave a small amount of the quirk factor of super regeneration on a person after that day, then that person would have two quirks in a way, as that quirk factor would attach to that person, because their quirks now would consider that fragment of genetic quirk factor that in the past would be eliminated as it didn't belong, but now they are recognized as part of them. And that little detail is why I am that secretive with my quirk, Izuku said. The look on the heroes' faces was one of disbelief, and in Sir Nightai's mind, the idea of someone who could bestow quirks like that remembered him about how OFA operated. But instead of giving a quirk with massive power, he could give other things, and that was what concerned him. Ingenuum knows already my opinion about the HPSC and how they are too shady. The whole scandal with Lady Nagant is proof that they delve into some dark business. What would you think would happen to me if the information about my quirk ability of bestowing more or less quirks with a simple transfusion of blood? Izuku said, and that pretty much made Sir Nightai that Izuku was treating his quirk with almost the same amount of caution that All Might had treated the secret of OFA, and how Izuku wanted to keep his power away from falling into the wrong hands. Izuku may have revealed that info to them now, but at least Sir Nightai was willing to understand why Izuku was that secretive about his quirk. The HPSC would stop to nothing to get you to work with them in one way or another, and certain villains would try to get their hands on you to become strong enough to defeat All Might. Sir Nightai said, yes, for that reason, I am keeping a lid on what my quirk can do as best I can, because the only way to keep a secret is to never tell anyone, and I am failing in that regard. I may trust Ingenium enough after the time that I am working with him and all the good things that he had done for me. But you, Sir Nightai, the only thing that I can trust is that you work with All Might, and that white-haired boy is connected to All Might in a way. Izuku said. Sir Nightai was looking at how Izuku was staring at him, and then he realized that Izuku knew thanks to All Might's up of that day about his injured form and that he had a time limit. It was a subtle reminder that Izuku had some form of leverage against All Might, and he could feel that it was a threat of mutually assured destruction if he tried something that could ruin Izuku's life. I understand. It would be for the best that this conversation would be kept under wraps by the looks of it, Sir Nightai said. He was a little upset about the fact that the kid was using that mistake of All Might as a bargaining chip to keep him quiet, but he was able to understand that people could do drastic things to keep themselves alive, and the best thing that he could do was to de-escalate the situation and to try to make Izuku to reach an understanding with them, if not with Yue or All Might, at least with him to prevent the worst-case scenario. Good, because now I want to talk about that girl and her issues. But something tells me that the fact that the officers who took her to the infirmary were referring to her as a villain will limit the amount of information that I can obtain as a civilian, Izuku said. He was looking now at the heroes, and Sir Nightai was more or less sure that Izuku was telling them in a sublet way that he needed their collaboration in this issue with the girl that had attacked him. Very well, let's see what we can do about it. Sir Nightai believed that Ingenium would actually help Izuku regardless, but Sir Nightai decided to help as well. He did want to de-escalate the situation, and it appeared that helping Izuku with something was a good way to endear yourself to him. and it appeared to him that the best way to prevent that worst-case scenario that he was afraid of was to simply earn his trust by helping him and building a positive rapport with him. Maybe then Sir Night-Eye would had an easier time investigating Izuku's ties with AFO. Chapter 12. Chapter Text. Izuku entered the room where the girl he knew now that was named Himiko Toga and saw that she was slowly recovering consciousness. Sir Night-Eye may have lightly thrown one of his stamps on her head, but 5 kilograms is still 5 kilograms, and even a small amount of force while aiming at the head could still cause some damage. The expression of panic on her face was understandable, villain or not. One would be confused in this situation, but Izuku wanted to get her side of the story even if he more or less figured out what was the problem. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I never asked for this situation, and neither did you, but a hero stepped in and incapacitated you with one blow to the head. So might as well talk about the situation in order to reach the bottom of this. Izuku said. He then gave her a bottle full of red-colored pills. Himiko could smell a faint smell of blood on those pills, and she was confused. Those things are nutritional supplements made of blood for people with quirks that rely on the usage of blood to function, or for people whose quirks force upon them a craving for blood. Izuku said. The look of pure confusion on Himiko's face clued into Izuku that maybe, just maybe, someone had fucked this one up by not doing their job properly. And he didn't know if it was the person that counseled her about her quirk that either missed that detail or was that incompetent, or her parents for not looking into means to deal with that craving of hers in a way that didn't involve telling her to just not drink blood. Is that even a thing? That question in a way hurt Izuku. He was able to read the report about Himiko's life and past crimes, and it was clear that she had no luck at all. Her quirk was considered villainous, and aside from that poor counseling that she received that amounted to saying that she wasn't normal and that she should suppress her abnormal traits, to parents that were that eager and quick to reprimand her for her behavior, calling her rotten to the core and labeling her as an inhuman monster. Then Izuku had trouble judging her for turning into villainy when it was clear that those same people that were meant to help her to be normal choose the most stupid and useless way to help her. Yes, in this day and age, considering how quirks are part of our lives, multiple pharmaceutical companies have developed and sell nutritional supplements to help individuals whose quirks have the prerequisite of ingesting some kind of thing to work, like blood or alcohol. And not only they are cheap, but if the quirk counselor that works with you is competent, then not only you would already know what this is, but you would have the right to get those things for free as prescribed medication. As is a real necessity in your case, because one of the changes that were made in the laws when quirks became that common was that the healthcare of every country should give those kinds of medication for free to those that needed, and the last time I checked, that was still part of the law in this country. Izuku said. Since he was going to be part of that world aside from heroism, Izuku decided to check the laws pertaining to health in this country, and he remembered that little tidbit from his findings. Aye. Himiko was processing that information. All her life, she had been forced to suppress those urges to the point that she was driven mad because of it. So to hear now that there was an alternative that would have helped her in the long run that not only appeared could have helped her to keep her hunger in check, but that it was free was something that was making her question everything in the worst way possible. It's okay. Take your time. Izuku said. He wasn't able to find a way to break this information to her in a way that would have helped her, because Himiko Toga in a way went to the deep in the moment that she snapped and drank the blood of one of her classmates when she couldn't help it anymore. So to hear know that all her suffering and inner turmoil had a solution that existed and was only out of her reach because the incompetence of multiple people was something that was going to hurt in way or another. As Izuku was interacting with Himiko, Sir Night-Eye was thinking about what Izuku had said before he entered that room. As much as I can agree that some villains are beyond redemption, a hero must try to save them until that cruel reality settles in. And from what I saw on her file, and I know thanks to what my quirk tells me, there is a chance to peacefully put an end to her crimes as long as someone tries to reach her. But the problem is that a lot of heroes are more concerned with stopping villains and doing marketing deals to gain more money over trying to save some villains for themselves. Because, at the end of the day, heroism is a prolific business that moves a lot of money as people's attention span is that low to care about anything that isn't what they have been fed since they were kids, It's the flashy costumes and superpowers that matters to almost everyone and the HPSC to consider a person a hero or not their personality, not their moral compass, nor even the fact if that person understands what it means to be a hero or not. Izuku said to Sir Night-Eye when he asked why he was interested in trying to help that girl even if she was a villain who had killed people. Midoriya does take an issue with poor Quirk counseling thanks to what happened to him. He considers that Quirk counselors can influence dramatically in the life of a kid, and poor counseling can be a recipe to a disaster. Considering what he had told about the girl and how not only she is a victim of her Quirk desires, but also her issues had an easier solution that no one in her environment bothered to look at, then can agree with his point of view. Ingenium said. Both Sir Night-Eye and Ingenium were now discussing about Izuku's future after Izuku himself decided to let the hero know his plans for the future. And as much as Sir Night-Eye was one of those heroes who believed heroes should only dedicate themselves to heroism and that they shouldn't have a second job, he was able to at least understand Izuku's reasoning and approved in a way his particular choice as his future profession outside of heroics. For Sir Night-Eye, it was more respectable for a hero to have a job outside of heroics that was related to heroism or help people than to be a model or an actor. So, he wants to run a private clinic to be a doctor and a Quirk counselor. His ability to understand quirks thanks to how his quirk works would allow him to be really good at counseling people about their quirks better than a professional could. But still, why a private clinic? He could work in a hospital if he wanted to have a more stable income. Sir Night-Eye said. Midoriya said that if he was his own boss, then he would be able to manage how he could do his work without worrying too much about any schedule, because he took into account the possibility of an emergency situation that could happen that would require him to be a hero first, and working as a private professional does give him the flexibility to be able to choose how and when do things at his own pace based on the situation. Sure, some heroes work as police officers or in hospitals when they aren't acting as heroes, and they can ditch those responsibilities to go back to being a hero if the situation requires it. But Midoriya prefers to be himself the one who deals with the fallout of his decisions. Ingenium said as he looked at how Izuku was interacting with Himiko, that was looking really upset at the moment. But still, you can agree with me that he is choosing the hard way to be a hero when the easiest way is in front of him. Sir Night-Eye heard Ingenium's explanation and could see the logic behind it. Having this knowledge in hand helps Sir Night-Eye to at least put down the worst-case scenario about Izuku bidding his time to become a villain. But the hero is still unable to understand why Izuku was taking the hard path to be a hero. He knew that Nizu would literally expel everyone in Class 1A and even fire Eraserhead and other teachers if that secured him the chance to have Izuku return to the hero course. Maybe it was out of pure spite, as Izuku admitted, but there was something more in Izuku's decision to take the hard path to become a hero that just pure spite that he had for Yue. Maybe, but as he said to me, this was a way to at least find a way to put his conflicted emotions to rest. He had been through a lot way before he entered the hero course, and the events of the USJ, and to see how the world that hated him for being quirkless now wanted to accommodate him, because his quirk was heroic and flashy was too much for him to handle in a way. He told me that a lot of people who crossed paths with him on the streets had been calling him nasty things that would have turned someone into a villain out of spite because being called things like a waste of space or that he was a villain by just existing during 10 years would turn even the most virtuous hero into a villain after getting fed up with that kind of mistreatment. And he got that every day in school, with people in his vicinity, and he just refused to give into it and pushed forward regardless of those people that only insulted him and refused to see that he was more than just a quirkless person. Ingenium said, in those months that Izuku had worked with him, he had learned from his past, and the hero was quite shocked and glad that Izuku's heroic spirit was that strong despite all that happened. The hero was aware that it was his words and offer that allowed Izuku to be a hero despite his refusal to be on the hero course in UA. Ingenium still remembered the crawler and how he was saddened in a way that he was late, then to try to give the crawler a chance to do things the legit way, as the crawler was already a vigilante with some reputation when they meet. Things ended going well for the crawler in the end. But Ingenium was glad that he managed to stop Izuku from taking the path of vigilantism way before he came to that idea sooner or later, because from what he knows about Izuku now, Ingenium was able to say with confidence that his desire to help people would have ended winning over his bitterness in those moments. But by then Izuku would have gone head first into vigilantism. I see. So he felt the cruel bite of society's discriminatory stance on those that aren't graced with being born in the right side of society since he was very young and was undeterred by it. He wanted to be a hero regardless of all of that he endured. Sir Nitai said, impressed by the way for that level of stubbornness and sheer determination that one person could have to go through something like that and not break. It was clear that Izuku had what it takes to be a hero. Yeah. So for that reason, I have been helping him to get prepared in a way for that exam that I talked about it, the one that would be celebrated in Shiketsu. The one for adults and reformed vigilantes? The one that is done in a select number of hero schools under the watchful eye of the HPSC. Sir Nitai said, yes, we both know that said exam in a way is a privilege that is given only to those hero schools that are in a way aligned to the HPSC. UA's refusal to let the HPSC have any influence there may have allowed them a level of independence, but that also came with the refusal to allow UA to do things like that. Nizu may believe that said stance against the HPSC gives him some leeway to do what he wants and can use UA reputation as a shield from scrutiny, but the recent actions of the LOV alongside the massive blunder that was Bakugo's actions during the Tokyo incident had put their practices in question, and with the ex-students of Eraserhead speaking really poorly about his teaching methods, or the lack of them, are making a massive dent on that shield, and not even All Might's reputation can keep UA running like that for longer. Ingenium said. He also knows about how things are run in Class 1A thanks to his brother talking about it from time to time. And almost all that Tinya said was that Eraserhead never bothered to do his job and napped almost all the time. And in those times that he was awake, he focuses only in his personal student formation while ignoring the rest. What was Nizu thinking about hiring a man who shows that he is unwilling to do his job as a teacher? Sir Nai said, the hero is quite critical of the approach that Eraserhead has when dealing with his students and only keeps it to himself because he has his hands full with his agency and dealing with OFA's secret. Erasure. Nizu is thinking about the potential to have Eraserhead's quirk at his disposal more than Eraserhead's competence and willingness to be a teacher. That quirk of his is the only value that Nizu sees, and now that people are asking questions about how one student of the hero course of UA, the best hero school in Japan, is unable to understand that what he did was not only reckless, but also ended injuring people, then no amount of potential and useful applications of Eraserhead's quirk is going to convince the people about the effectiveness of his teaching methods when those methods consist in not doing anything and to let them figure out things on their own when it is his job as a teacher to teach things. Even if he was their homeroom teacher, he still had a responsibility to help those kids to train to become heroes, and Eraserhead had shown now that he was not willing to do that job unless he liked the kid enough to do his job. And considering how mediocre Shinso Hitoshi was to the eyes of the people, then they even questioned about the effectiveness of Eraserhead as teacher even when he tried. The door from that room opened and Izuku exited the infirmary. He looked a little upset, but then he looked at the heroes and decided to speak. I talked with her, and as much as I wanted to say anything to her to say that I could help her, I'm still a civilian with no real power to say to her that I can help her. But I am sure that a hero can actually find a way to help her, just saying. Izuku said, as he was aware that he was only at the moment able to get this far because he had the backing of Ingenium at his side, so he decided to not get her hopes up, but saying that it may be a chance for her. What do you have in mind, Midoriya? Sir Nitai said. It was clear to him that Izuku was going to take advantage of his contacts with heroes to do heroism over trying to take matters into his own hands, and Sir Nitai saw there an opportunity to de-escalate tensions between them. Sir Nitai was banking on the knowledge that Ingenium shared with him about Izuku's character, and the best way to keep Izuku in check was to not screw him over and to be a reasonable person with his demands. Izuku showed that he was quite a passionate person despite his jaded front and was willing to compromise as long as a proper argument was given to him without writing his opinion off, without even bothering to explain why. Well, Izuku started to say. Both heroes were waiting to listen to what Izuku wanted to say about what he had in mind to help that girl. Himiko Toga was still on the bed, as she was handcuffed because she was dangerous. Her talk with Izuku had been more or less a venting session for her in which Izuku decided to make a daring move from her point of view to show that he actually wanted to help her by just letting her drink a lot of his blood by pricking one of his thumbs with her canines, and then letting a massive amount of his blood to pour on her mouth. Needless to say, Himiko got her fill of drinking his blood and felt really warm and fuzzy on the inside. She did ask Izuku if he wasn't afraid that she would try to use her quirk to impersonate him at a later moment in the day to try to escape, and he just told her that his first concern was to help her with her problems, that far too many people had let her down, and that he refused to let her fall even further to the darkness that threatened to swallow her whole. Izuku didn't use those words, but she could sense in a way that those were Izuku's intentions. So after seeing that Izuku abandoned the room after helping her, Himiko felt that there was some hope for her for the first time in a long time. Then two heroes entered the room, and then the one with an armored suit talked to her. Himiko Toga, there is something that we wish to discuss with you, if you wish to listen, Ingenium said. He heard Izuku's words, and almost all that he said to them about the girl was based on what he got from her, and from what he sensed about her quirk. What Izuku had in mind was a little out of the ordinary in this day and age, but it was still legal to do, and now they needed to see if she was willing to accept those terms for her to enter in a rehabilitation program for villains. People like Toga are just victims of society's biases in the worst way possible. Her story is the result of the constant failures of the people who should have helped her deal with her issues that then pushed her to the point of no return. She may have killed people to survive, but even then, she deserves the chance to live like a normal person. Jailing her would only solve the problem in the short term, because as long as people don't learn about the consequences of failing people like that, when only a little bit of help and humanity was needed to prevent them from getting to this point, then more people like Toga would appear. I refuse to just kick her into jail like she is an empty can into the trash can. A hero should be able to save people like that and to help them to live a normal life, because if not, then heroism has lost its meaning. Izuku's words still resonated in Ingenium's mind, and in a way, he was proud of the fact that Izuku was that committed to his principles to be a hero even if, in a way, they went about what it was established. Ingenium knew that Izuku may not be a hero who is on the hero rankings or even makes it to any kind of pool, but it was better to be a hero on your own terms while working on the system and doing things in a roundabout way to get the result that he wanted over being a vigilante. Chapter 13. Chapter Text. A new day has arrived, and Izuku was thinking about what happened to Himiko Toga and her current situation. Truth be told, there was no easy way out for her as she had killed people even if her circumstances were far more sympathetic than a lot of villains who killed people for other reasons that weren't to keep that mind-breaking hunger that drove her insane. She was going to spend the rest of her life, more or less, under the watch of a hero to fully rehabilitate herself in the eyes of society. That same society that failed her in the worst way possible. Himiko was tired of her life being hard to live. She hated that she wasn't allowed to be normal because she was born broken, and no matter how Izuku told her that she was not the problem, she still believed that she was a monster and a villain freak. Izuku understood that pain very well. He had been told many times that he was a freak of nature and even worse things, and he knew too well that it was too tempting to just give up and accept that he was those insults to dull the pain that those insults caused. Izuku had the will and determination to endure it, but he was able to understand her inner turmoil. At least she now was under the watch of the Team Ideten and was forced to live in the building on the agency. Ingenium did offer her the chance to stay with them, and he promised to try to find ways to help her with her blood hunger if Izuku wasn't around. Yes, Izuku decided to help her as well by letting her drink his blood with no strings attached. Izuku could regenerate his blood thanks to the way that super regeneration worked for him. So he was the only person as far as he knew who could keep up with her quirk demands for blood, and the only one that Himiko was willing to trust to the point that she accepted Ingenium's offer, because Izuku's action of giving blood to her won her over, as nobody willingly gave her what she needed without a second thought. And she was moved by that act of selflessness for his part. So that meant that part of his part-time job in Ideten would be dedicated to helping Himiko, even though Izuku was at the moment unable to spare that much time for anything else that wasn't his studies and preparation for the exam to be a hero. Izuku knew that leaving someone that was in dire need of help hanging like that was not only unheroic, but was against his principles. So for the moment, he was going to return to the routine in UA to be the quiet kid of Class 1C while chatting with Kinoko during lunch hour about any topic that she wanted to discuss with him. It appears that the students of the Hero course are going to face the teachers in a 2 versus 1 fight for the final exam. Kinoko said, I hope that the teachers either pull their punches or that said exam had other parameters to succeed, because no offense, but all you people of the first year on heroics are still too green to win against one of the heroes who work as teachers here, even if they are playing around with you people. Izuku said, I know, but can I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. Izuku said to Kinoko's question. Is there something that you could do to help us? Kinoko said. Izuku was a little surprised about that request, but he decided to indulge her. Sure, but what you do have in mind? Izuku asked. I think that you could use that knowledge of quirks that you have to help me and my classmates to pass. Kinoko asked. I see. But do you have any specifics? I mean, do you want me to try to find any extra application of your quirk? Or do you want me to try to give you a battle plan against any possible teacher that you could face in the exam? Izuku asked. Yes? Kinoko said. Izuku saw that she barely thought about this. But considering the situation, then Izuku was far more forgiving about her not being that sure about what kind of help she wanted. Fine, I see what I can do, but it's going to cost you a little something. Izuku said. He saw that Kinoko was surprised about what Izuku said, but he decided to clear the air with her before she could get the wrong impression. Relax, that cost is a symbolic thing. You just have to bring me an empty notebook for me to write the information that you want. At worst, you can just spend up to 300 yen for a cheap one at a convenience store or something like that. Consider that a way to show your commitment to getting my help, because even if I believe that things like quirk counseling should be given with little to no question, I just want to know that the person who asks for my help is not wasting my time. So by giving me an empty notebook, I can see that you want to keep what I say to you written on that notebook to read at a later date. Izuku said. Kinoko then relaxed a little. Oh, that makes sense. Kinoko said. So, just bring me an empty notebook and I will see what I can do during the lunch hour. I have to study for my own exams, so you will have to understand that while I'm offering you my help, I'm still bound by my responsibilities as a student and I'm putting the few free time that I have at the moment to help. Izuku said. Yeah, you have a part-time job. Kinoko remembered, and she realized that Izuku was quite busy outside of school while she and the others used the time out of school to rest from their class days as hero students. Don't worry, I promise that I can get what you need before the end of the lunch period. But if your classmates want to take this offer, I just ask for you people to come in a reasonable group of people for me to work on those notebooks while being able to eat. Izuku said. Kinoko nodded at his words, and then they parted ways after they had eaten. Izuku knew that his workload at the moment was getting bigger and bigger, and that Izuku could have refused to help Kinoko and those who wanted his help. But Izuku decided to treat kindly to those who treated him with kindness, and Kinoko was the first person who showed to him some genuine kindness in UA while he was still being a little moody after the debacle of the USJ incident. So he was going to put the effort anyway, and would go plus ultra even if he was not that eager to hear that motto. Again for a while. A day after class, Izuku saw Sir Nitai near the entrance, probably waiting for his apprentice or All Might. Izuku was half a mind to just mind his own business and go back home to change into more civilian clothes to go to Hosu to work in Ida 10. But then, Sir Nitai saw him, and by the looks of it, the hero had some bussiness with him. Midoriya, I hope school is treating you well, the hero said. Izuku took a deep breath and then replied to the man as polite as possible. Well, I wrote a couple of notebooks full of information for some students of Class 1B who wanted help with their upcoming exam. One part of the exam for the students of the Hero course is going to be a 2 versus 1 fight against a teacher, and some of the students of Class 1B wanted to see if I could use my skills with quirk analysis to give him either a strategy against the teachers or tips to improve their quirks. Izuku said. Sir Nitai knew now about Izuku Quirk's true potential, so he was almost curious to see what Izuku had written on those notebooks, but he had other pressing matters now. I don't need my quirk to see that your knowledge about quirks could actually give those kids a fighting chance against the teachers if they apply that knowledge properly. But can I borrow a little of your time? There is something that I need to talk about, and even if I know that the topic in a way doesn't concern you that much, I believe that it is for the best that you get to know about that topic," Sir Nightai said. Izuku knew that he was talking about his family, or to be more specific, who was the first generation of quirk wielders in his family, and Izuku was not really interested that much, because of what his mom said to him. In the side of her family, the first quirk user was an orphan boy in Japan with a healing quirk that became a doctor. Fine. You know that I don't care that much about the topic, but if you are so insistent, then I will go with you. But at least let me call Ingenium first to warn him that I will get there a little late. You may believe that being a part-time worker on Idadin is just an excuse for me to take that exam, but I take my responsibilities as a part-time worker seriously," Izuku said. He picked up his phone and then called the hero. "Fair enough, but don't worry. I won't take too much of your time," Sir Nighthigh said. Izuku then accompanied the hero to the nearest train station in order to put the issue of his ancestors to rest. Mirio Togata was now more or less able to deal with OFA properly without the threat to his life that OFA was before his quirk manifested, but there was still one small issue. "I can't believe it," All Might said. Both Mirio and the hero were in Sir Nightai's agency in order to discuss what the vestiges of OFA had revealed to Mirio. In particular, what the third vestige revealed about the fact that there was a living relative of the first wielder of OFA and AFO. Bruce said. He said that Yuichi's romantic fling with the nurse who took care of him ended materializing in the form of one night of passion before the day that he was killed by his own brother, and that said night ended with her getting pregnant with his kid. Mirio repeated to All Might. So Mirai's hunch ended being right in the way. All Might said. All Might had a knee-jerk reaction to the idea of Izuku being a direct descendant of his nemesis, but it appeared that God has a sense of humor and made it so Izuku was in a way a direct descendant of the man that caused him some crippling injuries for the rest of his life, but only because AFO was the older twin of the man who was Izuku's ancestor. That meant that Izuku was in one way or another tied to the legacy of OFA and AFO because he was a living relative his nemesis, and Izuku's existence was possible because AFO gave Yuichi that stockpiling quirk that ended up creating OFA. Bruce was the only one who knew about that nurse's pregnancy, and Bruce made sure that Akari Hiroko was out of harm's way and keep that secret to the tomb, hoping that by never revealing that detail, then maybe AFO would never get his hands on her and the baby. Mirio said. When he shared that detail with his mentor and All Might, they pulled up all the resources that they had at their disposal and found that Akari Hiroka died in a freak accident and that she was a woman who never married and who gave her only son for adoption the moment that he was born in a hospital in Okinawa. Then they found out information about that boy, and he was adopted by a couple from the area whose family name was Midoriya. A couple from Okinawa with that family name adopted that baby, and that family name persisted, with Izuku Midoriya being the latest and youngest descendant from Yuichi aside from his mom. All Might said. To think that AFO ended up being so close to getting his hands on part of his dear brother's legacy, but he managed to ruin it by killing the only person that knew about it was funny in a way. Yuichi felt that connection the moment that Midoriya used his quirk to save my life by manipulating OFA. Both Izuku's quirk and OFA were almost in sync, but Izuku refused that connection as much as he could, with only one fragment of OFA sticking with Izuku. A fragment that allowed Izuku to wield the same power that Yuichi had before OFA was created when AFO forced a quirk on him. Quirk bestowal, Mirio said. The power to give a quirk, or at least half of it for what Midoriya said to Mirai. That kind of power could bring a lot of good, or a lot of evil to the world if it falls in the wrong hands. All Might said as he thought about the implications of Izuku's quirk true abilities that only he knew thanks to Mirai's interaction with Izuku and the deal that both Izuku and Mirai reached. Said deal, in the end, was a pact of non-aggression in which both Mirai and he would leave Izuku to his own devices as he wasn't doing anything dangerous and wasn't planning to do it anyway, and Izuku would keep the truth about All Might's time limit for himself and never disclose it. Mirai told him that as long as he kept Izuku's intentions and quirk under wraps from Yue, then Izuku wasn't that miffed if he shared the truth with All Might if that meant that All Might would stop pestering him. All Might wasn't sure if that meant that Izuku was willing to talk with him or that even Izuku would be willing to listen to him, But as long as All Might knew that Izuku wasn't going to commit any sort of crime and in fact was still trying to become a hero, then he would have to take solace in that fact. All Might decided after some deliberation with Sir Naitai that it would be only fair to Izuku to reveal the truth about OFA and AFO to him. Not only because the hero believed that it was the right thing to do after learning that Izuku had a secret as important as his injury was, but because warning Izuku about AFO's existence and the potential danger that Izuku could face just because his ties with him was a sensible choice. The vestige of Yuichi gave a greater insight into AFO's mindset and obsession, and considering that AFO was quite possessive of Yuichi when he was alive and was determined to do anything to recover the last vestige of Yuichi existence out of that possessive streak of his, then All Might didn't want to know what would happen to Izuku and his mom if the villain, that at this point All Might was sure that he was alive, caught wind of that information about Yuichi's descendants and would try to target them to have them under his thumb as he did with Yuichi before the second and third wielders of OFA rescued him. Maybe All Might was a little paranoid, and for all he knew, AFO couldn't care less about Yuichi's descendants, but after dealing with AFO for so long, All Might prefer to be safe than sorry. So, when the door of Sir Naitai's office opened from the outside, and All Might saw how Sir Naitai and Izuku entered the room, then All Might mentally prepared himself to have this talk with the boy that he had almost driven away from heroics once, hoping that this time, his words didn't sour Izuku's mood more than he had been since that day after the events of the USJ. Chapter 14. Chapter Text. The train ride to Hosu was heavier for Izuku now that he knew the truth about All Might's quirk and who his ancestors were. Being related to one of the most vile villains in the world, while also being related to one of the most selfless heroes in the world, who was not only the original wielder of OFA, but also the man who was Izuku's ancestor, gave him a lot to think about. It was funny to think that he was part of a long-time feud between brothers that spanned generations, because he was related to the one sibling that cheated death in a way thanks to the way his quirk worked. OFA and AFO, both quirks whose power was related to the concept of transferring quirks from one person to another, were part of his quirk in a way, but his quirk was a blend of both quirks in a way while having the blood theme that came from that nurse. That at least made it understandable why those tests failed when that doctor tried to see if he had a fire-breathing quirk or a psychic quirk. The characteristics of his quirk came straight from the first-generation quirk users of his bloodline. The revelation of that whole secret and the secret war that his whole family were part of now was something that Izuku had still trouble digesting in a way, but he decided to do something that even if put him in a weaker position with All Might or Sir Naitai. Izuku felt that it was a preferable alternative than to have a villainous great-great-great-uncle or something like that coming into his life to ruin it, because he is part of his family. He healed All Might in a way and tried his best to prevent him from losing that ember of power that still remained in him. But that fading power was the result of OFA residual genetic quirk factor that was self-destroying itself, because now that the quirk was out of his body, then all that power had nothing to latch on, so it destroyed itself. Izuku decided to have a sense of humor and irony when he decided to help All Might and jury-rig those fading quirk factors with the genetic quirk factors of that All Might killer that he added to the mix to create a weaker variation of OFA that only had super regeneration and shock absorption that while allowed All Might to still conserve that remaining power on his body in a permanent manner. But All Might now had only less than 2 hours a day to use that power, but he at least now had those 2 quirks to work around while he ran out of time to use OFA's power. He did get something out of that deal, and that was that All Might would leave him be while they were in UA and would have his back if the worst-case scenario ended happening. Izuku may see that his connection to a man that he only learned about his experience now meant nothing in the grand scheme of things, but the hero-obsessed society is too quick to judge people if they are related to a villain in any shape or form, and he had no faith at all that people would look at his case in a favorable light. Consider how this kind of situation tended to resolve in Japan. In other countries, one could actually make a case about how just because one was related to a villain that didn't mean that they were a villain in the making. But Japan was Japan, and the culture of shaming and stigmatizing people for being related to criminals or villains was still going strong. Himiko Toga's family situation was a clear example of that culture in full effect, And even if in that particular case, her parents were deserving of that shame and stigma for their poor parenting skills. The last thing Izuku wanted was for his mother to endure that abuse because she and Izuku were related to a supervillain who should have died a long time ago. Izuku's mother already suffered public stigmatization and shame because he was supposedly quirkless, and Izuku knew that if people wanted to do that to his mother again for that stupid reason, then Izuku knew that he would become a villain and would make those people regret being born. Izuku's heart was heroic and his resolution to be a hero was powerful, but Izuku knew that the only thing that he cared about more than heroism was his family. And considering that the only time that he got violent in Aldera was when one bully that wasn't but Kago decided to insult him and say that his mom should have killed herself for giving birth to a quirkless freak, and those words made Izuku's sight to go red until the scream of pain of the bully snapped him from his rage-induced trance. Because Izuku shattered the bully's jaw with his fists to the point that he knocked all his teeth out until a teacher stopped him. That made not only Izuku realize that his suppressed anger leaked out only when someone insulted his mom, but the people of Aldera found out that going for his family was something to avoid because the sight of the kid that they bullied and belittled without any fear or retaliation snapping into a psychotic fury was such a disturbing sight that even Izuku himself believed that was under the effects of a mental quirk, and even if that was the only time that he got away with something there, because even those discriminating teachers believed that he had been a victim of a mental quirk, the Popol there decided to not insult his parents from now on. That happened when Izuku was still a quirkless kid, and he wailed at someone older and stronger than him like it was nothing. So now that he was more physically imposing and had a powerful quirk, then Izuku knew that the chances of him leveling Mustafu into the ground in a fit of rage were really high if the whole society tried to hurt his mom, and he had to thank that kind of reaction to AFO if what Mirio shared with him about AFO's mentality and how he dealt with those that messed up with things that were his property. Maybe Izuku should find a therapist to get those emotional outbursts under control, or to try to assimilate some quirk factors of a mental quirk that could help him not fly out of the handle. Himiko Toga's life was now going up for the first time in her life. Sure, she was more or less under the watch of a hero because of her crimes, and it would take years before she could be living on her own without a hero keeping tabs on her, but she had access to those nutritional supplements that helped her to keep that urge to drink blood in check, and Izuku gave her some of his blood almost every day, so she had little to complain about the situation. I'm still not getting it, aside from the fact that she was more or less forced to finish her education. That same education that she abandoned when she lost control of her quirk, and then she started to live on the streets all those years ago. She may have learned to survive on the streets after abandoning school, but now that she was back on track to make a normal life in a way, then she was forced to pick back those books. Let me see, Izuku said. He was now helping Himiko to understand some topics on those books that she was reading in his spare time after both had finished with their 4 hours of part-time work. Ingenium was the hero that was overseeing her rehabilitation, and he decided that it would help her to do some work while she was under his watch, and that made him decide that Himiko would work as a part-time worker in his agency. Some heroes with fewer morals and desire to actually rehabilitate people would attempt to force Himiko to work for them as a part-time worker for more time than was legal and for free, but Ingenium respected the law, and for the time being, since Himiko was still below the 18-year-old mark, then she only worked 4 hours every day. Himiko's first days were rougher as she had no idea about what to do, but Izuku joined her during the shifts that he was available and helped her to get an insight into what she was supposed to do. Her special condition limited the number of things that she could do, as she wasn't allowed to abandon the agency unless a hero accompanied her. But she had some genuine fun helping in the reception area of the agency and doing some menial but important tasks that gave her a sense of purpose. The fact that even despite being under Ingenium's watch as a villain to be rehabilitated didn't stop Ingenium from paying her for the work that she did also helped her to be more at ease in her actual situation. Himiko was now in an environment that allowed her to grow and be herself in a way, as people there were willing to accommodate her quirk needs and weren't treating her like a monster, but as a person with her own needs and troubles. She was almost surprised over the fact that she wasn't regressing to her blood-starved, maddened self-mentality of associating blood with love, but it was clear to her that if only her parents bothered themselves with looking for a way to help her, that not only was easy to find, but was affordable, overjudging her as a lost cause and tried to just beat into her head that she was a monster and she needed to act like a human. Then maybe that mask of herself that she was forced to wear in public could have to be almost her real self, because as long as her needs were covered, then she was able to keep her inclination and desire for blood under control aside from her natural fascination for blood. But at last, Himiko only found out that understanding and willingness to accommodate her needs on the hands of a boy who bore a harder burden in life than her. Izuku Midoriya was someone who had suffered more than her, and that didn't stop Izuku from trying to be a better person. He didn't judge her for wanting to have an easier life and to live as a normal girl, nor blamed her for her thirst for blood. He just told her that she had the right to want things to be easier for her, and that it was a hero's job to live a harder life, so people like her could live an easier and normal life. Himiko's life experiences made her more cynic about heroes, and even she believed that Izuku was just preaching to her when they talked in that infirmary room. But it was the action of him willingly sharing his blood with her in a way that she considered intimate that won her over. Himiko knew that maybe it was a little cheap for Izuku to give his blood to her, because he could easily afford to give his blood, but Izuku had no reason to do it, and he gave it out of his free will just because she needed it. Even if she told her about her quirk, Izuku told her that helping her was his priority, and not helping her would have been a betrayal for what he stood for. She was moved by his actions more than his words, and up to this day Izuku had been proving his commitment to help her with his actions on a daily basis. "There is something that I wish to talk about with you, but only if you want to," Izuku said after he had finished explaining those things to her. "Sure, what is it?" Himiko asked, curious enough about what Izuku wanted to talk with him. "This conversation needs to be in private. The topic is sensible enough, and I prefer to keep it between us. And before you ask, I do have Ingenium's permission to talk with you alone, but only if you want to have this particular talk with me," Izuku said. "I see. But what is so important that you need to have that conversation in private?" Himiko said, more curious than before. "It is about giving you a more effective help so you can control your quirk urges better. There are things that we can try to do for you, but you have to not only know about them beforehand, but also give consent before anything can be done," Izuku said. He was aware that his words could be interpreted the wrong way, and considering how her face showed a more cautious expression, then Izuku knew that Himiko was a little on guard now, but he couldn't blame her for getting so defensive now. "Huh. Don't worry. Is nothing invasive or related to experimentation or any kind of illegal treatment. It's just to find supplementary ways to help you to keep up with your quirk nutritional needs," Izuku said, and he saw how her expression relaxed. "So that is what it is. I'm feeling that I am doing very well with how things are going now, so I don't think that I need more help," Himiko said, still a little defensive as her experience on the streets showed her that those kinds of dealings were always too good to be true, but then she saw that Izuku wasn't disappointed in her and just smiled at her words. "I'm glad to hear it. So if this is how you feel at the moment, then forget that I say anything. You are the one who knows yourself the best, and if you think that you are doing fine now, then I will respect your decision. But if you think that you want to have this conversation in the future, then please talk to Ingenium or me," Izuku said with a smile on his face and decided to drop the issue as Himiko wasn't interested in his help. "Thank you," Himiko said, surprised over the fact that Izuku acted like that after she rejected his offer. Maybe that meant that Izuku's intentions were genuine and he decided to drop his offer at the moment because she told her that she was fine. "No problem. Anything for a friend," Izuku said in a relaxed way. Himiko was moved in a way when Izuku called her a friend. That was in a way a taste of what a normal life was, and now she was able to experience those small details that made an easier life that appealing to her, without feeling that they were out of her reach. "Thank you for everything," Himiko said. Izuku simply smiled at her, and then she told her about what he was doing at the moment in school, and then she heard that Izuku was going to be dedicated almost a whole week of exams in 2 different places. 5 days in UA to fulfill his responsibilities as a general course student there, and 1 in another hero school to become a hero on his own terms. Even if Himiko was not that thrilled about the heroes, she was more or less able to figure out in a way from what Ingenium told her about how heroes spend their formative years in school that what Izuku was doing put him in a way on a disadvantageous position, even if the idea of being a hero so early was that appealing. The hero schools not only serve to educate heroes, but also help them to create contact with other heroes to build their own contacts and connections in the industry when they have fully graduated. His decision to do that exam meant that Izuku would lack a lot of those connections and contacts in the industry at the beginning of his career if he passed that test. But something tells her that Izuku would be one of the few persons in the world that could actually become a hero and thrive despite that initial setback. Because Izuku give off that air of sheer determination that makes her think that Izuku won't stop until he's success no matter what. So while she listened to Izuku with some admiration, she asked herself how things could have gone for her in her childhood if her environment had been kinder to her in a way that mattered to her, and she also was able to meet people who could have reached to her in the same way that Izuku had. Would she have snapped like she did when she attacked Saito because her quirk made her lose it in the worst way possible? Or would she have managed to keep her urges in check as she had access to things that would have made those urges under control without denying that part of herself? She sadly didn't have the answer to those questions in her mind and, in a way, felt indifferent to how things ended up as the rejection of her parents to who she was and how she was forced to act normal for the sake of others at the cost of her own comfort didn't make her look back to those times fondly, even when she asked herself if things could have gone better. The only thing that she could do now was to move forward and try to live her life the best way she could. Maybe that wouldn't make her atone for her crime, but she was going to do it anyway for herself. Chapter 15. Chapter Text. Are you ready for this, Izuku? Inko Midoriya said. The week of truth was at hand, and she wanted to cheer Izuku on before he walked away to the first day of the 5-day marathon of exams that Izuku would face today. Yeah, I'm as ready as I can ever be, Izuku said. He had a lot on his mind, like the whole AFO business and how Himiko had refused his discreet offer for help. Do not get Izuku wrong. He was happy for Himiko and considered that if she wanted to deal with this in her own way, then she had the right to it. Izuku ended up discussing with both Sir Naitai and Ingenium that day about the moral quandary about what his quirk manipulation could do to people and how morally correct it was from a heroic standpoint to sabotage a quirk person to the point of disabling for good. And while Sir Naitai was that willing to consider that sometimes disabling a quirk was the only solution if that quirk caused more damage to the user than to the others, Izuku ended up coming with a more acceptable compromise too. What his goal to be a hero was that at least both heroes were able to consider a valid and more hero-friendly way to deal with the issue. That meant that destroying someone's quirk factors until the quirk was useless as a last resort tactic or one reserved for the nastiest villains, while modifying the inner mechanism of someone's quirk was something that Izuku would only do under the affected party request or if the situation was dire enough for him to step up. So Himiko's negative to his offer meant that Izuku would respect her wishes and move on with his life. The other issue was that he revealed to his mom what All Might and Sir Naitai revealed to him about AFO, and after his mom suffered a slight panic attack and Izuku calmed her down, they moved on to prepare an emergency plan just in case the worst happened. He and his mother got the paperwork ready to request 2 passports, and thanks to their relation to the WHA, thanks to his dad's position on the WHA as a pseudo-ambassador of Japan on American soil, then they both were allowed to get a diplomatic passport in quite the short time notice. Those kinds of passports were reserved in Japan for members of the still existing imperial family, Japanese diplomats and their family members, high-level government officials, and high-profile heroes like All Might. Said passport gave the recipient the greatest degree of immunity from border control inspections around the world, and since both Izuku and his mom got theirs thanks to their connection to the WHA, then their passport was expedited to them from the WHA themselves, and not even the Japanese government or the HPSC had permission to stop them if they wanted to go if things got that badly. That made Izuku get rid of the notebooks that he had written as a child alongside the one for him, just in case, so nobody could use them as inculpatory evidence or something like that after a near Olympic level of mental gymnastics to try to paint him or his mom as villains in the making. Because Izuku knew that trusting the HPSC to act as the supposed guardians of what was meant to be heroic and righteous, when they were those that corrupted the meaning of heroism to the point that people like Bakugo or that gray-haired boy from another hero school to have a chance to be heroes when those two showed that they were unheroic in their actions and motivations was a fool's errand. The incident that was caused by Bakugo and one of those students who came from Isamu Academy High School during lunch hour, in which that kid that was named Romero Fujimi and Bakugo ended up getting on each other's throats, and Bakugo snapped earlier than usual and decided to try to attack that guy with his quirk. And then with Romero responded by using his to try to zombify the other students around him while people was still eating, could have caused a massive amount of collateral damage if it wasn't for All Might stepping up and incapacitating both kids before the situation could get even worse. But some students of UA ended either injured by Bakugo's explosions or turned temporary into zombies by Romero's quirk. That supposed joint training exercise was cancelled, and the students of Isamu were politely but forcefully told to leave UA after what Romero did. Izuku didn't know what happened to that Romero guy or the other kids of Isamu after that shameful display of Romero and how their future prospect would be affected, but it was clear that Bakugo's antics and lack of development on an emotional level weren't doing him any favors. And while Izuku wasn't surprised over the fact that Nizu didn't kick him out of the hero course already, Izuku was at this point sure that Bakugo had ran of chances to shape up and get his shit together, and the next big mess could end with him being kicked out of UA for good. Izuku refused to show pity to someone who enjoyed making him miserable since they were kids and now was getting his comeuppance because now that protection and privilege that the flashiness of his quirk afforded to him had run out. It was telling for Izuku that he remembered more about the times that Bakugo bullied and belittled him than the 1 or 2 times that they were on friendly terms as kids, and that happened only because their quirks hadn't manifested yet. Not even the hatred that Izuku felt for Bakugo now was able to blind him to the sad truth that Bakugo was a victim in a way of society's biases and lack of interest in the people who were meant to discipline him to get that job done, that turned someone that could have been a normal member of society into that raging narcissist that believed that he was the next All Might in the making and treated people like they were worthless in comparison to him, when it was his attitude that made him worthless as a hero and a person. Now that Izuku had the time to vent his suppressed anger and managed to find an environment that allowed him to grow as a person without forcing him to be the one to suffer for the sake of the growth of others, Izuku was able to rationalize his negative emotions for Bakugo. And even if Izuku knew that the best way to give Bakugo the middle finger was to just be indifferent to him, now over allowing himself to let his anger over what he did to him to still lay in his heart, the scars were too deep, and he was too personally and emotionally affected to do what he knew that was the correct choice on the subject. Maybe one day Izuku would be able to disregard Bakugo's existence and give to him the cold indifference that he deserved, but would take a lot of time by the looks of it. The last day of the exams for Izuku came, and while he was talking to Kinoko about that last test that she was going to take tomorrow, and how she was still worried about it. I get you. You people are going to face the teachers, and even if they pull their punches and take it easy for you, you are still going against heroes who had experience on the field, even if the fight is 2 against 1 in your people's favor. Izuku said, trying his best to cheer her up. Yeah, at least your notes and tips to improve were quite helpful. Some of us improved in the way how we use our quirks thanks to those observations of yours. Kinoko said. Not all her classmates decided to take Izuku's offer to have a quick analysis of their quirks, mainly Monoma, and the few that were a little too prideful. But those that took that offer and gave Izuku a notebook to work with ended up finding that Izuku had a level of insight about their quirks that almost made them think that he knew about them like they were his own quirk. He gave them examples of exercises to do with their quirks to strengthen them properly, and the thing was that Izuku's examples did work like a charm. From Setsuna Tokage managing to reassemble her body and split herself into pieces at a faster rate than at the beginning of the year, to the discovery that Kinoko ended doing about the fact that she could increase the effectiveness of the properties of the mushrooms that she created, so she could force-feed mushrooms that could send people to sleep or force them to get on a mushroom-induced high. Some of those of Class 1B who took Izuku's offer did found out that their quirks still had room to grow and develop their powers, while others found out methods to increase the effectiveness of the way that they used their powers. Izuka told them that he didn't made any promises about him finding out any hidden potential in them, but what he gave them helped them to improve. Glad that the quick quirk counseling that I did for you people was helpful. I do want to do that as a job in a way in the future, so to see that it worked so well. Izuka said, yeah, some of us even managed to create our super moves thanks to what you wrote in those notebooks. Kanoko said, I'm really happy to hear that. But the whole concept of a super move now to me became something ridiculous, to be honest with you. Don't get me wrong, I get the whole concept, but the whole super move thing makes me think about a fighting video game. I mean, in real life, unless you have a quirk that works like that, the heroes aren't tied up to a super move gauge that limits the usage of their techniques. You don't need to get the shit kicked out of you to use your mushroom effectively and to pull impressive things on a fight. I know that the whole naming it super move is a marketing thing, but I prefer the alternative name to them. You have to agree with me that calling them signature moves is better than super moves. Izuka said. You do have a point there. Kanoko said. Both continued their conversation while reaching a more mundane topic, but certain people did hear about the whole deal about Izuku writing notebooks for some students of Class 1B and how those notes helped to improve their quirks. That made both Nizu and Vlad King realize that the one responsible for the quick development and progress of some of the students of Class 1B with their quirks was Izuku, and that made that certain student of 1A whose quirk allowed her to hear things better from a distance to realize that they had discriminated some to the point of wanting to quit heroics that had the potential to help them improve, and it was that lack of decency and humanity that had deprived almost all of them of what could have being their only source of help to improve, as now it was clear to everyone in Class 1A that if you weren't Shinso Hitoshi, then you weren't going to get any kind of help from Eraserhead in any way, shape, or form, as the man couldn't be bothered to stay awake in class unless he had something to inform them. If only they knew about that detail about Izuku and treated him with some respect before the USJ incident, then maybe they would be doing better now. In a normal situation, and if UA was a normal school, then Izuku would had a lot of trouble taking the train to the Hyogo Prefecture to do that exam, as today was still a school day. But since UA did things on their own way, the Izuku had this day free of class, as the whole faculty decided to dedicate the Saturday to do the practical part of the exams for the hero student, so that left the students of the other courses with one day free of going into UA. They managed it by cramming that sixth day for the exams of that week into the fifth day, and then letting them to go to class the next day to let them rest and to have the faculty free so they could focus only in the hero course. Izuku would admit that he was a little out of his element when he stepped out of the train and was now at the main train station in Kobe City. Izuku was used to Hosu City, and now that he was in a new city, then he was in new territory. And even if he looked at a map in his phone or asked people, that sense of being out of place was still there. But Izuku's heroic acquaintances pitched in, and then he saw that Sir Naitai was waiting for him. I know that you are doing this out of a sense of obligation, but I appreciate the gesture, Izuku said. Both the hero and Izuku got in a private car, and while Sir Naitai drove the car, both had a small conversation about the recent events after the revelation of Izuku's ancestry. I take that you warned your mother about AFO's existence, Sir Naitai said. Izuku nodded his head. Yeah. The whole thing, and how both she and I could be potential targets of that villain just because we are related to him, meant that some measures had to be taken. Don't get me wrong, I trust All Might and your words about how you two would help us to move out of Japan if things got out of hand, but after that talk with my mom, both of us made our own preparations just in case. Maybe they are unneeded in the end, but I would rather take that time making those preparations, even if they are useless in the end, than to be in need of what we managed to get and not have those passports at hand, because I considered that your help was enough. Izuku said. I see. I can't say that I disagree with that logic, but why passports? Sir Naitai said, admitting that the idea of Izuku to have a passport already at hand was a time-saver maneuver in part, but he was just curious about what he managed to archive. Well, because passports are needed to travel outside the country, and because thanks to my dad's position in the WHA, both my mother and I were entitled to possess a diplomatic passport expedited from the WHA itself, Izuku said. The ride in the car was quite uneventful, and Izuku wanted to de-stress from the thoughts of the exam, even if that meant talking about the possibility of abandoning Japan. I see. Those offer the greatest degree of immunity from border control inspections and other issues related to traveling to other countries that are aligned to the WHA. All Might is one of those few heroes that has one of those passports, as the number of conditions for a hero to have that kind of protection from the WHA is too high. Giving that level of protection to the wrong hero could damage the WHA's reputation. Sir Nightai said, a little surprised over the fact that Izuku managed to get one of those passports. But he remembered Izuku's connections with the Japanese representative of the WHA, and in a way, he considered that Izuku's decision to get those passports was an extra level of insurance for Izuku, and not a bad thing to have considering the circumstances. Yeah, maybe I am being a little paranoid, but as I said, I prefer to waste time taking those precautions to not need them in the end, to not concern myself with those things, and then lament if things go bad when I had the time to do something about it. Izuku said, that is quite thoughtful on your part, but sometimes, not even if you prepare for the worst, you would be able to solve the situation, as things out of control could ruin your plans. Sir Nightai said, I know. But something that I promised to myself after what happened to Bakugo in that street the past year was that I would at least be prepared to do something to not look like a sitting duck and look pretty as the situation could get worse. Those three heroes waited for someone more suited to save the day, while two of them had no excuse to be that useless. That angered me to the point that I promised myself that I would never be that kind of hero. A hero has to be able to look for solutions all the time, and just throwing your hands in the air and giving up an end without fully trying was unacceptable. Izuku admitted. Yeah, I can see that. Kamui Woods was the only one in that situation who had a real excuse to not intervene, as his Quirk and that fire didn't mix that well at all. Sir Nightai said. Both reached Shiketsu High School, and Sir Nightai let Izuku get out of the car near the school. As I said before, thanks for the ride. Izuku said. I have my own business to attend to in the area, so I decided to help you at Ingenium's request. But I want you to learn something about this situation that would help you in the future if you wish to pursue heroics on your own terms. The hero said. Izuku was quite sure of what Sir Nightai was talking about, was that since he was going to be a hero who worked on his own without an agency in his name or people to be his sidekicks, then Izuku was going to put that extra effort into building his own connections with heroes around the country to cover his bases and to deal with any issue in a place that wasn't his area of influence. Yeah, that it pays to be social with the heroes, even if I am going to not focus on the marketing game, so I could have their help in case I need their help to do something in their territories, even more if I am still lacking any knowledge about the cities in which they work in, Izuku said. Good. There are few heroes that roam around the country doing hero work, and the most popular is a new upcoming heroine with an attitude called Mirko. She is on the hunt for villains to fight, but she has enough sense to interact with the local heroes of the area, even if she is a lone wolf who fights on her own and never team-ups with others. Some of those local heroes either offered her a place to stay in their agencies or directed her to places where she could rest for the night for an affordable price if she refused to stay in those agencies. The hero said, I will take that under advisement, but before thinking about that, I first need to pass this exam to become a hero. Then I will move to the next step of my plan. Izuku said. Sir Nightai just nodded at his words and said some parting words before he decided to focus on his task that brought him to Kobe. Those bullets that could temporarily erase quirks appeared in the area, and he wanted to see what he could find about them. I wish you luck, Midoriya. In case you need me to take you back to the station, just give me a call, and I will see what I can do. Izuku heard those words, and then he thanked the hero for his help. He saw how his car disappeared in the distance, and then he stepped forward to enter Shiketsu High School. Izuku wasn't sure if he would succeed or fail, but he had to try it if he wanted to be a hero. Izuku just hoped that things would be less hectic than the entrance exam in UA. Chapter 16. Chapter Text. As Izuku steps forward into Shiketsu to take that exam to be a hero while skipping the hero course, the final exam for the students of the hero course was happening at the same time. The threat that the LOV represented alongside the debacle of the Tokyo incident, which put UA education methods into question when Bakugo decided to ignore Endeavor and caused a lot of damage to property and injured civilians in his single-minded pursuit of killing the Nomus, had forced UA to shape up, and that meant that the practical exam, that was in the past a simple fight against robots, now changed to be a 2 versus 1 fight in which 2 students would have to team up against a teacher. Setting the pairs was an easier task in Class 1B than in Class 1A, as Class 1B had developed into a more cohesive group with little fraction aside from Monoma, who while wasn't shunned or ignored in class like Bakugo was. No one in Class 1B followed his lead in any situation, as his plan in the sports festival and how that badly affected the future prospect of getting a good internship for those that followed his plan made it clear to them that his underhanded tactics and mindset were a detriment for them in the long run. Class 1A, on the other hand, was heavily fractured since Izuku Midoriya quit the hero course and Shinso Hitoshi entered in his place. It was in that week when the whole class was united in a way as they belittled Izuku for being quirkless, but his parting words alleged inside Eraserhead's disregard for his students' education, aside from Shinso, ended making the class to just break into smaller groups that, while not that close, they at least operated on a single rule of not screwing each other from the same group. But that meant that the amount of camaraderie between those that weren't from the same group was non-existent. Also, there were students in Class 1A who were alone, as they either refused to socialize with others or were kicked out of their respective groups, and nobody wanted them around. Those students were Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, Shinso, and Mineta. Bakugo's attitude and way of doing things make him a pariah in the class. Nobody wanted to deal with him, and with his #1 supporter suffering a massive reputation loss when his delusions of Bakugo being a better person were proven to be false, then Bakugo got what he wanted, to be left alone, as he did not care about anything that wasn't himself and treated others like they were just stepping stones for him. But considering that Bakugo was not only not getting the constant praise and adoration that he was used to get in Aldera, but also was now being forced to deal with the consequences of his actions, then Bakugo wasn't enjoying his position at the moment. The situation of the other students who were going solo was quite different. Todoroki was unable to open himself to others, so he kept his distance from others. Mineta was kicked up from the small group that he was part of, and the girls of the class wanted nothing to do with him, as his perverted antics didn't help him to garner any positive opinion. Kirishima was paying the price of supporting Bakugo, even when the sings of Bakugo being unfit to be a hero were showing. And aside from Ishido, he barely interacted with the others. Shinso was considered the teacher's pet, and with the whole seeing how Eraserhead refused to do his job, or even help them with their quirks only to then do that job for Shinso, and with his way of act and interact with them, then everyone in Class 1A hated him. Despite all of that, the groups were selected, and after making sure that Eraserhead was not going to face his apprentice in case he wanted to make it easier for him, the exam started. Izuku was now busy with the written part of the test, and with his lack of life experience in the field of heroics and the theoretical studies that the heroes of the hero course had to do in 3 years, then Izuku was taking the most important challenge for him to pass the exam. Izuku appreciated that the written exam was more focused on the resolutions of hypothetical incidents while trying to apply the law and duties of a hero than just trying to define those terms. Izuku could work with this, as during all those months that he had been working in Idaten, he had not only sparred alongside Ingenium and his sidekicks, but he also had talked to them, and from time to time, they talked about their jobs and what they did in those situations, giving Izuku more or less an example about what to do. And Izuku relied now on that information and those examples to work his way out of those scenarios to resolve them properly. But the biggest issue was that some of those scenarios let some details really vague, and Izuku had to think carefully about what he was going to write in case that what he believed that was the right answer wasn't what the exercise asked. This was hard, but Izuku was going to try his best, and if he failed, then he could use this exam as a guideline about what he needed to study for the next one. Sure, he would prefer to pass this test the first time, but as long as failing didn't have really bad consequences on his life, then Izuku was not going to stress himself about it. He knew that if he started to cave under the pressure, then his chances of passing would become 0. So he tried to keep a cool head on the situation and refused to second-guess himself, because if he started to doubt himself, then he would fail without any doubt. Izuku just hoped that the practical part would be less intense. The bar for Izuku was set as high as the disaster of the zero-point robots in that fake city during the entrance exam in UA, so he expected something more normal for Shiketsu. All Might was now in the middle of an ice-covered central street in a fake city, looking with some resignation and a hint of disappointment at the poor display of Shoto Todoroki, and how he suspended the exam a couple of minutes after the exam started when he used his ice to try to trap him for an easy win, but he instead caused a massive amount of property damage and incapacitated his own partner, Minoru Mineta, at the same time. All Might had tried his best to subtly nudge Todoroki with his words to get him to at least release his partner from the ice. But Todoroki single-mindedly targeted him with no regard for his partner's safety, and All Might decided to stop playing around and knocked him out in one hit after a couple of minutes passed after he warned Todoroki. All Might did tap a little into his reserves of power to get into his buff form to close the gap in an instant, and then he turned back into his more normal form to deliver a decisive hit to Todoroki. All Might was looking almost like he did years ago before AFO injured him, and while Izuku wasn't able to let him tap into the fading power of OFA for more than 2 hours in a consecutive way, All Might at least now was able to do normal life without having to hit that much as now that he was uninjured. Then there was no way for him to cause panic if he walked around the street while looking like a spooky skeleton. All Might still keep himself hidden in a way because even despite all the time that had passed since he was forced to limit his time because his injuries, he still remembers how excited people could get if they saw him on a shop or in a restaurant. But he had now a working set of organs that were regrown thanks to super regeneration, so he could at least eat normal food again, and after years of barely being able to eat something, that was something that he was eager to do again. Boom! The sound of a massive explosion came from afar, and that snaped All Might from his musings. All Might, there had been an incident in practical exam location 2. You are the teacher that is the closest to that area, and while ectoplasm has the situation under control, I need for you to go there to lend a hand just in case. The voice of Nizu came through his communicator, and then he realized that something had gone wrong there. And please, if you see Eraserhead, restrain him in case he decides to take matters into his own hands. Nizu's words did concern All Might, and after he told him to send some med bots to pick up Mineta, who was unconscious and released from the ice, and the incapacitated Todoroki, All Might tapped again into OFA's power and rushed as fast as he could to keep the situation under control. It appears to All Might that Nizu's decision to put Shinso Hitoshi and Katsuki Bakugo in the same group had ended poorly. At least is not just a fake city, Izuku said. The next part of the exam was the practical one, and while the written part was done at Shiketsu High School, the practical one was done at Kobe National Stadium. That name made Izuku remember that there was one national stadium in Takoba, and then thought about the implication of that building's existence, but he didn't have to think that much about it, because a guy who looked like he needed a power nap of a one-day duration was there and gave a short and to-the-point explanation of that building. Izuku learned that the Kobe National Stadium was paid for by the HPSC and was recently built in Shiketsu's area of influence as a reward for that school's choice to be on the same page with them. That made Izuku think that maybe that was because since Nizu took the position of the principal of UA and purged all influence of the HSBC there, the HPSC decided to go to the second-best school and then give them some privileges in exchange for having a say on that school, like being allowed to do those exams there, as a way to clap back at UA for their decision of kicking them out of UA. It was clear now to Izuku that the only reason that the HPSC didn't decommission that stadium on Takoba was that not only that it cost far too much money and, in a way, they wanted to remember UA that they were still in the area and that their influence was something that Nizu wasn't able to truly get rid of if all those subtle snipes and remarks that the men threw at UA were to be taken at face value. The first part of the exam was a simulated rescue operation in which Izuku and the other participants were told to rescue those fake injured civilians and that they would be scored based on their performance and way to proceed during the 30-minute test. Needless to say, Izuku was one of the few who found himself in a strange situation. His quirk could heal people, but he wasn't able to fully shake off the idea that he was wasting a little his healing capabilities. But he decided to at least do as one heroine on the healing team of Idid and said to him, and he would just first ask about their injuries. and only heal them if it was necessary for them to allow them to walk on their own or the situation was dire enough, and he was forced to enter in a fight to a villain so he could tell the civilians to run to safety while he fought the villain. If not, he would try to take them to a safe place while not making their injuries worse so the medical services would attend to them if there was no hurry for Izuku to do it. That lesson that Cardigans, the heroine that was working on the Iditen as a sidekick and doctor, said to Izuku. You know, Isaji was right in a way, even if Izuku wanted to disagree in a way. But he had to conserve his strength and be mindful of going all out with healing people, even if Izuku's way of healing was a bit different. In case of an emergency, he needed to do as he did in the Tokyo incident and prioritize the healing of those who were in dire need first, and then move to the other people that were less injured if needed to. So with that in mind, Izuku ended up working alongside other participants with not only the most suited quirks, but the right attitude to improve their efficiency, and Izuku even found out that one of those fake civilians was, in fact, someone that he healed during the Tokyo incident. All was going as smoothly as possible when they reached the 30-minute mark, and then, heroes that were playing the role of villains appeared to try to wreck their efforts to rescue people. The lineup of heroes that were chosen to oppose the participants was quite impressive. From the 10th hero in Japan rankings, Gang Orca, and his whole crew, to impressive heavy hitters like Fourth Kind and that heroine that was making waves with her lone wolf style. Izuku was looking at how that particular heroine jumped to the top of a building to get into position, and then she performed a diving kick that impacted in Izuku's stomach. In a normal situation, that kind of attack would have knocked Izuku back a lot, as Mirko's strength with her kicks was well documented despite her short-lived career. Gang Orca and Fourth Kind would have shown disapproval at Mirko's decision to use that amount of force, not only in a participant, but also a kid that all the heroes there made the decision to just subdue him with the least amount of power needed. Mirko would then have scoffed at their decision of treating Izuku with kid gloves and would have said that since he decided to take the big boys exam to be a hero, then he was going to get the full extent of her power in a way of respect from her. But since when this was a normal situation? What the? Mirko said as the realization of one of her attacks barely making Izuku flinch was now reaching her mind as Izuku was grabbing that same leg that was making contact with his stomach to force her to get close to him. One of the benefits of Izuku's secretism about his quirk was that people were only aware of how he could heal people and himself with his blood. They were unprepared for the fact that Izuku had shock absorption, that same quirk that the LOV was banking on that would allow the All Might killer to kill All Might, but now was part of 3 people, one of them being All Might. That meant that while Izuku wasn't as strong as the Nomu was, Izuku still was able to shrug off far more physical damage than his build could imply that he could take at first glance. Lights out, Izuku said, and then took advantage of that opportunity to deliver a headbutt to Mirko's face to incapacitate her. Izuku's attack was more effective, and he managed to break her nose in the process, making some of her blood pour onto his face. Did you know that in RPGs, one of the most valid tactics to defeat your enemies is to shoot down the team medic first? I am sure that a lot of you people know me as that kid who works as a part-time worker on Team Iditen that healed a lot of people in the Tokyo incident. Izuku said, looking at the heroes. Some of them recognized what Izuku said is true. Then Izuku decided to crack his knuckles as he addressed the heroes one last time. Maybe I am the team medic in a way because of what my quirk does, but make no mistake here. You will not shoot me down. I will pass this test and become the kind of hero that I want to be, and none of you will stop me. Izuku said as he then used his quirk to absorb those droplets of blood into his body. Because this is who I am, Izuku said as he then glared at the heroes, ready to give everything that he had to get one step closer to his dream. Chapter 17. Chapter text. When All Might reached the examination area, he was horrified to see what had happened. Nizu's decision of having Bakugo and Shinso team up against Ectoplasm came to be because Ectoplasm in a way had the upper hand against both students' quirk, with his clones serving as a way to prevent Bakugo from fully taking him out while negating Shinso's quirk advantage as his clones were immune to his brainwashing quirk, so they would be forced to work together to pass. But considering how Shinso Hitoshi's face had been burned in a way that had destroyed his nose, blinded him, and his jaw had been obliterated, Then it was clear that Bakugo had done something worse than refusing to cooperate. What happened? All Might asked as he got close enough to a barely restrained Bakugo being held down by some clones of ectoplasm. Shinso decided to brainwash Bakugo with his quirk to force him to cooperate with him. They barely managed to take down two of my clones when one of them punched Bakugo in the shoulder and broke the brainwashing. Bakugo decided then to release one of his explosions with his gauntlets near Shinso's face while screaming that he was going to kill him. Shino barely managed to move his head enough to prevent that explosion from decapitating him. But the damage that he had taken is, well, ectoplasm said, feeling ashamed in a way because he wasn't fast enough to react in time to stop Bakugo from trying to kill Shinso. All Might looked at Shinso, who was now lying on the ground as too many bots were doing their best to stabilize him after he sustained that severe injury, and what he saw wasn't pretty. Shinso's jaw had been blown out and obliterated alongside that face mask that he used to protect his mouth, and it was that face mask that took the most of the damage even if it didn't look like it as his face had been badly burned. A replica of Eraserhead's trusty scarf that was near indestructible had barely protected his neck from that explosion, but now was covering his badly burned throat, and All Might did knew that there was only one person capable of fixing that amount of damage, but said, person was now in Kobe. What have you done, young Bakugo? All Might said in a tone of voice that made it clear that he was partly horrified about what happened and partly disappointed over the fact that Bakugo decided to commit such atrocity. I put that worthless extra in his place. How dare he to brainwash me to use me as bait? Bakugo shouted as he was still pinned down in the ground. The clones of ectoplasm managed to take out his other gauntlet and immobilized him. All Might simply shook his head in disappointment. It was now clear to him that all those stern warnings and punishments that Nizu used to get Bakugo to behave hadn't worked at all. Nizu still believed that despite all those revelations about Bakugo's past, Bakugo still deserved the chance to be a hero and tried a different approach to get Bakugo back into the fold. But between the fact that a Bakugo's character was set in stone as he had been allowed to be like he is now for a lot of time, without anyone installing him some discipline and respect, and that Bakugo was too much of a self-centered and narcissist kind of person to accept that he was wrong, then his attempts were useless. If you then add Eraserhead's disregard to do his job as a teacher and enforce some kind of discipline in his class and focused only on his apprentice's progress, then this was a disaster waiting to happen. The sound of footsteps reached both heroes' ears, and they saw how Eraserhead was there, looking at how Shinso was now on the ground, looking disfigured and injured to the point that his future as a hero was over. All Might saw Eraserhead's expression now as he looked at Bakugo. He looked like he was about to use his quirk and scarf to get his hands on Bakugo and make him pay for what he had done to Shinso. All Might stood his ground, ready to tap again into OFA's power, but then a pink mist appeared from behind Eraserhead, and then he fell to the ground. I made it in time, a feminine voice said. All Might and Ectoplasm saw then how Midnight appeared and in a way thanked that she had intervened to stop Eraserhead from trying to make the situation worse than it needed to be. Thanks for stepping up, but could you do the same to Bakugo? Ectoplasm said. The heroine simply nodded at his request and used her quirk to sedate Bakugo. Moments later, an ambulance reached the location and they loaded Shinso inside it, putting his fate in the hands of those paramedics. As All Might saw the ambulance fading in the distance, it became clear to him that the situation had gone way out of hand and things would change in one way or another because Bakugo had now crossed the line when he almost killed Shinso in a fit of anger, and Eraserhead was about to also cross a line if it wasn't for Midnight's intervention. But the question now was about what would be those changes and if they would be effective considering the situation. Izuku walked away from Shiketsu with some mixed feelings. He passed the exam, and he reached the first and most important objective in his plan, but why does he feel so lost now? Izuku felt somewhat empty inside after performing a feat that only one kid of his age managed to do almost 100 years ago, something that would definitely make those who doubted his chances to become a hero to eat their words he should be happy about. But he feels somewhat dull at the moment. Izuku focused so much on reaching this point that now that he was there, then Izuku was unsure about how to proceed despite already having a plan about how to proceed. Maybe the fact that the other part of his plan would require him to wait almost 6 years made Izuku realize that he had a lot of time now to work with, and that overwhelmed him a little. He was looking at his newly minted heroic license and some papers that contained information and instructions for him to access the Hero Network, and despite the fact that he was proud of his accomplishments in getting this far, he felt that he was still far away for getting what he wanted. "So, did you made it?" A familiar voice reached Izuku's ears, and then he saw that Sir Nighthigh was there. "Yes, I did, but I feel somewhat lost now," Izuku admitted. "I can't imagine. From what I know, you had been spending almost all your time after UA working in Idaten, with little time for any relaxation. What happens to you may be the fact that now that you have finished in a way a task that occupied almost all your time to the point that it became part of your life, you feel somewhat lost now that you realize that you won't be doing something that became part of your routine anymore," the hero said, and Izuku considered that maybe Sir Nighthigh had a point. Since Izuku took Ingenium's offer and started to work in his agency for 4 hours before training there for some more time after he was done, Izuku's life had been reduced to going to UA to study there, returning home after class to rest for a while, going to Hosu to work and later train, then returning home again to go to bed, and then repeating the whole thing up until today to prepare himself for this exam. "I kind of neglected to socialize after school or to do something as a hobby for so long to focus on this, that now that I have that time back, then I don't know what to do with myself. But why are you here? You told me that I should give you a call if I needed you to take me to the train station, unless something had happened that requires my particular set of skills," Izuku said. "Yes, there is an investigation that I am conducting about a certain something that had started to pop up in the streets, and after thinking about what you told me about your understanding of how Quirks works, I thought about asking your cooperation with his investigation," Sir Nighthigh said. "I see. I just got my hero license a couple of minutes ago, and now I'm walking straight into my first work as a hero," Izuku said while chuckling a little. Then he started to talk again. "Okay then, I will go with you. Maybe I need to do something like this to put my mind out of this funk," Izuku said while looking at the hero. "Thank you for your cooperation. I will share with you the important details of my investigation while we are in the car, but I ask for you to be discreet about the information that I will share with you," Sir Nighthigh said. The case about the Quirk erasing bullets and how they temporarily mess with a person's quirk made him think that maybe Izuku with his own quirk could give him a clear insight into what happened to a person's quirk when they are injured by those bullets. "I understand. Just lead the way," Izuku said, and then entered Sir Nighthig's car. Getting involved with the kind of hero work that wasn't shown on TV as it was the boring kind of work, but Izuku felt that this kind of work could suit him in a way, but the mention of his understanding of how Quirk's works were needed made Izuku a little concerned about what Sir Nighthigh needed from him in a way. Because what was the man investigating that he believed that his ability to manipulate genetic quirk factors was needed? In the meeting room in UA, the teachers were reunited, but the mood was quite somber. The incident in the exam area in which Bakugo and Shinso were doing their exam and how that ended still haunted their mind. Ectoplasm was still blaming himself for not being fast enough to react in time to prevent Bakugo from attacking Shinso, while were asking themselves about what went wrong for one of their hero students to do such a thing. Bakugo was now restrained after they outfitted him with special gauntlets that would prevent him from using his quirk, and now they were discussing not only his fate, but the fate of Eraserhead as well. Midnight may have come in the nick of time and stopped Eraserhead from taking revenge for what Bakugo had done to Shinso, but considering the pitiful results of the test and how the performance of Class 1A was inferior in comparison to Class 1B, even though Class 1A was loaded with students with powerful quirks alongside that stint of his, made Nizu reconsider his stance on keeping Eraserhead around as his teaching methods, or lack of them, had made the frail situation in Class 1A to devolve. To this point, Nizu had seen that Eraserhead could put in the effort and actually teach someone how to work with their quirk, but the problem was that he only focused on his personal student while ignoring the other 19 who were his responsibility as well. To see how Eraserhead's cruel expulsion scare that he pulled in the past managed to create students who were self-sufficient that hated UA for that cruel disregard of their futures with those black marks was more effective than him making some effort in teaching class. made Nizu realize that having Erasure around wasn't worth the trouble because Eraserhead wasn't good at his job, not because he was bad, but because he refused to pull the effort unless he was invested, and that made him decided to fire him out of UA and would inform him of his termination later on the day. The teachers compared the recordings of both classes and how their students did their exams, and it was clear that barely a few students of Class 1A managed to pass the exam. And that was only for those whose quirks were powerful enough to allow them to fight the teachers while they were holding back. Barely any group of the students of Class 1A figured out the purpose of the exam. Class 1B, on the other hand, had better results. A lot of those students had a solid battle strategy against the teachers who were facing, showing creative uses of their quirks to either fight back better against a particular teacher or to play support to allow their partners to take that shot. Class 1B teamwork was impressive, and even the students that Nizu faced managed to pull a fast one on him by taking advantage of his inner sadism to blindside him and force Nizu to create an escape route for them after Nizu trapped them in a maze of demolished buildings. Nizu thought that maybe this was the result of Izuku's counsel, and that just made Nizu's regrets about being one of the individuals who pushed someone as bright as him away from the hero course and heroics to grow even more. A lot of teachers were talking about how Bakugo's attitude was a massive red flag that they shouldn't have ignored in the first place, and that they should have expelled him and then thrown him into a villain rehabilitation center or Tartarus, as it was almost clear to them after those recordings were shown that Bakugo was a lost cause, and that UA lacked the means to straighten him out, as it was clear that Bakugo was too much of an egomaniac and narcissist to accept that he wasn't the next All Might in the making, and no amount of second chances were going to work, as Bakugo refused to admit that he was in the wrong. All Might was now listening about what they were going to do with Class 1A after firing Bakugo, and aside from choosing a new homeroom teacher to them, Nizu was unable to see an easy solution to the problem that had been festering since the beginning of the school year. With not too much to add to the discussion, the hero contemplated the situation, and his thoughts were now going to Izuku and how he was doing that exam to be a hero, that same exam that was meant for adults, and that the heroes there wouldn't pull out their punches as they did in UA. All Might was quite impressed and saddened in a way to see how Izuku was determined to take the hardest path to be a hero despite all that had happened in the past. He was proud of him for being that determined to follow through with his dream after all that happened. But he was upset with himself because he was one of those naysayers of his who not only refused to believe him, but then tried to sabotage his efforts under the pretense of trying to prevent him from getting himself killed because he was quirkless. Nana Shimura gave him a chance when he was a quirkless boy when no one was willing to give it to him, and he refused, in the end, to do what his mentor did with him to Izuku. That made him realize that he had, in a way, turned away from what he was before he obtained OFA, and then to know that his recent healing came from the hands, or blood, of that same kid that he had refused to see as a hero was a sobering thought. All Might just hoped now that Izuku managed to pass the exam and would become a hero, even if he chose to be a less glamorous and more realistic version of what a hero should be in this day and age in Izuku's opinion. So when he checked out a message that came to his phone, that came from Sir Nightai, and told him about what happened in Kobe, All Might was able in a way to feel how some of that weight that he had on his shoulders caused by his own regrets about how he handled his interactions with Izuku in the past was lifted slightly. There was still a lot to be done from his point of view to make amends with Izuku, but what he could do for him now that Izuku was a hero with his own license. Chapter 18. Chapter Text. Sir Nightai and Izuku were now in a police department located in Kobe. Izuku had to show his newly minted license as a hero to get the officers to let him enter the room where the proof that Sir Nightai was investigating was, and after half an hour, Izuku was finally able to see what Sir Nightai had in mind. "So that is," Izuku said as he looked at a strange red bullet that was inside a plastic bag. "Yes, those are the quirk erasing bullets that had started to appear in the criminal underworld. Those bullets are red cartridges with hypodermic needles that inject a serum that temporarily disables a quirk for a couple of days at worst," Sir Nightai said. "And what is what you want for me to do? I mean, my quirk works with blood, so unless you have a..." Izuku tried to say, but then Sir Nightai pointed at one vial with some blood. "You want me to give you more details about what it does, isn't it?" Izuku said, and the hero nodded. Yes, that vial of blood contains the blood of a hero of the area who had been affected with that serum after one of those bullets hurt him a couple of hours ago and had his quirk disabled. Since you can manipulate quirk factors to an extent, then I wish to see what you can tell me about it. Sir Nightai said he was taking a leap of faith here because trying to find the source of those bullets at the moment had been a bust. Whatever manufactured those things covered their tracks with enough zeal to allow the police to find something about it. Okay then, I guess that it won't hurt to try, Izuku said, and then a small tendril of blood emerged from the tip of one of his fingers, and the blood made contact with the one inside of it. Sir Nightai saw how Izuku closed his eyes and was asking himself what could Izuku find. Huh. 3 genetical quirk factors are found in this blood sample, but one of them is the one that is causing the damage, while the other is just a residual quirk factor that is attached to the one that is causing the damage to the quirk itself. Izuku said. What? Sir Nightai said, surprised to hear about the fact that the genetic quirk factors of 2 quirks were in that blood sample aside from the one that he expected. Yeah, there is one quirk factor that is, the word damaging is not correct, but is like the quirk factor is being forced to regress to an inactive state, is like it's forcing the quirk to be in a permanent inactive state. But that quirk factor that is causing the damage is not strong or concentrated enough to cause irreparable damage, and it's quite short-lived. Think about what happened with OFA's fading power after it was passed up is applied in a way to that invasive quirk factor that is damaging the quirk of the victim. Izuku said. He waited first to see if they both were alone in the room before talking about OFA, even if it was as a way to give Sir Nightai an example. So, what you are saying is that the serum contains the genetic quirk factor of a person that is being weaponized? Sir Nightai asked. Yeah, but I think that is the residual quirk factor that allows for the weaponizing of that quirk factor that is in that serum. Izuku said. Did you? Sir Nightai asked, but was interrupted when he saw how Izuku pulled a notebook and started to write something in it. Read this, Izuku said after he was done with it. I guess that I made the right call when I called you for help, Sir Nightai said. In that notebook, Izuku had written whatever information about those 2 foreign quirk factors on that vial of blood, and now he had at least something to work with. This is as much as I can give you, but I think that the knowledge about those quirks that are part of that serum can help with your investigation, Izuku said. He managed to absorb those 2 quirk factors that were part of that blood sample, and he was disturbed in a way about what those 2 quirks could do. It definitely helps, Sir Nightai said as he was reading all that Izuku had written about one quirk that could be the possible explanation for the creation of those quirk-erasing bullets and those weird red bullets. Is there something else I can do? I am not sure what can I do for your investigation at the moment aside from being a hyper-accurate quirk analysis machine, Izuku said. The hero did look at Izuku and then decided to ask one more thing. Yeah, I think you could, but let me ask this. Do you think that you could fix the damage that the quirk-erasing bullets does to a quirk? Sir Nightai asked. He may know about how Izuku managed to fix OFA and create a quirk out of what he had to fix up All Might in more ways than one, but he wanted to ask if Izuku believed that he could do something about the damaging effects of that serum. I think I can do that, Izuku said, and then Sir Nightai decided to talk to him about what he had in mind before he told Izuku that he could go back home. The hero took Izuku to the train station that he took to reach Kobe, and Sir Nightai was now looking at that notebook that contained important information that would help him to solve this case. Izuku, you came home, Inko said. She received a small call from Izuku about him passing the exam and getting his license, and how not even stepping out of Shiketsu, he was now helping with an investigation. Sorry for being late. I have to heal some that had been injured after helping with that investigation, and it took some time, Izuku said, remembering that the process of fixing the damage that the quirk-erasing serum did to that hero was somewhat different from what he did for OFA and All Might's fading power. But after he absorbed the remnants of Rewind and Overhaul in that blood sample, Izuku managed to know how to reverse the damage done to that hero's quirk. But he was concerned about what that Overhaul quirk could do, and he hoped that the notes that he gave to Sir Nightai about that particular quirk could help him to catch whatever is behind the quirk-erasing serum. I see, Inko said. She knew that Izuku walked now in a world that, despite being shown on TV as one that is flashy and glamorous, had a darker side that would never shown, and Izuku decided to go to that darker side of heroism over being one of those heroes that made a spectacle of saving people while caught on TV. Inko knew that even she failed to see potential in Izuku to become a hero before his quirk awakened, and even Izuku never held it against her, because in his words, she was actually concerned for his safety and genuinely cared about him. When she had those things, she still felt a little guilty about her lack of faith. You know, now that I became a hero, it almost felt unreal, Izuku said as he pulled his hero ID and looked at it again. You wanted to be a hero so badly, Inko said, looking at how Izuku looked at that license of his. Yeah, I did. But now I feel almost lost after reaching my first goal. But maybe I should do what Sir Naitai told me and not think that hard about that, and just focus on what is in front of me. After all, I still need to reach the step 2 of my plan. Izuku said. Yeah, you want to study to become a quirk counselor, a doctor, and to have a private clinic. Quite the tall order, but considering that you managed to become a hero before reaching 15, then I am sure that you can manage, Inko said, smiling a little. Yeah, but I need first to save a lot of money to bankroll that enterprise. Sure, being a hero and doing some heroic work can help expedite the process, but the most amount of money that a hero makes is not by what the HPSC pays, but for all the marketing and business deals that they make. The cut that high-profile heroes get for merchandise with their approval in 1 year could allow me to buy this whole building, renovate it, and even turning it into a hospital if I wanted. And I would have enough money to spare to do that again a couple of times. Izuku said. Yeah, that amount of money is something that can solve a whole of problems, Inko admitted. But I refuse to become that kind of person. I want to be a hero who can actually do something about the situation over being just a flashy hero who would sell their image rights to become rich and then just do the bare minimum to still be considered a hero by society to keep that cash flow and deals going. A lot of kids that want to be heroes only see that flashy exterior, not what is behind it, Izuku said. He then looked at his phone and then said something. And my first order of business is to buy a new phone and a laptop, and keep those two for hero-related jobs. I think that is more professional this way over using my PC in my room and the phone that I have now to enter the hero network, Izuku said. It could help, but can you afford it? Inko said. Maybe. I have been saving the money that I gained while I worked as a part-time worker on Ideten, and 70,000 yen a week is nothing to sneeze at. But I think I will ask Ingenium about how and where I can get the best equipment. Heroes can buy support gear from the support companies that procured them their costumes and support items. I want to see if that includes phones and computers, Izuku said. I see, but if you need it, I can talk with your dad so we could lend you the money to cover those expenses, Inko said. Her husband and she talked about Izuku's goals, and Hisashi was willing to support Izuku financially in his goal. After all, Hisashi's salary was quite big, and it was not like what Izuku wanted to buy at the moment would make a dent in their bank account. I know, but first I wanted to try my best to get those things for myself before asking for money. Dad promised to pay for my tuition at any university that I choose to study after UA, and I don't want to ask for more than is necessary, Izuku said. I see, but if you need to. I know, Mom, Izuku said as he looked at his mom, letting the silence fill the room until they decided to move to another topic, and that was dinner. Inko decided to prepare Izuku's favorite dish, and they both decided to enjoy a peaceful dinner, blissfully unaware of what had happened in UA or those individuals that in the past were close with their family. The next day of class came, and Izuku was somewhat surprised and horrified in a way when he saw that a lot of reporters and journalists were there near the UA gates. The memories of that day before the USJ incident and how that went still soured him out, even if he already moved on and away from those events. But what could have happened to explain that amount of people being near the gates again when the last time that it happened, UA decided to warn that they would lawyer up to sue their working places for entering UA grounds without permission? Izuku decided to not concern himself with that mess and just entered the building. But he started to hear some conversations with other students who were also entering the school, and the content of said conversation worried him. That purple-haired bastard that was Eraserhead's apprentice got his job blown up. Izuku recognized that voice. It was one of his male classmates of 1C. Sure, Izuku barely interacted with them aside from group assignments, but he still made the effort to remember that they existed and had their lives. unlike Bakugo, who refused to refer to people by name and used demeaning nicknames when addressing others and treated others like they were just stepping stones for him to stomp on to move in life. Yeah, I know a guy from the business course who talked the other day with a hero student of Class 1A, and she told him that those two nuisances got what was coming to them, whatever that means. But it appears now that the smug prick who told us in the first week that he was going to be a hero got put in his place, a female classmate of Izuku said. No way. Izuku muttered to himself. Eraserhead apprentice getting his jaw blown up, and that whole thing about those two nuisances made Izuku think that Bakugo had fucked things up that badly that now Yue saw that Bakugo was a lost cause and moved to get rid of him. Izuku was surprised, first because Bakugo managed to last that long even when it became clear that the flashiness of his quirk wasn't going to protect him anymore from the consequences of his actions, and second because it took that long to push the envelope to the point that Nizu decided to get rid of him. But considering that Bakugo had permanently injured Eraserhead personal student, then maybe that was because Eraserhead was upset and Nizu had to choose between either Bakugo or Eraserhead, and chose to keep the one that was still useful for Nizu. Izuku reached the hallway where his classroom was, and then he saw that All Might was there as well. The hero looked at him, and then Izuku saw in All Might's face that it looked like he wanted to talk with him. But then he saw some panic on his face, and then All Might spoke. Young Midoriya, look out! All Might shouted. Izuku felt how his instincts were a little faster than usual, and he managed to pull out an impressive leap to get out of the way of Eraserhead's capture scarf. It appeared that Izuku instinctively triggered Mirko's animal-like instincts that came with her quirk factors that he assimilated, and it also appears that the muscle mass in his legs had been enhanced a little as well, because Izuku knew himself well enough to know that he, at best, could jump a third of the distance that he had just jumped on a good day, and if he had run some distance before jumping. Izuku turned his body and saw that Eraserhead was looking at him with his quirk active. Those eyes of his had erasure active, and it was clear that Eraserhead was looking now more unhinged than intimidating. You are coming with me, Eraserhead said. He had been recently awakened after sleeping for almost 2 days, and he had run from the infirmary while Nizu was talking to him about firing him for his poor showing and the poor results that Class 1A had in the practical exam after Nizu told him about Shinso's condition, and he decided to force Izuku to heal Shinso, even if he had to drag him to the hospital. Eraserhead, stand down, All Might said as he saw how Eraserhead tried to use his scarf again to capture Izuku, and he then was forced to catch it. What is going on? Snipe said as he saw how Eraserhead was wielding his support item intending to use it against Izuku, and All Might stepped in to prevent that from happening. Stay out of this. I'm going to get Shinso healed up, one way or another, Eraserhead said, and then tried to pull back his scarf from All Might's grip, but Eraserhead wasn't strong enough to do that. Izuku looked at that situation and was disappointed. Eraserhead was getting so worked up for the condition of one student of his, but only because said student was his personal one, and he refused to be that concerned with those that were his responsibility as a teacher in UA. Izuku hated the man after that week of misery that he had to endure, but he could at least respect that dedication. If only he wasn't that selective about who deserved that kind of attention and treated all his students fairly, not being a lazy bum with 99% of his students and giving less of a damn about them. Izuku then saw how Midnight appeared out of nowhere, and then the gas that she created with her quirk incapacitated Eraserhead, who was too focused on his struggle with All Might to even pay attention to his surroundings. He then saw how Nizu appeared behind the heroine and looked at Izuku. Izuku simply shook his head with disappointment and then entered his classroom, aware that Nizu would want to talk about this incident, and he was more or less figuring out what would be one of the topics. But he was going to do that after class. UA disappointed Izuku enough already, and that little stint of Eraserhead just made Izuku think even less about what was supposed to be the best hero school in the world.